There we go. Now the audio is ready, and that, of course, emblematic of perhaps the fact that the grind is coming to an end. Hello, everyone, and welcome to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Ali Najad joined by Will Jaffe, kicking off today's coverage of the short deck streets. Curtain going to be drawn on the overall event. Will, your first time out here, obviously, I'm sure you've soaked it up as many other first-timers out there did so far, and in terms of the short deck streets, we have some people that first little visit out to Jeju came very late in the festival. And, of course, I'm talking about the likes of Martin Nielsen, Rene von Krevelen, out here making waves during yesterday's 50K short deck final table.
Yeah, the snipers were on full display.
Yeah.
Martin does have a short deck bracelet at the World Series of Poker, but this was his first Triton cash, so obviously a good way to get his feet wet. I mean, I think Rene is probably a little bit disappointed considering the chip lead he had going in, but ultimately, I mean, Tan Xuan really stole the show in the end. And
yeah, that he did. A little bit of a spoiler alert, obviously. Perhaps some of you might have missed how things shook up, and as is standard and customary, we throw you to a package as we break down the final 7 from yesterday's 50K short deck. Take a look.
800,000.
Seth Davies, yet another final table, but unfortunately for him, a first title
Same hand I lost to Giant
would not be in the
Fox
cards.
earlier in the tournament. See if I can win
And
this
you
time.
heard Davies talking about this being the same hand that he lost a big one to RVK with earlier in the tournament, and all of a sudden, fair flop was declared as Davies had the gutter and the flush draw. 7 outs, 2 times, and on the end, it was RVK who would make a king eye straight, leaving Davies out of there, collecting 161,000, leaving behind 6 players, among them Joe Chuen, impressive in long deck, impressed in PLO as he took down a title, and here he was looking for perhaps a second here in Jeju. Not involved in this one. RVK was, though, against Michael Zhang. Ace King, that which got all in on the Jack 7-6 board and was unable to improve by the time the river rolled off, as Ace 9 would best Zhang. Michael would collect $205,000 for the 6th place effort. Tan Xuan up against Joe Chuen.
All in. Call. All in and call. All right.
Jack 9 of diamonds. All the chips would get in. Gutter and the flush draw against second pair and a gutter. And that would do it. As on the end, Joe was unable to improve, but would improve upon his Jeju stop, which has been impressive. Collected 261,000. Then it was the turn of 10-time Triton title winner, Jason Koon.
That'll work too.
Cheekily said flip with A7 suited after running into the 2 kings, all in for his last 3 million.
That's fair.
He would flop top pair. Things looked okay, and then all of a sudden,
Good luck.
they looked a lot worse than that. As the gutter would come in, Xuan picking up that pot and leaving Jason with a 330K payday.
Call.
It would be 2 snipers against Xuan. Those snipers would square off, and RVK and Martin Nielsen, and you could see top 2 pair against middle set. A devastating development for RVK covered. And now all of a sudden, less devastation on the turn as he added diamonds to 2 kings that would have rescued him. Instead, though, a blank river and $428,000 would go to the Dutchman, a late arrival here in Jeju to play the short deck part of the program. Same story then for Martin Nielsen, who would go up against Tan's Ace Jack suited with Ace King. Couldn't have asked for a better spot to try to double. But then pair and a flush draw for Xuan, and the flush would come in, making it a sweat-free river. Didn't need to explain that to Tan. As Martin was massaged out of there in second. 655,000 would go to him. Tan Xuan, second time in his Triton career, Will, that he has picked up a short deck title. The first one came back in London, 7-figure score. If I'm not mistaken, his 8th short deck final table, 10th final table overall in his Triton career. And honestly, he was incredibly impressive, and he did so many things that neither you nor I nor Rast at various points throughout his march to victory there in that event would have predicted. And in particular, the one I want to touch on is him going after RVK seated directly to his left when RVK was opening pots. This was not in accordance with what's supposed to be a bit of a cooperative effort more often than not.
Yeah, I mean, you could see that he was playing for the win. There was no part of him that wanted to ladder.
Yeah.
And RVK, being a big chip leader, was very incentivized to keep putting ICM pressure on the rest of the table, specifically players like Tan.
Mm-hmm.
And Tan just wasn't having it. RVK didn't adjust quickly enough, and Tan ended up walking away with the title. And it did feel to me, watching it from day one, kind of preordained.
Yeah, I mean, the way that he plays the game is so incredibly unique. I kind of touched on it in the post-game interview with him, trying to get a sense of what is it about your style that lends so well. And he said, I'm a loose player. I want action. And obviously this is very much in the DNA of people who play nosebleed cash like we know Tan to do. Till the wee hours often, by the way, elsewhere out here in our setup at Landing Casino. But he didn't look any worse for the wear. He didn't look tired. He looked fresh the whole way. And he took on not one but two snipers. As I want to focus a little bit on that. Those late arrivals, we had touched, James and I, in some conversations over lunch about how maybe when, you know, the good 5/6 of this festival is done for and these guys show up, they're a lot fresher. But conversely, maybe they're not as on form as the rest of the crew. The problem is you're playing short deck, so maybe everybody's kind of, you know, getting the rust off all at once.
I mean, you could see with Renee and Martin, they did have a different freshness to them when they came in. Both of them, like some PLO players we saw coming in for the PLO events, here for the short deck events. Look, everybody else has been here for 3 weeks at this point, basically.
Mm-hmm.
These guys coming fresh, you know, they haven't played that much, but they've obviously had a lot of short deck experience, and it showed. Martin Nielsen, you know, he's a favorite with Ace King versus Ace Jack there. If he wins that, it's him with the 2-1 chip lead against Tan. So he would put himself in a great position to win, just didn't happen.
And he would have added a Triton trophy to that case that already contains that World Series of Poker bracelet for him in short deck. That event, though, not going to be on the docket this summer at the World Series of Poker. For Martin, another footnote, he was 0 for 8, having played all short decks across 3 different festivals coming into this one. So not even finding a cash and then making the first one count. Well done for Nielsen, although obviously, you know, he's a little bit disappointed. Jason Koon, let's not lose sight of him, because obviously Player of the Year implications for Jason as he seeks to try to nip at Danny Tang, who's sitting at the top here. This is the 3rd of 4 stops toward that Ivan Liao Player of the Year award. He had a bad no-limit hold'em portion of this Jeju trip. He just went 2 for 9, hoping to save it in short deck. He's actually making a little bit of a run in the 100K. More on that momentarily, but focusing on that Player of the Year race, Will. We've got Danny Tang up at the top with 2,892 points, and I'll take us there momentarily in the app. Here it is. You can dive right in with us. 2892 for Tang. Dvoress, 2725, and then there is Jason, 2717. Danny not left in this remaining field in this last event, the 100K. So we really don't know who's going to carry that, you know, overall Player of the Year point lead into Montenegro. What we do know, though, is that short deck will not be a part of the program, and might that be a little bit of a challenge to Danny, newer to the PLO streets, but has shown some aptitude there as well. Anyone's game. If I asked you right now, out of like the top 10, to pick someone that you think going into Montenegro would be the man to keep an eye on that would close, not Danny, not Daniel, not Jason, who would it be? You got Nacho, Ivy, Brewer, Haxton, Ding Biao, Ibinger, and Holz.
I mean, look, it's the biggest story. One of them to me has certainly been Phil Ivey. Really feels like he's back. He's locked in. Very good short deck player. That is going to hurt him a little. I would pick Dan Dvoress if I had to choose between any of these guys. not a great stop for him, but I mean, we've seen him consistently put himself in a position to win in these big events. So
I love how I ask Will to take somebody who's not in the top 3, and he just goes with Dan Dvoress. Fair, though. Fair. Obviously, you got a horse. You're sticking with it. All good. Now, that which is all good coming up is the 100K short deck. An absolutely massive buy-in for short deck. We don't, generally get things this big. Not a main, but still something that'll get, your juices flowing. 34 entries in total, $3.4 million prize pool, 18 uniques, and I'll get us there in the app momentarily as well. Where are we? Drum roll, please, Will. Actually, don't do the drum roll. We don't really need it. There we go. Diving right in, you can see the chip leader, Sonia Chi. 6 players will find the money. I'm going to come back with 10 remaining. 240,000 will be your min cash. 1.15 million is going to be what goes to first place. This is only Sonia Chi's second event here after having played the short deck main. Let's take a look at his Triton track record. Of course, we're going to have connectivity issues here. Is he that much of an enigma that we're not able to pull him up? Okay, well, hopefully we'll get there sooner than later. Unclear. But, a lesser-known entity to those out there in the field. Perhaps now he's up. We can take a look. Philippines 2016. So obviously not his first festival, but you can see, a lot of short deck in there, some long deck, some turbo stuff. And that short deck main here in Jeju was where he punched his first ticket out here. Forgive me, just getting our... I'm tired, Will.
It's all good, Ali. You've been grinding hard, man.
We have been grinding hard. But listen, I was at breakfast with Dan Dvoress earlier today, and I was talking to him about this, the grind, and whether or not it's something that this deep into a festival rates to be a delineating factor, those that can handle it and those that can't. And Dvoress was telling me, listen, the longer we make it, the more things that could potentially throw people off. He thinks he's built for it, and the proof is in the pudding in terms of being second in the overall player of the year. He's obviously chiseled. He's been at a lot of these stops. He knows what it takes in order to grind your way right down through to the end. And so, this is something that we might be needing to keep an eye on in terms of those participants remaining here, including Dvoress, who is 5th. 775,000, just beneath that 1 million average stack, 85 antes. In terms of us marching toward the bubble, I'm not sure just yet whether or not we're going to see a lot of deviations that'll be associated with that, still 4 away, but this will be on people's minds. Now, a couple of storylines I want to that jumped off the page for me. Ike Haxton, Kiat Lee. Names that come up when we talk about some of the best never to win a title. Others include Seth Davies and Nick Petrangelo, not involved in these final 10. They are together at that blue table. Greenwood, Bads, and boss Paul Pua, all there as well. They're going to be 5-handed. And for them, coming in 6th in chips, and let's see, Ike 7th in chips, 60 antes apiece. I don't know how much pressure... have you felt this throughout various points for yourself?
I'm actually surprised to see Ike hasn't won a Triton title because he had such a successful year last year. He plays a lot of events. I know when there's a stop, by the way, scan that QR code. Don't forget about that. When there's a stop, a specific place that you go to and you just can't find a win there, it can start to get in your head a little.
Yeah, I was chatting with Ike, and he did talk about how, he's want for nothing. He's done very, very well. Perhaps mostly outside the Triton borders of late. You touched on this. But here at Triton in particular, it has been a little bit of a challenge. And we look at his Triton track record, 36 cashes, 11.1 million in earnings. We don't know whether or not that's in the black or in the red, by the way, because obviously you can really rattle through a lot of bullets and a lot of buy-ins and not a ton of cash earned here for Ike. The other storyline, just quickly, that I want to talk about is the fact that Jason and Dan are both in there in the hunt for that Player of the Year lead, looking to close the gap with Danny Tang. Koon coming in 2nd in chips with 1.5 million plus, and then for Dvoress 5th in chips, as we talked about. So then we'll send you down into the arena. mercifully as the final pregame show comes to a close. 12K Annie, 24 on the button. There's a look at the stacks. Brought to you by betacr.eu. It is very real in here. Final day of this Triton Super High Roller Series Jeju stop, a tremendously successful one. Records shattered across several events to lead us off. Unbelievable amounts of enthusiasm, tremendous amount of participation from both the Far East and West.
Yeah, and it's cool. You know, we started the series, right? The room was absolutely packed, right? 300 people in some of these opening events. This is more what I kind of imagine with Triton, you know, these smaller, huge buy-ins, which is fitting to finish off the series.
You're not wrong. Bads will start things off by limping cutoff with these two kings. 10-9 suited performs well in short deck. See what kind of ideas Haxton has. 7th of 10 runners coming in.
Yeah, this might go in. No, Ike avoids the trap.
As soon as there's a limp, it goes, it's not fast action anymore, or does there? Yeah, yeah. No, I was just asking if that's right.
Oh, and he flops the joint against top set. This is violence early, Will.
Yeah, we will see some blood here. Makita, another player, very successful here at Triton, but he also, it's been a little while since he had a title, Ali.
Yeah, he's caught on 4. Is Badziakouski. 18.7 million roughly in career Triton earnings, 26 cashes. Did have a final table in the 25K
42
short deck.
You have to
Also
go
in
all
the
the way
20K
back.
8 max.
Sorry, you have to go all the way back to Madrid 2022. But since then, a lot of seconds, thirds, fourths, fifths.
No, Makita has played this as a check. Haxton then betting 42,000. Let's see what sort of approach Makita has in mind. A flat. Conservative so far. Turn. Doesn't bring the needed board pair. 168 in the middle.
And you notice Makita trapping pre-flop. Flops top set, doesn't change his story, continues the trap. But he may have trapped himself here.
I mean, texture not lost on him.
$126.
Second barrel that he faces, 126,000. I mean, this is chunky in relation to his remaining 400,000. Every chip so precious. Maybe doesn't expect Ike to be checking back ace 10.
He's just going to rip here.
Yeah. Ike.
All in.
Might have been up to no good, and you can see Makita
Yeah, you see the frustration there.
realizing that this could be a short-lived run here on day 2 of this 100K short deck. 968K in the middle. Board's got a pair. 10 outs for Makita, and there it is, a queen on the river. As Makita boats up.
黏波嚟㗎。
Yeah. Check call.
Pua looking to reconstruct the line. He's always paying attention out there. Saying, limp pot? Makita's out here limping kings? Yes, yes he is. Meanwhile, Sunyachi's out here making nut flushes. Suppose the 10 of spades makes it not quite that nutty. Jason, having turned the straight here, it was limp in pre on the flop. Koon, check called.
Yeah, he's going to
40,000.
value bet with a key blocker, the 10 of spades. What a spot for Chi.
Jason did check raise the second barrel from Chi on the turn up to 125,000. Chi did not bother activating as his hand is so strong. Blocks one of the cards that could make a straight flush. King 10 of spades exactly is what would be required. So Jason barreling 275,000 on the end here, and this card's so dry.
Sick.
Will, like,
I have king 10 with a spade.
Jason's got the blocker.
Yeah, you'd have to think Chi would just be making a crazy bluff with the naked ace of spades for Jason to be good here. Obviously a good hand. He hasn't even stacked his chips yet, Ali.
This has such a nutty vibe. But as you talked about, the dry ace, always a possibility.
Yeah, you kind of feel like Jason will sniff this out. You see him nodding his head.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay.
Does make the correct fold.
That he does.
应该不是 A 吧？不可能是 A 吧？不可能 A 吧？嗯？
On.
Back over to the other feature. Greenwood rips. He is the boss stack at this table. Second in chips overall coming in, a name that we did not mention during the pregame. Shame on us, of course. Winford Yu running fourth in chips. Also not one to be overlooked.
And Ike is pretty short here, only about 20 annies. Might want to gamble with this. King Jack suited, not the best hand against a strong range, but ironically, 3 players at the table have ace-queen offsuit, Paul being the last of them. Yeah, Ike is going to go with it.
Yeah, 237,000 left after the board paired, and his king high straight fell to king's full for Badziakouski, and he deems this hand enough. 21 annies coming in. And now matters slightly complicated for Pua.
249, I believe.
Yeah, this is tricky.
It's 30?
Yeah, 30.
We can use this?
Paul did bubble the 50K main. Does not want to bubble this 100K final table. You can see the pain he's in here.
Ui. Super.
He is going to fold.
7.
Took a lot
I was
out of him, it
hoping
would
exactly
seem,
that was happening.
but obviously.
oh,
It's,
oh, wow.
Wow. Yeah, in good shape.
If I lose this, I'm just skipping the 20K.
Greenwood has ace queen as well.
Yeah, let the 6, 7,
Diminishes the value of the holding. And so Pua appears quite content to allow Haxton to square off.
7, 8, 9, 10.
That is not his board. 6 outs, 2 times.
Oh, you.
Now, a 9 high straight.
ace for a chalk, yeah.
Ace is my only chance.
Ace
You want
for the
ace,
chop. 10 for the jack high straight.
Oh,
And instead the jack. As Haxton finds the pair, but too little too late. As it all came undone rather quickly for Ike. And yet again, will title denial.
Wow, you didn't even use time value for.
I mean, I have big stack. What can I do?
I mean, we can't fault Ike, you know,
Almost 1 million.
Oh.
involuntarily flop that king high straight.
Yeah. And
Was in a
for
good
you,
way.
It's more interesting hand. Harder decision.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Although
like we
once
said, Ike,
uses his time banks, he probably doesn't
he'll be
have, like,
fine, but got to be a little
he can
frustrating.
check, you know, but probably doesn't have queens plus ace king. So
He's built for this, you know, but
But we're all human, Ali.
most of us.
We all have feelings. You think the Prince of Darkness might have a little...
Prince of Dark, you're bringing it back.
Who brought it back? I think Rasty brought
Did
it back.
Rasty bring it back?
No, that was the old school. I just, it's got a nice ring to it. I'm also just a sucker for nicknames, as Nick kind of alluded to. You know, when we're at Bally's live at the bike, we're at the World Series. You know, the Nick here at Triton can't go too overboard with the Officer Watsons, the Mad Dogs.
No.
But Boss Man, that's a solid one.
Boss is boss.
I guess it's not even a nickname, is it?
Good point. It's just a literal acknowledgement of the fact that in that seat lies one of the 2 individuals who had a twinkle in their eye once upon a time with respect to creating a poker tour, and 8 years on from the very first event in the Philippines. In 2016, you see what the Triton Super High Roller Series has become and how it continues to attract the finest. On all fronts, pocket jacks attracting Pua to a cutoff limp behind the under the gun limp of Kiat Lee. Ace 10-7, second pair for Kiat, pipped by the jacks. Dust for Greenwood.
Yeah, we talked about Ike not having a title here. Kiat, one of the differences between him and Ike is Ike has a lot of titles, Poker Go, stateside. Kiat, this is one of the only places we really see him trophy hunting, so you know he's hungry for it. Paul actually has the best hand here. But Kiat repping that strong range with the under the gun limp.
$66K lead Mindful of the prospects of some ace-X combos that Kiat would not be as apt to raise given Greenwood was on the button and has that covering stack. Pua does let go.
Yeah, just to run through some of Kiat's scores at Triton. 3rd place, 2nd place, 2nd place, 4th place, 4th place, 3rd place, 6th place, 6th place, 4th place, 2nd place, Ali.
It's insane how many times he's been right there. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Maybe I got to go groomsman groom.
Yeah, that
spot,
didn't really
but
feel like the right
not-
conclusion for
yeah.
what you were trying to say there, but I get it.
Facts remain the notion that it is he who gets right up close to the top of the mountain but never plants that flag. Thus far, perhaps today will be the day. TBD, although King-Queen suited is a reasonable start. Not sure. Off of 734,000, 63 antes.
Yeah, we've seen the ace-8 off apply a lot of pressure.
Out of there. That's just blunt force for Greenwood. Was feeling a little bit under the weather, in consideration to his fellow players. Decided to start donning the mask.
Three players from the money now.
Winner.
Almost a $250,000 bubble here. And then over 1.15 up top. $1 million, that is.
So drawing the curtain here on this Triton Super High Roller Series in Jeju, the 3rd of 4 as part of Season 3 of the Ivan Liao Player of the Year Award. Ali Nejad, Will Jaffe, glad to have you with us, whether it be on the Triton Poker Plus app, Twitch, or of course, the robust Triton YouTube channel. Looking at you in particular, if you're soaking this up, regardless of time zone, regardless of familiarity with short deck, regardless of anything whatsoever, mouse over, click like, click subscribe, and just do what little it takes to allow us to continue to offer you the finest in streaming poker entertainment free of charge. Meanwhile, Greenwood charging 70,000 from under the gun with a dusty one. Pocket queens, and now Kiat is ready to activate. 3-betting to almost all his chips, and he has run into the aces of Bads.
Disaster for Kiat Lee here.
Dare I say Bads news. He's going to have some equity, though.
All in.
Oh.
Producer James, deeply disappointed. I feel compelled to remind him it is the last day.
Kiat's going to need to get very lucky. He's going to bust 2 from the money here.
$1.5 million in the middle, and you can see the smirk on Kiat's face. Final table bubble, and it
Good
doesn't
jump
look good for the queens. 26% equity. Not a whole lot in short deck. Let's see 3 to start. 6, 6, 9. Club's working, but for now,
You have a queen?
a red lady needs to grace this board for Kiat. Not there on the turn. And not there on the river. So a wrap at the table. GG's. There will be no cash.
And quite a little spin here from Makita. Remember, he was all in. Needed to boat up on the river versus Ike not long ago.
There were 9 remaining, so it's not the stone final table bubble. Apologies if I led anyone to believe that. And of course, that is not a fun feeling.
Close enough that it hurts a lot.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Oh, we were thinking where you having one
His
guy
pain is Mikita's pleasure.
flush and one guy with straight flush. We were thinking
That's
about that.
super deep as we look over at Xiao Wu
No, ace of
with
spades
Ace
not on
King
board.
off
Yeah,
suit.
that's what I'm saying. It was ace of clubs on the board.
Sick. Makes me feel a little better.
He has ripped.
I mean, I just felt like I was
Winfred.
dead. I didn't
Chewing
think
on
too
ace
hard
queen.
about it. I might have got bluffed.
Raise down.
Yeah. You sure? Nope, nope, nope. You live. You live. Big shove.
Yeah.
You have a big hand?
A big hand.
Big
No
shove, big
takers.
hand.
Big hand don't want to see the
I don't want to.
don't want to see the flop.
I don't want to see this flop.
Good luck, Danny.
I am under the gun. That's under the gun.
Oh, wow. Is it? Oh, no, is there 7 left? 8 remaining?
Nikita.
Xiao, by the way, another one of the
Wow, eight
snipers.
remaining.
So who they
Well-
knock out 2 on the other side?
0 for 2 in the 25 and 50K short decks. Looking to cash here. Currently, he sits with 85 antes. That'll be the shortest of stacks. As Dvoress has been sent to fill the void left behind by Kiat Lee at our other table. 8 remaining here, 4 and 4. Ante still at 12K. All 7-figure stacks. Sun Yat-chi still the overall chip leader.
Mikita close on his heels now, though. Everybody at this table very comfortable.
Yeah, it's been a great early spin for Nikita. While we rebalance the tables, Sonny on hand to make sure all is well. You ready to get home, Will?
Yeah.
You leaving tomorrow?
Tomorrow, yeah.
You know, it's interesting. A lot of the players, as I understand it, have booked side trips. You know, out in this part of the world, Japan not far, Taiwan not far, China as well. You could pop back up to Seoul, do a thing or two. Southeast Asia also within range.
I got
It
a
do-
family to get home to.
You know,
Ali.
it does feel like a shame, though, when we come this far to not
Not get a little nibble.
get a little nibble of tourism out there. I haven't even left this resort.
I know. And my biggest, by far, feeling of regret is no omakase.
Not
Well,
really.
we're in
Not enough
Korea.
antes.
I know, but we're close,
And
Ali. How
Oh, you
far
want
is
to hop over to
Japan?
Tokyo for a
Yeah.
little omakase? I got to tell you something.
Oh, really?
Vegas has some
got
of
a
the
big
better
hand, too.
sushi.
I had a
They
big
do,
hand.
but
In the US.
I want to hit the, you know, what's the Dreams of Jiro spot?
Okay,
Maybe
I
go to the
went
fish
to
market?
that spot, Will, and I got to tell you,
Don't tell me it was disappointing.
it was disappointing.
Was he in the spot, or
It
was
wasn't.
it?
He was there. Yeah, he was there. For those that don't know what we're talking about, of course, a very interesting documentary on Netflix about a gentleman who runs a sushi restaurant in a subway station, and it is a objectively good spot, but I just know great as well. So, anyway, not so great is Ace Jack on a Queen 8-6 board. Xiao Wu let us off with the limp. Koon cut off, came along, flops top 2. Very different sentiments for him as he reaches for chips in the face of a check in front. 50 if you do.
Got it.
And
Top
the
2
boys
pair.
don't.
And one of the stories, I mean, we touched on a little, but Jason Koon going out 4th in the 50K main, it's become so commonplace for him to win an event at these stops, Ali. I think 5 of the last 6 stops before this one, he's won an event. He just almost doesn't feel right without it.
You know what's interesting, though? It takes a lot of discipline to condition yourself into recognizing that even when you don't win an event,
Half a second ahead.
things can be okay, and not being, you know, not raising your expectations of yourself in terms of performance when you've skewed that far outside of maybe EV, even for the great Jason Koon. And just realizing, okay, this is a more, you know, normal sort of resume that he's compiled here at Jeju.
That's his ante, yeah.
$70 to go from the Queen Jack suited. Wu chewing.
He's going to see a flop here in position.
Two antes invested already.
Jason does cover slightly.
Ace 10 8 all clubs. Double gutter for Koon, no club. Tens for Xiao. Jason does not see bet. Xiao checks back. Now queens for Koon. Best hand, but concerns obvious with the 4 flush on board. And you see Wu. Little 30K bet here. Jason might be asking himself whether or not a club would be more inclined to barrel at the flop, and this could have a little something to do with his choice to make this call. And now with the 5th club on board that gives Koon a queen high straight. He's obviously going to play the board.
Yeah, and as played, Wu might want to have a little stab at this. Certainly feels like he has more clubs in range than Koon.
There's only 9 clubs in the deck. 5 on the board, 4 remain. And he wants to rep one.
Yeah,
105,000. Sorry, Will.
No, these spots are nice because, you know, it's a chop, right? We can see that, but Koon is really just playing. He's calling for a chop. He's never going to win more than half the pot when he calls. So these really great spots to apply pressure. $26.8 million in Triton cashes. 10 titles for that man. And he is hot on Danny Tang's heels now for in the Player of the Year race.
okay?
None of that on his mind at the moment.
He is going to call. Looks like, wow.
Yeah.
Great call. Will chop, but makes the correct read there.
Sniffed it out. And we'll realize that queens were good before that club rolled off. So look at Sun Yachi trying to make sense of what he just observed. Well, while we switch dealers, we're not going to switch our advice. It's been steadfast the entire run here in Jeju. Just a few days remaining for you to get involved at the WSOP Super Circuit, happening now through the end of March at the world's biggest online poker room, GG Poker. Log on today, and while you're there, pop in and qualify at the only site that runs official qualifiers for the Triton Super High Roller Series. That's GG Poker.
There's no antes in the pot. I'm not open.
Yeah, what do you have? Chip, pocket jack, jack club.
Did they give you a custom emoji yet, Ollie?
Yeah, they did. Avatar, I guess.
Best emojis in the game over there.
I was touring the offices in Seoul, and I actually walked by, and I don't know if it was like a plant, because I was kind of getting a tour. I walked by and I saw one of the design team's computer screens, and my avatar was being worked on. And I was like, my teeth haven't been that white and my hair hasn't been that full in a long time. But give me this guy's name because he's on the Christmas list. Did right by me. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, they don't mess around.
Greenwood. Queen 10 offsuit. Playing as a limp. Makita goes behind the lenses, checking back to Jack 8 and flopping himself a flush. Greenwood could remain interested here. He's got all kinds of problems.
Yeah, what a start for Makita today. Greenwood, yeah, it looks like he might start betting at this.
Yeah, presumes that most of the ace-X is supposed to be his. Unclear, though, on balance.
Also,
whether or not
you
he'd
know,
be limping off of this big stack here. The lead for 20,000.
More of the suited king, queen of spades type of hands in his range. Obviously, some of them will raise, but Makita, what a flop.
50,000.
And he's not going to slow play. And Greenwood going nowhere. Drawing dead.
Oh, wow. Straight flush now for Bads as Greenwood finds the 10 high flush. Now, clearly he falls to every other spade in the deck. The king, queen, jack, or 8. But it's tough to have a spade in a spot such as this. Flush over flush is so rare.
Yeah, interesting to see how this goes now. I mean, when Makita bets again, which I assume he will, and this is how he gets paid.
Well, here's the deal. As the board pairs, Bads raising flop and then checking back turn will leave Greenwood thinking that these spades are going to be good more often than not, but you see him trying to figure out what are the hands that would have raised that don't contain a spade, because any spade over there and we lose.
I was going to say, if Makita bets the turn, it's really tough to put him on bluffs. But now that he checks the turn, and he's going to get Greenwood to bite.
I mean, this could have been an 8-5 that flopped the straight from Bads.
And Greenwood bets small here. Big raising coming. Makita's played this to perfection.
Not in any hurry to seem over-exuberant.
Also trying to think about how much he can get here.
I don't think there's any size that could induce Greenwood to do anything other than flat.
He's going to go 250.
This is just not what a full house does, though, is the problem. Because flushes do beat the boats. So the presence of the board pair is of no consequence.
No, but Greenwood's got to be thinking, what would Makita check back the turn with that now raises?
Maybe that 8 of spades specifically. Too much hand.
But so many chips behind. Sam might expect Makita to keep betting on the turn to build the pot. You can see he's not pleased.
We get 5 more at the final table. We get 5 more time banks at the... $172.
inquiring with regard to additional time banks being provided. Once we reach the final table, we're on the bubble of that final table here.
It just doesn't make sense. And he does pay it off. Just incredible line there from Makita. I really don't think he would have got this had he bet the turn. And what a start. I think he was not the short stack, but certainly one of them coming into the day. Now is the chip leader in this tournament.
Greenwood not given credit with all the blocker effects and all the challenges. To Makita for having a spade in hand. I thought maybe the 8-5 combo with the 8 of spades would have made a lot of sense in terms of the line taken by Makita.
And look, I know all these guys really want to win, Ali, but Makita, you can see it. He's really invested emotionally. When he busts, you know, he came in 4th in the 20K earlier. You could feel the pain when he didn't get that title. And he also doesn't play PLO, so took the last few days off before these short deck events. Now getting his chance at redemption. Four Triton titles for Makita, but we talked about this earlier in the series. He was tied with Jason Koon, 4 Triton titles, similar amount of winnings, and Koon now has 10. You know that doesn't sit well with him. Dvoress with the decision here. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see him shove. Daniel, this is part of the reason I picked him as a potential player to win the Player of the Year. He's very aggressive in these spots.
That is not a call, but rather the double ante being placed on the button by Boss as Greenwood concedes. And another 24K shaved off of his stack. And you're not wrong about Dvoress. I mean, his chips will move around out there, but when they're in motion, it is generally under very careful stewardship.
Yeah, and that Jack-10 plays very well against the aces, the kings, the ace-kings that can call him.
Sure, it's just a hand that has equity all the time. A good amount of it.
So does this one.
Ace-king suited. The follow-up.
All in.
Dvoress
How much is that?
announces all in. Bad's asking for a count with this ace-queen. He can afford to provide the spin.
666.
Note that Pua, by the way, is kind of down there in that similar territory to Dvoress in terms of chips. Boss is currently shortest stack overall.
But it also makes Makita more incentivized to call because he doesn't have to worry about a big stack shutting him out behind. But no, he does make the right fold.
Thought about it.
And Dvoress going to take down another one.
Yeah. Now remember, only 6 get paid, so we're 2 from the money here, 8-handed. Double bubble of sorts. FT bubble. And then just because you make it to the FT doesn't mean you've made the money. You're going to outlast one more bust out at that FT.
Very expensive bubble, and also the last of the big ones, right? After this, Ali, these guys are going to have to go home. They're going to go to Seoul. Not going to have a chance to get these buy-ins back for some time.
You played cash yesterday?
inquiries from Dvoress as to whether or not Makita was playing cash last night. Got his answer, no. Which means he rates to be fresher than anyone who did.
I mean, look, Ali, if Bads came strolling into your mix game, would you seat open or full table?
Listen, the one thing I can tell Bads is there's no solver for double board Omaha best.
All in.
All right.
And this is the hand that loves to apply the pressure in short deck. The ace-8 offsuit.
Ace-8 off. Boss stack jam.
And Rast has been talking about this position in short deck. It almost feels advantageous to be in early position in this game, which is so counterintuitive, especially for No Limit and PLO.
Yeah, speaking first is certainly a big stick effect in short deck. You can kind of shut people out. There's a number of different nuances about the game that differ
Не, сделать нечего.
versus its long deck counterpart.
Ты тоже сам?
Только если в Японию потом.
Does feel like maybe some hands are being made up at the other feature table before we get our cards in the air back here. Soft hand for hand.
Everyone is going Japan, huh?
Not me, I'm going home. Wait.
Most of the people already there, I guess.
Yeah.
It feels like it's like 50 players or something. So many.
And Dvoress here, this is trouble.
Makita, by the way, alluding to the fact that, Jaffe, you're not the only one with the idea to head over to the land of the rising sun, as we see Dvoress's ideas with Queen Jack suited have themselves some problems. 690,000 dominated, but 38% equity up against Bads. Will he stay alive in the hunt for the final table here in this 100K short deck? The final event.
And Makita started the day off as one of the short stacks in a great spot to go into the final table with a healthy chip lead if he can hold here.
Queen 9-7, both players making top pair in a 1.4 million chip pot here on the final table bubble. Top two pair on the turn for Dvoress, but threats in the form of a heart or an ace, as now Bads, the one that's drawing. To the river we go, and there's the heart. Flushes have been flying out here, early going. Dvoress getting showered, leaving us with 7. And the final table has been set. Makita will help himself
All in pre-flop.
Yes.
Makita.
to another pickup,
You all in or you all in?
as it has been one big green candle for him so far early going here in the 100K.
What's he said?
And look,
He's
I
saying
know
that
you
he
said
limped
Dvoress
like that, he
sounded like he was in a good place at breakfast,
said?
Ali, but after bubbling the 50K, now the 100K, I don't know,
No,
man.
what did he have?
You're saying he might
He
not
had
be in as
Queen
good a
Jack
place
suited.
at lunch?
I don't think he's going to lunch.
He'll be all right. He would have been a little bit more all right if he was right there fighting for the min cash, which is what our remaining 7 are going to be doing. That min cash, by the way, 240,000, and you see Makita has been the all eyes on him. 2.8 million plus for a hand. All right, then. We bring you back to the desk. Ali Najad, Will Jaffe. Will, I understand you're going to pop out. Rasty's going to come down and get his feet wet for a little bit with us.
Yeah, final table bubbles. Good to have someone who knows math.
Hey, listen, man. I'm no calculus major out here myself. And listen, there's more than just math going on out there. As we know, we've seen some very gangster, creative stuff. Yesterday's 50K, of course, giving us a lot of that, perhaps more in store for us here today. We're going to pause. I believe it's about a 20-minute break, and then we're going to come back. So set an alarm and then come see us as we're going to crown a champ here today in the 100K. And then being told we do have a 20K short deck single day event that's going to be running elsewhere in the room as well. We'll probably bring you coverage of that. As we wind things down from here in Jeju, we'll be back with you in about 20 minutes time. See you then.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. The button opens, small blind calls, actions on you in the big blind. Which of these hands actually prefers to go multi-way rather than just going heads up against the button? King Queen offsuit, 5-5, 9-8 suited, or 10-5 suited? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Bads will start things off by limping cutoff with these two kings. 10-9 suited performs well in short deck. See what kind of ideas Haxton has. 7th of 10 runners coming in.
This might go in. No, Ike avoids the trap.
As soon as there's a limp, it goes. It's not fast action anymore, or does there? Yeah, yeah. No, I was just asking if that's right.
Oh, and he flops the joint against top set. This is violence early, Will.
Yeah, we will see some blood here. Makita, another player, very successful here at Triton, but he also, it's been a little while since he had a title, Ali.
Yeah, he's caught on 4. Is Badziakouski. 18.7 million roughly in career Triton earnings, 26 cashes. Did have a final table in the 25K
42
short deck.
You have to
Also
go
in
all
the
the way
20K
back.
8 max.
Sorry, you have to go all the way back to Madrid 2022. But since then, a lot of seconds, thirds, fourths, fifths.
No, Makita has played this as a check. Haxton then betting 42,000. Let's see what sort of approach Makita has in mind. A flat. Conservative so far. Turn. Doesn't bring the needed board pair. 168 in the middle.
And you notice Makita trapping pre-flop. Flops top set. Doesn't change his story. Continues the trap. But he may have trapped himself here.
I mean, texture not lost on him.
$126.
Second barrel that he faces, 126,000. I mean, this is chunky in relation to his remaining 400,000. Every chip so precious. Maybe doesn't expect Ike to be checking back. Ace 10.
He's just going to rip here.
Yeah. Ike might have been up to no good, and you can see Makita.
Yeah, you see the frustration there.
Realizing that this could be a short-lived run here on day 2 of this 100K short deck. 968K in the middle. Board's got a pair. 10 outs for Makita, and there it is, a queen on the river. As Makita boats up.
Yeah.
Check call.
Pua looking to reconstruct the line. Meanwhile, Sunyachi's out here making nut flushes. Suppose the 10 of spades makes it not quite that nutty. Jason, having turned the straight here, it was limp in pre on the flop. Koon, check called.
Yeah, he's going to value bet with a key blocker, the 10 of spades. What a spot for Chi.
Jason did check raise the second barrel from Chi on the turn up to 125,000. Chi did not bother activating as his hand is so strong. Blocks one of the cards that could make a straight flush. King 10 of spades exactly is what would be required. So Jason
Oh yeah.
barreling 275,000 on the end here, and this card's so dry.
Sick.
Will, like,
I have king 10 with a spade. Oh.
Jason's got the blocker.
Yeah, you'd have to think Chi would just be making a crazy bluff with the naked ace of spades for Jason to be good here. Obviously a good hand. He hasn't even stacked his chips yet, Ali.
This has such a nutty vibe. But as you talked about, the dry ace, always a possibility.
Yeah, you kind of feel like Jason will sniff this out. You see him nodding his head.
Oh my goodness.
Does make the correct fold.
That he does.
应该不是 A 吧？不可能是 A 吧？不可能 A 吧？
He is the boss stack at this table. Second in chips overall coming in, a name that we did not mention during the pregame. Shame on us, of course. Winford Yu running fourth in chips. Also not one to be overlooked.
And Ike is pretty short here, only about 20 antes. Might want to gamble with this. King Jack suited, not the best hand against a strong range, but ironically, 3 players at the table have ace-queen offsuit, Paul being the last of them. Yeah, Ike is going to go with it.
Yeah, 237,000 left after the board paired, and his king high straight fell to king's full for Badziakouski, and he deems this hand enough. 21 antes coming in. And now matters slightly complicated for Pua.
249, I believe.
Yeah, this is tricky.
Yeah, 30.
You can use this?
Paul did bubble the 50K main. Does not want to bubble this 100K final table. You can see the pain he's in here.
That's super.
He is going to fold.
Took a lot out of him, it would seem.
Exactly that was happening.
But obviously.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Yeah, in good shape.
If I lose this, I'm just skipping the 20K.
Greenwood has ace-queen as well.
Yeah, let the 6, 7,
Diminishes the value of the holding. So Pua appears quite content to allow Haxton to square off.
7, 8, 9, 10.
That is not his board. 6 outs, 2 times.
Oh, you.
Now, a 9 high straight.
Ace for a chop, yeah.
Ace is my only chance.
Ace
One
for the
ace
chop. 10 for the jack high straight.
Oh,
And instead the jack. As Haxton finds the pair, but too little too late. as it all came undone rather quickly for Ike. And yet again, will title denial. Regardless of anything whatsoever, mouse over, click like, click subscribe, and just do what little it takes to allow us to continue to offer you the finest in streaming poker entertainment free of charge. Meanwhile, Greenwood charging 70,000 from under the gun with a dusty one. Pocket queens, and now Kiat is ready to activate. 3-betting to almost all his chips, and he has run into the aces of Bads.
Disaster for Kiat Lee here.
Dare I say Bads news. He's going to have some equity, though.
All in.
Oh.
Producer James, deeply disappointed. I feel compelled to remind him it is the last day.
Kiat's going to need to get very lucky. He's going to bust 2 from the money here.
1.5 million in the middle, and you can see the smirk on Kiat's face. Final table bubble, and it doesn't look good for the queens. 26% equity. Not a whole lot in short deck. Let's see 3 to start. 6, 6, 9. Clubs working, but for now, a red lady needs to grace this board for Kiat. Not there on the turn. And not there on the river. So a wrap at the table. GG's. There will be no cash. Be okay. And not being, you know, not raising your expectations of yourself in terms of performance when you've skewed that far outside of maybe EV, even for the great Jason Koon. And just realizing, okay, this is a more, you know, normal sort of resume that he's compiled here at Jeju.
That's his ante, yeah.
$70 to go from the Queen Jack suited. Wu chewing.
He's going to see a flop here in position.
2 in, he's invested already.
Jason does cover slightly.
Ace 10 8 all clubs. Double gutter for Koon, no club. 10s for Shao. Jason does not see bet. Shao checks back. Now queens for Koon. Best hand, but concerns obvious with the 4 flush on board. And you see Wu. Little 30K bet here. Jason might be asking himself whether or not a club would be more inclined to barrel at the flop, and this could have a little something to do with his choice to make this call. And now it's a 5th club on board that gives Koon a queen high straight. He's obviously going to play the board.
Yeah, and as played, Wu might want to have a little stab at this. Certainly feels like he has more clubs in range than Koon.
There's only 9 clubs in the deck. 5 on the board, 4 remain. And he wants to rep one.
Yeah,
105,000. Sorry, Will.
No, these spots are nice because, you know, it's a chop, right? We can see that, but Koon is really just playing. He's calling for a chop. He's never going to win more than half the pot when he calls. So these really great spots to apply pressure.
然後3個中國打1個美國的。
$26.8 million in Triton cashes. 10 titles for that man. And he is hot on Danny Tang's heels now for in the Player of the Year race.
你第1，我第2 ，OK？
None of that on his mind at the moment.
He is going to call. Looks like, wow.
Yeah.
Great call. Will chop, but makes the correct read there.
Sniffed it out. And we'll realize that queens were good before that club rolled off. So, yeah, they did. Avatar, I guess.
Best emojis in the game over there.
I was touring the offices in Seoul, and I actually walked by, and I don't know if it was like a plant, because I was kind of getting a tour. I walked by and I saw one of the design team's computer screens, and my avatar was being worked on. And I was like, my teeth haven't been that white, and my hair hasn't been that full in a long time. But give me this guy's name, because he's on the Christmas list. Did right by me, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, they don't mess around.
Greenwood. Queen 10 offsuit. Playing as a limp. Nikita goes behind the lenses, checking back to Jack 8, and flopping himself a flush. Greenwood could remain interested here. He's got all kinds of problems.
Yeah, what a start for Makita today. Greenwood, yeah, it looks like he might start betting at this.
Yeah, presumes that most of the ace-X is supposed to be his. Unclear, though, on balance.
Also,
whether or not
you
he'd
know,
be limping off of this big stack here. The lead for 20,000.
More of the suited king, queen of spades type of hands in his range. Obviously, some of them will raise, but Makita, what a flop.
50,000.
And he's not going to slow play. And Greenwood going nowhere. Drawing dead.
Oh, wow. Straight flush now for Bads as Greenwood finds the 10 high flush. Now, clearly he falls to every other spade in the deck. The king, queen, jack, or 8. But it's tough to have a spade in a spot such as this. Flush over flush is so rare.
Yeah, interesting to see how this goes now.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series from here in Jeju. Ali Najad joined now by the czar, Brian Rast, back here at the desk, ready for this final table in the 100K short deck. Rast, most of the time, when I say final table, we expect that everybody at that table is in the money, soundly. Not the case here, though, as we know that only 6 will be paid in the quest for 1.1 million. The bubble, $240,000 thick. So things rate to be a little bit cagey. And as we dive into the app, Rasty, Makita, Badziakouski, it was all him en route to this FT. A big green god candle. 2.8 million in front of him, dethroning Sunya Chi, who came in as the chip leader. They are the only 2 ahead of the average stack of 1.5 million. Boss, Paul Pua, 46 antes, down in 7th. Obviously, that big gap between him and Xiao Wu, I would imagine everybody's going to be leaning and waiting to see what Paul does here on this money bubble at the FT.
Yeah, no doubt. You know, every tournament is different, and when you have a smaller field like this, it just shifts where the bubble is. And so now you made the final table, but you might not make the money.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, 240,000, the jump, 66,000 from there. Every single payout, as you can see, is going to be worth more and more. And a 7-figure payout, a lot of runway between the min cash and that first place prize. So chips are going to be precious, and they're going to be dealt with in that manner, one would imagine, here in this 100K short deck, the penultimate event, as our British producer James likes to refer to it, second to last. You know, you get it.
Yeah, you know,
well, hang on.
There's quite a few antes in play in this.
Well, we'll get to that, Rasty, as now we got to get it down to Luca Vivaldi for our final table intros. Hold that thought.
We've had 34 entries in the biggest buy-in short deck event here at the Triton Series in Jeju. 100K short deck is down to the final table of 7, and it's my pleasure to introduce you to them. In seat number 1, with 2 million from China, please welcome Sun Ya Chi.
Chi first joined us all the way back in the Philippines in 2016, where his lone ever Triton cash took place, 6th in a charity event for $132,000, looking to make the money here.
Seat number 2 from Hong Kong with 1.1 million, please put your hand together for Winfred Yu.
Winfred, 5.6 million in career Triton earnings, a 2-time title winner, 12 cashes, just 1 thus far in 7 attempts coming in here in Jeju.
1.4 million for a seat number 3 from Canada. Please welcome Sam Greenwood.
Greenwood, a Triton OG, 32 cashes, 1 title, 13.2 million in career Triton earnings, hunting his 4th cash of this festival.
Seat number 5 from China with 1.1 million. Please welcome Wu Xiao.
Xiao, one of the snipers. First ever Triton Festival, played both the short decks coming into this one, did not cash, looking to avoid that fate here today on the money bubble.
Seat number 6 from Belarus, our chip leader with 2.8 million. Please put your hand together for Mikita Badziakouski.
A legend of the Triton streets. Bads first joined us in the Philippines in 2017. He has compiled a staggering 26 cashes, looking for his 27th and possibly his 5th title.
Seat number 7 from Malaysia with 553,000. Please put your hand together for Mr. Paul Pua.
You can't say the words Triton Super High Roller Series and not think about this man. It was his idea many years ago that brought us here. 36 career cashes, 1 title, 17.6 million.
Seat number 8 from the US, 1.3 million. Please welcome Jason Koon.
Was that what I think it was? A backflip by Jason Koon, looking to flip this FT on its head and pick up his 11th title and possible 46
The button
cash.
has been drawn to seat number 6. We still have the last 10 to play on ante 12,000, button ante 24,000. I wish you all the very best of luck. Tiare, shuffle up and deal, please.
So Jason comes in 4th in chips and comes in on form. Finished 4th in the 50K short deck main event. That was worth 330,000, 26.8 million plus in career earnings here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. But as you were talking about, a lot of antes out in this field. Ras, finish that thought.
Yeah, I mean, the average stack is 121. Paul, the shortest, has 46, but after him, 90 for Zhao. So a lot of play here. I mean, especially if Paul, you know, gets a double or chips up a little bit, you know, bubble could take a minute.
You're not wrong about that.
And also, let's not.
Quarters for
Was that a backflip?
Same.
But with like
one
with
moment.
pants on.
It was a backflip.
Yeah, with pants and everything.
Oh, 24.
I owe one more blue. There you go.
No, my producer just ribbed me. And no, I cannot do a backflip without pants, but I imagine it's much harder with pants. That's the point.
There is no state of dress in which I could perform a backflip.
No.
Greenwood.
I would be scared to perform one. I feel like that could go really wrong and I could end up in the emergency room.
If there's a swimming pool and a diving board involved, I'm in there.
Okay.
But otherwise.
Yeah.
Greenwood going to be in there. Ace, king suited, all in announced.
No respect to the chip leader, huh?
asking.
A lot of respect for the chip leader. I could have raised called it if I had.
I know you will.
Nikita.
You would play
Prep.
the same way.
You have asking.
Saying no respect for the chip leader, but
是的要5个嘛。
You have
with a hand like
红色的
that,
5个不用。
Greenwood ready to go, comes in third in
5
chips.
for Mr. Sun.
Anybody else have one base?
No,
No?
no, no. Mine is 2.
you
For the
too?
chip race, yeah.
Sorry. One.
Thank you.
包里没压线啊。
Oh, they're coloring
Send it.
off. Okay.
Send it.
We did it, Winfred.
Taking those 1Ks out of play.
What? Damn it.
Yeah. So 30 coming out, 30 going in.
Water, please.
你要什么？
没有啊，拿水。
哦，
All right.
来拿。他今天30个 NT 打到。
15 and 30.
好弄。
啊，你不怕
That's
他
the
啦？
level we play now.
跟他打先。
The impacts are immediate in terms of stack depth. Pua now 36 antes, 2 to 1 is Sha Wu with 72 antes. 6th out of 7 runners, just in front of Pua. King, queen. Played as a limp.
你看这个中。
And is that the kind of posture out of this second biggest stack that's mindful of both the ICM pressure that Bads could be placing upon him, as well as just the hand itself?
Yeah, he's in early position up front, and I think he's both mindful of Bads being in position, but again, getting such a good price, you know, are you really going to pass everything?
Obviously, passing not what's on others' minds once the pot is open in the form of a limp. So you see Bads coming along from the cutoff. Pua, involuntary participant who makes a pair of 8s and is actually in the lead against the field here. And a lot of times these sorts of boards down there in that range, the rest of the field at VPIP kind of assigns to the check back range. You know, this is a 5, 6, 8 board, so that 9, 7 stuff can be repped.
Yeah, Paul, there's a lot of value in betting his hand for protection. That's what he's thinking about. He can have the 7-9, the 6-8-2 pair. He'd love to clear out overcards. As you can see, this basically just cost him the pot. But, you know, the flip side is he's really short. So betting is a pretty big commitment for him chip-wise. And, yeah, I mean, he's also not going to raise all the aces up hands. Paul's probably not raising ace-6 and ace-8 there. So wouldn't have been surprised to see him bet that flop. And he was definitely thinking about it.
65,000 then is what's on Sun Ya-Chi's mind, having connected with the better queen in spite of the presence of the ace. Bads calls the 65.
Feels like this river probably goes check, check.
Now both players share the ace kicker. Bad development for Chi.
You'd imagine both guys pretty happy to just get to showdown and hope the other guy was bluffing.
Does get shut down, and the two will chop it up. Taking a look at Sun Yaqi's Triton track record in terms of events played, it was just the 50K short deck main that he failed to cash thus far here in Jeju, but did play long deck out in London. That was all the way back in 2019, so Chi joining us after a roughly 5-year absence. Jack 10 offsuit.
I don't think that the city moves slow enough for me.
Ooh, not interested.
That was respecting the chip leader.
Yep. Directly to his left. Poor seat draw in terms of this FT for Xiaowu. Not specific to him, of course, but just in general.
Yeah, I think for now that they're really deep.
We got a chance.
Oh, looks like he has an ace.
Yep. A dusty one, though. The suited effects are not quite as powerful in short deck, though the flushes are.
I think now that they're deep, being out of position to the chip leader, I mean, so many antes, it's bad, but as they get shallower, again, I feel like sometimes it's better to be out of position, because that just gives you the opportunity to move in and, you know, actually pick up pots, because once it's folded to the chip leader and he just starts jamming, and then you see guys kind of folding really tight. So sometimes being in position to the chip leader when the stacks get a little bit shallower can be the most brutal, because you're just faced with all-ins all the time. Let's see if Sam comes with limp or raise.
Second tour of duty with this exact holding.
Yeah.
Last time we saw him rip.
On.
This time as well.
I mean, it's a big move. He has 100 antes.
Well, not nearly as many antes for Paul Pua. In the hijack here with this ace-10 suited, he knows that Greenwood's range, and he did turn that ace-king suited up, by the way, last time when Makita said no respect for the chip leader, having been on the button on that prior occasion, that Sam's range should be narrow enough that the ace-10 suited decides to fold. Well served to have done so. And again,
Clubs again? Wow.
a free peek.
Keep giving to me. I'll keep going all in with it. Ace King of Hearts. Come on.
Greenwood. Suggesting suits have something to do with his approach. Being facetious, of course. Bads. Jack 10 off.
It's a really big all-in jam. Like, if you think about it, there's 8 antes out there. You're going all in. Let's just approximate 100 antes. 100 to 8. That would be like, if in a big blind ante, 2.5. It's more than 10x, right? So it'd be like you have 30 blinds and you're just jamming. You don't really see that.
In long deck?
Yeah. In long deck, you don't.
Upside is there, though. And Bads will haul it in. Stone money bubble, of course. This is a delightful setup for Bads.
我肯定给他考了。
Pua,
He's like,
shorty.
yeah, right.
我應該問錯啦。
He's like, yeah, right, bro.
A 圈
I mean,
A 圈
it's not like I will go any cards, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
I have to be very
就不用
selective.
問啦，
In
從來
that
未
spot,
開過
for
AK 啊。
sure. I had the same situation yesterday. It's just like, I'm just going to get called by queens, like.
人家说说不好不敢和伊拉碰是吧？
Just like the tournament right there.
Yeah.
圈圈也是秒跟。
He doubles to Nikita and then
他什么牌他有可能 A 勾呀，什么乱七八糟的还推呢嘛。现在筹码多是抢筹码。
問錯啦，我應該問雙種 AQ suited。
A 勾就不去了。A 皮蛋同色我得考虑。
QQ。
现在先考虑一下，因为一会儿就有可能。
A 皮蛋好过一堆皮蛋哦。
哎，是真的，这个是有一说一是真的。
你碰到 KK 還有機會。
對。
What?
Greenwood
Oh, easy money.
takes a walk.
Ace king suited.
Vibes are Chepper considering that one of these 7 is going to go home empty-handed here, Rast, and that could be very expensive. At a minimum, 100K, maybe even 200 or 300.
You know, some of the jamming obviously were on the bubble, also a function of the hand equities running closer here. So a jam really leveraging the ICM pressure and avoiding the spot where someone opens and gets jammed over. So you're just cutting that off and jamming yourself. But it is interesting because on risk to reward, it'd be like 100 ante shove would be kind of like jamming for 30 blinds in a big blind ante spot.
Not a jam, but 90 to go from under the gun as we bear witness to the power of this landscape and this chip stack for Badziakouski, but kings are kings. Sunyachi. Second biggest stack at the table.
Wrist.
And he's coming with a 3-bet.
Well, if Bads' range is wide, when he opens and Sunyachi is willing to 3-bet him, we make presumptions about a far tighter range of hands. Although yesterday, Rast, we saw Tan Xuan activating on multiple occasions versus Rene von Krevelen when he held the chip lead, and Tan was to the direct left. Something caught your attention there in terms of laydowns?
Yeah, well, it looked like there was 1 or 2 queens, which obviously there could only be 1, so it was a brief glitch that got folded behind him. But yes, no, in this exact spot, we saw Tan Xuan take, you know, his own approach to being in second to the chip leader.
We saw him take it to the streets is what
Yeah.
he did. I had never witnessed anybody go as hard as Tan did at a chip leader, second in chips, at an FT, where the ICM pressure was so real. It really was something to behold. And we certainly encourage you to go back, watch the archives, and while you're at it, head over to Poker Steak. Maybe there's a taste still available. We do have one event taking shape elsewhere in the room, and if you missed out on Jeju, then make sure you remind yourself to head over and maybe grab a piece of your favorite player here on the Triton Super High Roller Series at our exclusive staking partners, where you can get action, rake and transaction fee free, all with guaranteed winnings. Why else would you get involved in the staking streets anywhere else? Queen Jack suited now. Winfred will play it as a limp.
And we have the ace-9 suited here. One of those hands that sometimes you see some aggressive plays, but...
Yeah, activations just due to the solver attributes of it. Its counterpart in long deck is ace-5 suited. We've touched on these points throughout every short deck event, but for those who might be joining us for the first time and wondering how come there's no deuces through 5s, mysteries solved. And now, all of a sudden, Bads piles from the button, Rasty. This is brute force. Here's the crazy part. Both Winfred and Xiaowu, they're experienced enough to know that Bads is doing what he's supposed to be doing here. And yet, even though you know that he could be up to no good, with holdings such as that, you are just powerless to do anything about it.
Yeah.
And even when you have a lot more hand than those two have, talk about queens sometimes. You're just so disincentivized to continue. And on the topic of continue Bads, up and over 3 million here.
只有撞中你 AAKK 嘛，对不对？他推出来的牌 ASK 都不怕你嘛，你这个牌关键是这个时间段嘛。
今天肯定不用埋伏了，他一个A8 A9，我就没有领先很多了。
所有的 A 都可以推 ，A6，因为没区别，你又不会靠他 A 牌球。
No shame in folding.
No shame in folding.
Paul trying to negotiate a muck. Queen Jack offsuit. As they have a playful exchange. Bads leaning. Jack 7 is in a bad way against Boss. Little does he know it. 390.
No more empties.
Pua knows that it's going to be on him to take a stand at some point, we would presume.
Yeah.
In the effort to get us into the money.
Yeah, he can't. He's going to lose the waiting game. He's just so far behind the other stacks.
But is this enough, Rast?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, he knows Makita's doing this with probably all hands.
Let's spin.
Oh, Makita's not going to like this.
No. And
Yeah,
conversely, Pua very much is.
You call Queen Jack?
Oh, there's too many time
Bads
bets.
a little bit surprised that Paul
I'm
would
the
dig.
low, I'm the shortest.
Explanation provided, and 65% equity provided as well to this dominant holding.
I mean, he's the shortest by more than double.
Oh, boy. Ace, 9, 7, Rast. Bottom pair for Bads. The advantage so clear. Can Boss find the queen? No, a 9.
Not a bad card.
Yeah, add aces to the makes to counterfeit that 7. That's Pua. 6 outs once. Here on the money bubble. And there it is, the counterfeiting river as a nod of affirmation. Justice.
Don't in folding. Such a bad hand. And I'm the shortest. No ICM.
来说这七勾推的
No.
哎，七勾推的好。
Playful admonishment from Pua.
我马跟第6的差太多了，他这个他都不应该推的。I'm too far away from 6. Double up this
Not
level.
anymore, bro. You're back in the game now.
Yeah, still shortest by 120.
Let me give this. 1, 2. Just give me 400 back.
Yeah, okay.
So many interesting
Easier.
points
Better, easy to
illustrated
pass to me.
in that back and forth.
Easier.
Put everybody's stack
Right.
in.
Let's not even say who's right about whether he should call or not.
Well,
But the
still
truth
have-
is that if your opponent is going to call you wider, let's say you know, Paul's thinking, I have less than half this group of middle stacks. I need to gamble if the spot's good. Well, then might not be right to shove any 2 cards
nice
if you're
to see it,
Makita.
like, you know, with a medium
This is
stack
one of
and
the
just see
little
people going
intricacies
all
of
in on the
ICM.
bubble.
Yeah, ICM might say in some spots you get to just shove any 2, but if your opponents aren't folding super tight, well then,
Well,
you
it's
kind of end up just
specific-
punting.
It's specifically
not easy
against
spot.
Paul, though, who is the short stack. As you heard him say, no ICM. For him, the perception that I know
it's not easy for
I'm so far behind, I'm going to have to find the spin. So 2 antes invested already, and a hand that, you know, performs reasonably against the wide variety of holdings that he thinks Makita's going to be leaning on him
No,
with.
sure, but I'm not even trying to analyze that spot in terms of should Paul have called. I'm saying a more general point about these spots.
And whether or not Makita should have taken it.
Yes. Because, well, you know, maybe he doesn't know what Paul's thinking. It's just something to realize is that maybe you think my opponent needs to fold really tight, but if they don't, then you're kind of, you know,
no short stick.
It's not a good spot anymore because you don't have the fold equity.
Look here, though. 8-9 offsuit, rip, and Jason bins 9s.
Can you give me a stack of blues?
And Jason, of
have
course, is
another
going
hammer
to
chip.
be approaching it differently than Paul, although Paul now, having doubled, is in sort of a 3-horse back-of-the-pack setup. 64 antes for Winford Yu, 61 antes for Xiao, and then 60 antes for Pua.
Like the way you want to think about ICM in those spots is it kind of requires for it to work that way, everyone to take part in the story. But let's say you have this spot now where there's all these middle stacks and, you know, let's say only Makita has a lot more chips. He starts just jamming all in. Let's say one of these middle stacks just doesn't play the game and he starts calling with ace, queen, ace, jack, pocket jacks, hands that you're going to see these guys fold versus an open jam. Well, what's happening at the table is he's costing himself and Makita EV, and everyone else at the table gets some because now there's an all-in pot that's called, and one of the players is at risk of busting. Like, that's kind of how it works. So if you're the chip leader and you're just going all in every hand, I'm just telling people out there who are playing whatever tournaments they're playing,
Good run.
yeah, maybe the guys theoretically have ICM pressure, but if they're not responding to it by folding and they're just calling you, you're not playing well.
Bubble time.
It kind of requires the rest of the table being complicit.
Okay, big stack clash. We are happy.
I think a lot of times we can be guilty of maybe forgetting that there is still a little bit of nuance, still a little bit of attention that needs to be paid in spite of having the Warhammer at our disposal here. Stone money bubble, massive stack advantage. Bads played this one as a raise to 100,000, and note that it was in consideration of the fact that on the button was Sun Ya Chi, who dug in with Queen 10 and his flop top 2 against a gutter. 275 in the middle.
I also don't want to say Makita made the wrong play. That wasn't the point. I'm just trying to make a general point to the audience out there without commenting on that hand specifically. Anyways.
Understood.
Yes.
$60K C-bet raise declared. Sizing TBD. There it is.
Okay.
Sizing big.
In Chinese.
Of course.
I think he don't know how to. He didn't say how much, you know.
Oh, yeah.
It's the wrong table to be a cheap leader.
It's still
No,
fine.
I see
It's just not quite as good. It's
it.
still good. But it's not. It was the same as our final yesterday with Tan and that Renee dude. That Renee dude kept trying to put ICM pressure on Tan, and Tan was just blasting
wow, he
him,
played
bro.
so good. Then.
Yeah, he did.
I think he played very well.
No, he did play good. I mean, he was making all the right moves.
There was a hand when he limp raised Martin and Martin fold ace king. He 10 limped under the gun. There was 2 over limps. Martin isolate button and 10 just go limp raise with queen 9 suited.
Oh wow, Martin had ace king that hand. Sick.
Oh, I didn't see the hand.
You were at the table?
Yeah. Yeah.
Reflections upon yesterday's 50K final table, where Tanchuan really did impress not just us in the booth, but his peers out there as well. It's Koon and Bats watched back. Meanwhile, Ace-King. Xiaowu looking for customers, and kings. Might they be too much hand for Jason Koon?
This is a tough spot for Koon. Let's see what he comes with, because we know, we've been seeing these equities. Kings is only like 52-45 or something like that in this spot. So he's okay. So he's taking it.
It's a call. I'll call it.
If your opponent can have queens and jacks, though, that's when you really start hitting the equity, or hands like king, queen. But you don't love seeing the ace.
Queens?
Okay, so...
No, I wouldn't add queens.
So it's 54-43 advantage Koon, who has the covering stack, just 170 separating them coming into this exchange. 1.9 million in the middle.
Koon saying he would have folded queens, which I definitely believe.
But he'll be okay about having called the kings for the time being here. The 10 and jack working toward Broadway for Xiaowu. Turns, no help. And just a queen or an ace need to be faded by Jason to bring us into the money. And there is that ace, as again,
Nice hand.
Barry is that which keeps the money bubble intact.
It's 900.
Must be Jim.
That's brutal, by the way, Rasty, for Jason. The reason's quite obvious, but now just 170,000 remaining.
Oh. Nice hand.
Nice.
That's 11 annies, let's call it.
Yeah, Jason went for it, and we got another Barry on the river. That's kind of been the story at Triton here at Jeju. Just a little too often, I feel like, that ace on the river.
Dashing. The 10-time Triton title winner's hopes, perhaps. Although 170. Could see some spinning.
他11個 entry， 11個 entry。
Tens. Ooh. Fresh off of that double. Plays it as a limp. Jack 10 off into the bin.
Not a bad spot to limp for him either, because Makita, the chip leader's next. And he has the whole table to fade behind him, so can't just attack it relentlessly. Oh.
King for Sunyachi. Note that the gap is narrowed between he and Badziakouski, who run 2 and 1 respectively. He wants to call the herd. With a raise to 190, Greenwood with queens. This is the 4th biggest stack at the table.
I mean, there's a lot happening here. We have a UTG limp. Yeah, Greenwood just bows out. Might be scared of a limp re-raise. Would be an interesting spot, though. Let's say he called and it didn't get re-raised. Koon being all in gives him some protection because there's now a dry side pot. So see what Koon navigates here. We can see that because his ace is live, he actually has decent equity, but he can't feel that good about his hand.
Is the choice to size to 190 as opposed to more than that from Sunyachi just in consideration of ensuring that Jason gets all in? And not going beyond what's necessary. That, I mean, 20K more, but
I mean, 190 is a decent sizing. I think he, you know, he's sizing it big enough that maybe Zhao Wu can fold some hands, continue with some hands. And yeah, I think he wants to ensure Koon is all in.
And with kings, by the way, he's not worried about having to take a flop here. Koon, though, harmful. Limp fold. Well served to get out of there. Ace, Jack, 7, and Koon would have had the ace and the lead. Instead, heads up, collision.
I don't think 10s can do anything here except fold.
Rates to culminate
If I fold, you will call?
in a check fold.
Yeah, I
There
would
it
call.
is.
Probably would have won.
Interesting.
See the Johnnies?
I don't think Wu Xiao's trying to rub salt in any wounds there, but Jason obviously disappointed enough without that question. If I fold, will you call? Yeah, I probably would have called.
And I think he diagnosed the situation accurately, that he probably would have won. So good read by him. Maybe a bit of a function of the fact that, well, obviously Zhao folded, but then the bet size coming from Sun Yaqi, who's, by the way, now tied with Makita. So there's a dual chip leader, 2.56 million.
75.
Jacks for Bads. Takes us up 2.5. Little suited connector.
Yeah, Koon can, I think he can move all in and it counts as a raise, which is why Makita chose this size.
Because he wants to allow any raise by Jason to open the action back up?
Yes, which might then prevent people from calling it.
Okay.
And he then gets heads up with jacks against Koon to, you know, win all the antes.
你一推他，他100%的跑，没有任何还手。
我得有牌啊！我操！
没有牌推他了，咣当一推他，他100%跑了。
也不是100%吧？
后面那小短马，他的牌 A 还能那什么？
会的，为什么呢？我跟你讲为什么？因为他会开的，因为他靠短马更不敢推，因为他靠一定会靠短马 all in， 所以他 A K K 反而要加。
A 没有加住了，哎呀，那么潜台只有一个。几率可小了。啊，刚刚我你的牌，我拿80，我都推了他。
这个动作你来做，孙子。
哎，我给你搞他。
你来做，孙子我不行。
我给你搞他。
搞谁啊？
我搞那筹码多的。我现在也不是最多，刚刚是最多，现在还是最多。
I don't think you're going to find yourself at a short deck table all that often without there being a little Mandarin involved. Rasty?
Yeah, probably not, huh, Ollie?
Tremendously popular game out in the Far East. Enthusiasm on full display. Koon showing enthusiasm for his final 120K. Back around the Bads.
Great overall spot for Koon. Everyone folds and the button hasn't snap called him, so Makita must have a pretty dusty one.
Yeah, the call does eventually come in. What do we have? Oh, this wasn't an all-in. Koon left himself 5K back. So we look up at King Queen 8. Jason has checked it.
Mostly just a function of wanting to save his 5K, I would guess.
Makita checked back. Ace on the turn.
890，还有一种
Koon has checked once more.
Like that 5K represents life and a chance to win what's in the pot.
River brings the 10 of clubs, and now the 5K gets flung out there. 4 to Broadway, 3 clubs, and it is
Trapped him.
Broadway on the turn for Jason. Makita with just
I
a 10.
definitely should not spend the time bank on this. So what is it? 120, 240, 1 million chips. 240 plus 30, 60, 75, 300. So 1 to 60.
I mean, what does he beat, Rast?
I'm gonna spend time bank. God damn it. 1 to 60. Time bank is more expensive.
Especially because Jason's willingness to enter the pot for almost all of his chips, we would imagine, is attached to a whole host of hands.
I mean, he's
Better than
basically
10s.
beating like 7s and 9s, I think, and he has a 9.
Because we don't expect an 8x combo.
Yeah,
no, okay, maybe, yeah, maybe
Fold.
like 8, 9.
Yes! No, I'm just fucking with you.
I never win.
I got this.
Two nines.
啊，这还一对9，最后投个鸡，我操！这
Does Jason bluff those? Maybe. But those would be like the hand 7s, 9s, 8, 9.
Yeah.
7, 10.
10, 9.
10 9.
10, 9. Here be.
Pocket 9.
No.
No pocket 9. I had the nuts on the turn.
Pocket 9. Flop.
Fuck, so stupid. 1 chip. And I spent time bank on this. That's the most ridiculous part.
Sounds like I did something right.
King 10 off now as Jason continues to scrap and fight.
Should have called. Made a mistake.
Kings ran into
No,
Ace
you're
King.
right.
They look good until the river.
I had it.
That's where most of the damage
这个招
happened.
数挺多，我靠
Here
了，这
he's
么小
looking
钱满了，总加注，加的你这不爽哦。我还想他
King 10
这
off
有
to
个什么
work.
想法啊？假设后面2张 all in，
Look at Martin Nielsen back there on the rail. He wants to see what's happening.
Nice little spin by oh, uh-oh.
How much is it?
270.
Ace 10 for Bads. Count requested. Only 50K back for Koon.
I think he probably goes with it versus this few antes. Ace 10. He just jams, puts Paul in a tough spot. Paul's got to fold almost everything. It's only like 20. Jason only has like 21 antes, looks like.
Makita giving it some thought.
All in?
Eventually decides
Goes
to
inside.
ensure that Pua doesn't come along as he says all in.
The ace 10 should perform well enough, especially given the overlay from the pot against Jason's range, I think.
So into battle he goes. And might he be able to issue a bad beat here on this money bubble? He's taken one. It would certainly feel just,
You guys
even
rooting
though
for
it
me?
wasn't Makita that did it to him.
Not this hand.
Oh, king in the window. There it is, Jason.
就是五路 A。
Not of affirmation as he is connected with top pair on this board.
Ooh, and there goes
Yeah.
1/3 of Makita's outs. No ace of diamonds.
剩下2張 A 啦。
Nothing to worry about other than a black ace on the river.
320.
And this time,
Oh,
Barry
yeah.
isn't home. And Jason Koon with the necessary double. Short stacks have been performing well here.
Well, we're right back to being on the bubble. I mean, after this double-double, not to be confused with a tasty burger from In-N-Out, Jason is really almost even with Paul and Winfred, although that group of players is significantly below Greenwood, so there's been some separation of that group, but yeah, firmly back in the bubble, and nobody at the table liked to see it, and not just because Jason Koon is an amazing short deck player, but obviously also because all of them earn a cash. But that 7th place slot that's so disgusting is still available for all of these fine players.
Sunyachi, 2.5 million. Up top, the only other 2 million plus stack belongs to Badziakouski. 2 other 7-figure stacks. Midfield. Then you see Jason maintaining contact with Paul Pua. Important to be able to do that so as not to end up in that war of attrition with nobody else on the battlefield. Nine off plate is a limp up front. Winfred.
Oh.
Ace Jack right behind Makita now.
The antes have not increased, but looking at the clock, it looks like they will next hand. Sun Yakui's really deep here, so seems like Makita probably chooses an open raise size as opposed to just jamming. He also wouldn't mind inducing Winfred with like ace queen.
All in.
Ooh.
There's the rip. $10-9. Easy fold and a begrudging one behind it from Winfred. You love the cuffs, by the way. That paisley detail.
Did I pay time bank?
Stepping it up. Here at the end.
Did I pay time bank? I did. Whew.
And he's
not
up.
in position, you know, to jam around anymore.
20 and 40. 3 stacks toward the bottom. Winfred, 55 antes. Pua, 52. Jason Koon, 47. As Winfred picks up 2 10s. Could see worlds where he doesn't really want to get involved with this sort of hand under the gun. But let's see. Yep.
Yeah, he's getting a great price, but so far every time he's limped, basically somebody has jammed behind and he's just had to fold.
$120.
120,000, says Bats.
I think this is too much hand here. And Koon has fold equity versus Makita. So stick most of it in.
Raise.
Yeah. Leave a little bit behind in case the crazy situation where Sunyachi and Makita get it all in behind you, which would mean one of them has aces for sure. If
Not sure what the deliberations are for Jack 7 off.
How much is this? How much? 65万。
folds from Chi and Bads, allowing Koon to haul this one back in.
Ollie, didn't that feel like a I'm the chip leader moment?
From who?
From Sunya Shi. Right? I mean, what else is it? The guy's got Jack 7 off facing a raise and an all-in. He's not actually. He just wants everybody to acknowledge that but there's a new chip leader right now, and we've raised and 3-bet into me, and I'm going to ask how much it is.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Little things like this, by the way, can sometimes be on display in a subconscious manner, you know, where we've had some positive reinforcement in the past. We're conducting ourselves in that way in terms of ensuring that nobody has lost sight, you know. If you're looking for the crown, it's on my head.
Yeah, Makita had after the first hand, the respect the chip leader. Oh, this isn't a table where it's good to be the chip leader. But now Sunya Chi's like, how much? Oh no, okay, no, fold. Yeah, that's too much for the Jack 7 off. Just anything is too much, but.
Well,
I'm the chip leader, boys.
Jack 7 off for Bads here, which has got him raising. Pua Ace 10. Nope. Ace King though. For Chi. He will rip rather predictably. Tremendous pressure being placed upon Badziakouski.
Okay.
And by the way, for me, that's a data point. Rast, I think a lot of times you put, you know, you send a little sentry out there, a feeler, if you will, just to find out what sort of gear.
30 anti here, 30 anti here, 30 anti there. Yeah.
Your chip leader is going to have.
I give you. Okay.
You with me there? You know what I mean? You just run a little bit of an experiment, and then the test comes back positive. Maybe you try it one more time. For RVK, by the way, yesterday in the 50K, Tan Xuan definitely gave him multiple results that suggested that he should have made a little bit of an adjustment. He stuck with the program, and it cost him dearly.
You need to listen. I think it's important. Your point is a very good one. But I just want to make a nuanced addition, is that it's very important what you consider the result of the experiment. In this particular spot, Makita raised garbage, as they say in France, the Jack 7 off, and he got a result. Another player moved all in. Well, that player had Ace King and showed it. Very different than the result of the other experiment with Tan Xuan, because Tan 3-bet him with Ace 10 off, which you'd expect most people to fold. So the result isn't necessarily based on the fact that you receive aggressive action, like you're expecting someone to fold aces. It's what, if you receive aggressive action, what do they have?
Well, you don't always get the luxury of knowing. It could just be a pre-flop lean, and then, you know, there's the delay, and the free peak doesn't always come. So if we're sitting there and we're going, all right, it's quite clear the guy number 1, I'm number 2 in chips, when I open pots, isn't afraid to get after me and put me in jail. Now I need to maybe step away from the penitentiary.
No, I agree. I agree. And in that particular case, Tan was specifically coming after him almost every time.
Yeah.
Whereas in this case, Makita's opened, and it hasn't been one person. It's been this person, that person, other person, who've all woken up with hands.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, you know, you remember that other final table where Sir Watts, Mike Watson, he just ripped and no one ever woke up with anything, right?
Yeah.
And I was even noticing at some point, wow, it's just amazing. No one ever has a hand. You see sometimes in short tech people just wake up with hands, and sometimes they don't.
I had one.
But a lot of times, those hands that one wakes up with that might, under other circumstances, feel as though getting into the mix will not, strictly in consideration of scenarios like the one that we have on our hands here. 240,000 the min cash. 0 for 7th. Chip leader. Sunya Chi, Bads, 300 dimes behind. And you got Wu Xiao, Sam Greenwood in 3rd and 4th. before you focus on the leaner stacks in the room.
What does Paul want to do
Wait.
Oh.
here? He's under the gun, 7-handed. He's getting short. I mean, this is a hand that he could try to pick up the 160 in the middle. That would be a significant pickup for him.
Sure.
But he's got to fade 6 players behind him. You got to think if he moves all in, some of the players are folding ace-jack. You know, maybe pocket 10s, pocket jacks getting folded. He's not getting anyone to fold queens plus or ace-queen, I don't think. Yeah.
Takes his time before announcing all in. 700,000. 35 antes.
Oh.
Ace king for Winfred. Now he has Paul covered by just a nose.
Yeah, by 1 ante it looks like, right? Because it's counting 700 plus the ante that's in the pot. Let's see what answer Winfred comes up with. I'm pretty sure he's supposed to put the money in here. It's also beneficial to him to try to bust Paul in a spot where they're the 2 shortest stacks by quite a bit.
Yeah, Paul's is the only stack that Winfred could bust.
And ace-king definitely rates to be a favorite against Paul's range. As we can see, Paul's shoving ace-10 suited, so he would shove ace-jack, ace-queen, probably king, maybe king-queen, maybe not.
English.
What he said?
I said, like, if it's a flip, then we go chop on the 6th place. Now I cannot say anything.
Oh, Winfred's talking like that makes me think maybe he's going to fold.
We did see Seth Davies 3-handed against Watson lay down the ace-king in a couple of different spots. It was a very specific setup where he and one other short stack were jockeying for second against the massive stack of Watson, and Seth wanted to wait out the third-place player, but this a little different in terms of the money bubble, in terms of just how narrow Winfred perceives Paul's range to be.
Certainly.
Ace-king does perform so well, though.
Yeah, I can't imagine this would be a good fold.
Oh my
Like,
God.
what spot are we really looking for if we're not willing to take this one? Uncomfortable.
I fold.
Wow. Wow.
And Bads with the 2 queens shrugs his shoulders, giving credit to one of these 2 guys for having.
For Winfred, I think he would have called Paul. I think, but I think he realizes Winfred's range is like uber tight there, like maybe ace kings, kings and aces, probably. Yeah, he's even queens to ace king is a dog, right? So he's just a straight up dog against Winfred's range. Oh,
Ace, jack, jack, both players.
Jack.
Flop top pair, jack for the chop.
It's a grim flop for Paul.
Heart for a draw.
Hey,
Oh, there is the jack.
King cannot win, right?
Yeah.
Guaranteed chop.
Chop,
at that point.
Really chop.
You ready, chop?
Okay.
Jack space.
Jack of spades.
I think I was not supposed to shove the 700. You don't shove? I got Makita.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
你 fold 啦，他去了。
And you fold, he got me.
Oh, it's real Jack space.
This money bubble is proving very thick.
So yeah, Makita said basically he would have called if Winfred folded. So Makita kind of got saved by that.
Real Jack space. Amazing.
It's too good a spot for Winfred to get heads up with you.
If older I see queens, I'm so happy.
Basically dead on the flop. Sick.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Only backdoor flush.
An ace, and that's it.
Wow.
Ace for a chop.
You always got the backdoor straights and whatever, but like.
Not really. I mean,
Yeah,
a lot of the backdoor straights make him a house and it's over. Right?
Oh, no, it's ace jack jack. So king queen you win.
And you see 2 queen already. We get out and show 2 queen.
I mean, if he fold, I call.
And double. Good luck.
So.
Reverse, fold.
Long
shove.
I stack them. They just, everybody stacks Makita one way or the other.
Yeah.
I see Paul's not happy when I'm spending 2 time banks. I thought you have ace queen. Ace queen.
A little bit of separation with Makita.
Ace queen, easy fold.
You can put that stack in
My only
somewhat
hand
of a
so
precarious
far
spot. We
is
know that the
final
middling stacks are going to be very averse to getting out there, but specifically with Pua and Winfred both being short, does that change anything about the approach for this gentleman?
I think he feels like he can lean on all these middle stacks that might want to wait on Winfred or Paul.
Right, but I mean, he's got not 1 but 2 short stacks out there. And does that somehow lend to a higher likelihood that one of them is going to dig in or a lower likelihood?
What, that one of the short stacks will dig in?
Yes, Winfred and Paul.
I think it's a higher, yeah, it's more likely that one of them might dig in and wait, which means there's more pressure on the middle stacks to, I mean, the middle stacks can wait out 2 guys now, not just 1.
Greenwood. 2 queens. As we wait for him, and his decision is a meaty one. 1 million of his 1.3. We know this hand means business, and so we let it go.
Every time you do that part where you don't have the ante out and then you just quickly throw it in, I'm just like, oh, fuck.
It means like, you know, when you throw an ante in and he thinks like it's a call.
You snap call, basically.
Yeah, I'm just like, oh, shit. Paul's got aces.
Is it like this vegetable focaccia? Is that what it is?
Chinese pancake, I call it.
How is it? Yeah, but in the menu, how do they call it?
What, scallion pancake or something?
Okay. Looks good.
Onions and flour.
Winfred passing the ace-jack up front.
Yeah. Not looking as good as that scallion pancake, perhaps. This one looks good, though. Bats. Plays it as a limp, covering stack on the button for Sunyachi.
Wonder if Paul's thinking about limping behind here. Yeah, he wants to use Makita as cover. Try to, oh my. Sunyachi with a big one on the button.
Yeah, little does Pua know it, let alone Koon, who once the limp brigade is underway, wants to get involved, and a big wag of the finger. Feels like it could be inbound. Yep. Max pressure applications from the big stack here, not concerned about any
ace
trappiness.
You want some? You want to try?
No, 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 thanks. I'll eat later.
Ace king.
Okay. Fair. Where is Winfred? Oh, she's there. Winfred!
Oh, that's me.
Ay, 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 ay.
Round and round we go in this very tactical part of the program. Ace Queen for Bads. He wants to accumulate chips so desperately, Ras, but just has to be very mindful.
120.
Mindfulness coming in the form of an open to 120 on this occasion with this Ace Queen. Ace 10 for Pua.
Koon has a pretty good hand here. This, I don't think he's gonna flat. I think he's deciding between shove and fold. And yeah, he passes, which ended up being a great pass. Could have gotten into trouble there.
$12是吧
？12。
好。
Jack 9 suited.
Yeah.
Chi, the one guy that Bads doesn't want to see involved with him. And yet here he is, table for 2.
KK 我都不會推你兩個啦。
推啦，不推。
對。
King Queen board. Bads in front. Gutter for Sunya. Nikita checks it over. Go on, Raz.
Sunya, she probably doesn't have ace king here, right? He probably 3-bets it. And a definite holding you could be afraid of is king queen, but you know Mikita's blocking that, having a queen himself, so he could be behind, but probably isn't. Love seeing that check back. Now has to feel pretty good about his hand, I think, unless that jack gave Sunyashi a straight or jack's full. So it's, but probably wants to charge hands like Jack 10, Queen 10, Ace Jack, etc. And Sunyashi, this is a pretty grim spot here. Not really, I mean, yeah. Even a 10, I mean, now an ace makes a straight for our opponent, so.
After that round of checks on the flop where Mikita treaded lightly, he decides time to get busy and bets with Broadway and kings and queens to take it down. Chi hasn't proven himself to be
in this spot.
Yeah. I had a really fucking, really close one.
Activating
on the careful side. Next time I'll go crazy, I guess.
With anything raggy or thin spots here, you know, on the occasions in which he has leaned upon Mikita, as you pointed out, it's always been with hands that checked out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the craziest, I think he open ripped ace-8 off into a number of people earlier, and that's the wildest thing he's done, but not over a raise.
Yeah,
Just,
exactly.
Yeah.
It's one thing when he's entering the pot as the opener versus coming along.
Very tight fold. Fold.
Yeah, so Koon just said he thought that spot was super close with the ace-jack. He commented at the table in case you guys missed it.
What if I find you ahead? Huh? I would really hate my life seeing you jamming.
Oh, yeah. Sounds like
yeah,
you folded.
I had ace queen off. It would be so much pain.
Yeah.
Need to call 40
I don't know.
into almost 60.
Well,
What,
given
who didn't paint?
given what I folded, it was
Possible
probably.
it's me. I have
Given
no
what
idea.
I folded, it was probably.
What is it?
Mine? Here.
All good? What do you think?
I said, given what I folded, it would have probably been a good fold to fold ace queen.
10-10.
Yeah, but you have so many aces suited.
Yeah, but that's not that many combos. It's not like I have them all.
31, 33.
Well, thank you guys. They just did my job for me.
Yeah.
Thought I'd just be quiet and let everybody listen to Makita
I
and
mean,
Koon
these
break
are the
down that hand.
benefits of us laying out.
Race.
Rasty and I certainly do our best to preserve the table talk and allow you guys to listen in, as the thoughts of the players are always going to come before anything that we might want to interject.
100.
That's injecting from under the gun with ace-10, a 100K open, and ace-10 off.
You're smiling.
Perhaps, Rast, this range here,
All in, he said all in, he said all in.
the specific holding rather, playing back at the notion.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen Sunyashi get after it without the goods versus a Makita open. And I don't think he's going to... Last time he showed ace-king, but this time I don't think he's going to show.
No. He'll serve to do so.
King.
Makita must concede.
That's just an ace.
Hey, ace,
Yeah.
40. Yes. Yes, you took 125 only.
But then you need to give 5 more back.
Already?
Or already gave? Okay. Okay.
He's on the button, 40.
I didn't order this.
Core, is that not yours or what?
No, that's not mine. You can have it. I don't know what that is.
Like you mean all of it not yours?
No, this is
Ah,
mine.
okay.
Just that kit there.
30, 32.
Thank you.
One day, 68, 67, 43.
Makita keeping an eye on things as Sunyachi now establishing a firmer sense of separation. Koon, ace-9 suited here.
Looks like he's putting it in.
He does have 2 shorter stacks than his own lurking out there here on this bubble. The gap not huge.
No.
But when there's 2 guys that have, you know, over 10 annies less than you do, one of them perhaps
I mean,
we
normally
assume.
I would have paid, but since Winfred folded a 7,
You just caught me off.
no.
Might not be able to spin. You
But
know?
see, remember, when you're the first one in, it's good because people fold,
Huh?
right?
Sure.
And
You leverage the shorties in that way.
I mean, you got to find a
Anything
few
I would
spots
fold?
here and there to pick up the annies. To keep that lead over the shorts, it does require taking some risk from time to time. And what better hand than the ace-5 suited of short deck?
Yep.
Maybe like a 5-way all-iron.
Ace-9 suited.
Maybe his bottom suited ace and spade.
It was Jason, by the way, when Rast and I first commented on short deck with one another in Cyprus, who was kind enough to give us a little bit of a primer, and he really introduced us to some concepts, Brian, during that chat
So many times.
that
Every time.
gave us a glimpse into his depth of knowledge.
Oh, yeah, for sure. He's
learning.
been
In the
very,
short deck streets.
very helpful for short deck and definitely improved the quality of my, and I'm assuming your commentary on this quite a bit. So
I confess, I
Yeah.
learned short deck on the fly like so many who apparently have won titles when doing that. Shulman alluded to the title he picked up here in Jeju years and years ago, pre-pandemic, playing short deck. Didn't have a ton of experience in it. KCG also won a short deck event.
Yeah.
First time he ever played the game.
I got third in the 10K WSOP.
There you go.
In part due to that primer and obviously my time in the booth in 2022.
Pua, current shorty, 540,000. Winfred Yu, 600. Koon, the only other sub 7-figure stack, but that pickup, you see what it did for him. 19 ante differential between him and Winfred 22 between him and Paul. He can sort of lay back for the most part, not look to get himself into anything unnecessarily violent. $240,000.
See, that pickup from Koon really helped create some separation between him and the bottom stacks now.
Right.
So it's just, it's kind of the game. Someone else comes in, he's going to be pretty tight. You see, folded the ace-jack versus the open. You know, that's a contested pot. Someone else is saying they like their hand. But no one says they like their hand. Pick up one here or there. Stay alive. You know, maybe the deck will bless you with aces in a spot where someone jams or raises.
Chip leader raising under the gun in a spot and a setup such as this, it doesn't have to be ace-queen suited, as we have certainly learned when observing the likes of Tan Xuan, Rene von Krevelen, and Martin Nielsen yesterday, in particular when they were tussling multi-way before it was down to just the three of them.
It's been up only at the final table for Sun Yashi. I mean, he's 3.4, now has big-time separation between him and Makita.
Ace Jack for Winfred, one of those shorties. Jams it. $580. Sir Dusty, as is everything else in the field. So Winfred, big pickup there. That's actually a jockeying effort with Pua, as he too now puts a little bit of distance between the two of them. Now Rasty walked us through yesterday during the 50K short deck main the short stack threshold. In long deck, we know about 10 big blinds or fewer being an issue, but the way in which it gets calculated in short deck is in relation to how many pots. So if, Rasty, there are 7 out there, each hand there are 8 antes posted because the button is a double ante. And then you look at your stack in relation to what 4 times that amount is. So 32 antes, and you say, am I above or below that? Anything below, we designate ourselves as short.
Yes. So, because it'd be like orbits. So you have about 32, and that would give you 4 orbits before you would run out of chips if you didn't play a hand.
Note, by the way, that off of 64 antes, Xiao Wu has selected 7s fairly early to play as a jam. This comes as a bit of a surprise.
Certainly.
I didn't anticipate that at all.
And he just said he had ace-king.
No.
Gotta love it. I think so. I don't think everybody at the table would have made the play he just made.
拿到手里，我会很难受。
Jack 10. We will keep an eye on Wu a little bit more now after having seen that. Makita wants to play the Jack 10. Always nice when Sun Yachi doesn't get pesky. Winfred thought about the Queen Jack, but instead it is on to Greenwood. We'll check back. for 180. As it stands, top pair for Greenwood. Complete air for Bads. First to speak. And that 6-7 stuff, Rusty, you know, this is the stuff a lot of times just procedurally we feel as though is Greenwood's range advantage. Checking back the buttons, so trying to lead out, represent, and try to clear the blind is a more difficult proposition on board textures such as this.
Yeah, Greenwood does make bottom and middle pair a lot more, obviously. But
does check back, and now all of a sudden open-ender for Bads.
Maybe doesn't want to get carried away betting too much, since those hands are really susceptible to check raises. And so Greenwood decides to kind of slide this one into a bit more of a trappier line.
What he really doesn't want to do is make kings and nines, because that would give Bads king high straight.
120.
Yeah, as played, Greenwood has a pretty easy call here. It's not altogether super comfy, but I don't think there's anywhere to go. The good news for him in this actual hand is that if an ace comes, which is a bad card for him, he'll be making a good fold. The 9 is the really danger card. Now, he could get bluffed on some clubs. Oh.
That's not a card that rates to be bluffable.
No.
Trip kings now for Greenwood.
Let's see if this is not the card you're looking for really as your best bluffing card if you're Makita, but he has no showdown with Jack 10. Maybe if Greenwood had some hands with a 7 that decided to call turn or a queen, he can get those to fold. But yeah, shutdown here makes sense. Maybe with the 10 of clubs, he was going to bluff some clubs. You know, maybe he bluffs an 8. It's even possible he bluffs a card like a 10. But maybe not pairing the king.
So Makita, after swinging at the turn and coming up empty on the river, does seem to be waving a white flag. Greenwood thinking about how much value he can go for, or whether or not it's prudent to do so whatsoever, because obviously Bads could really put us in jail. How awkward would it be if Greenwood were to bet and then face a request for all of his chips, given the shorties that are out there? I think a little bit of that playing a role in the check back by Sam.
Check, check, club.
Knows that his hand is good a fair amount of the time, Rasty, but, you know, just being prudent.
Yeah. Certainly. Prudent and respectful. Maybe if Makita's chops.
Yeah, Makita definitely Rast a guy that could all of a sudden have a light bulb go off when we bet for value on the end. And if you want to go off, we got just the place for you. Our official timekeepers over at Jacob & Co. with wrist bling aplenty. If you want to step up to some of their museum quality timepieces, certainly encourage you to do so. Just get a look at that Bugatti piece all the way over on the right. Got to look at that hands-on in Madrid for the first time. Cyprus as well, it was on hand. Official timekeepers of us here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, Jacob & Co.
Paul keeps getting shorter. Down to 2 antes, it looks like. He's going for it.
Yeah.
You can't blame him. Wants to fade a call here. Has to get through, looks like 5 opponents.
No mercy in short deck. Every hand, an ante comes off. Note Winfred not interested in tussling with the king jack suited.
Ace 10 again? Jack 10. Suited. Jack 10.
Yeah. That, maybe not from Paul, from you, Jason. Shit. I saw a 10. I folded king jack for him. Jesus. I folded you.
I folded 10-9 suited today. Just open mucked it. Very careful. Hurts to do.
Ooh, a little king-queen suited for the chip leader.
Boom.
Who wants some? Chi playing it as a jam. Winfred, king, queen off.
Crying fold.
Crying fold declared.
Net.
We get it.
Crying fold.
Winfred's the most interesting of the laydowns. Thought I heard Sonny's voice saying the words 25, and there's the evidence. Ante up now. 25 and 50 we play.
Yeah, and not too unexpectedly, this bubble took a while.
Well, it's still intact.
But this could be the level because we have, I remember at the start of the final table, it was Paul with 40-something odd blinds, and everyone else was 100 or more, basically. And nope. Now the bottom 3 stacks of Paul, Winfred, and Jason have 23, 25, and 34 antes respectively. So it's getting shorter.
On.
Greenwood. When he's willing to jam, he's supposed to have some real kit in consideration of the shorter stacks than his own. But he too doesn't want to get whittled away at for too long.
Yeah.
Button's good.
Short stacks keep winning all ends on the bubble, so if you're short stack, you should just be calling all in, because you'll probably win. That sort of table, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Just call.
I did a few times.
Mm-hmm. But at the big stack, you know, big stacks can't be calling all in, but short stacks can be calling shoves because it's a short stack table.
Okay, so what are we doing here? 76, 33.
No, by the way, at the new ante level, Winfred sits 24 antes deep, Pua 21 antes deep. Ahead of them both is Jason Koon on the button here, 33 antes. 5th of 7 runners as it stands. Winfred chewing on an ace-9 offsuit.
Yeah. This offsuit, he's got to get through 5 people behind him. So Winfred feels like that's too much.
Queen Jack for Bads. He now has just 76 antes. Well behind Sunya Chi, but anytime Chi is out of the pot, Makita will default to being the boss stack. And boss stack behavior here as he makes it 1.6.
At 700, about 800. A little over.
Makita really feels like he's kind of been the person who, when he comes in the pot, people have hands behind him.
15.
No, everyone else just
again.
jam, fold, jam. Makita
3 anti-difference.
could be the second time
Very close
Paul
sticks.
calls him here with a hand that dominates.
Yeah, it is totally fine. I mean, like, there's no hand. I'm happy to see a call, so.
All right, so get the call a little wider here, huh? A little wider, not a lot.
Open discussions, by the way.
Doing this to me a second time. What is it? It's a jack.
As Paul dominates. You see Makita shaking his head saying, why are you doing this to me?
Flip in the short deck. I can afford one more. Not the end of the world.
Well, this is a
I still prefer to win.
peculiar
But good
coin.
luck.
If we're flipping Makita. Just 36% equity for the Queen Jack. And now a gut shot straight draw. You
Fair
see
raise.
Makita. Queen or
Always
10.
raise.
Equity preserved pretty well from pre-flop.
Mm-hmm.
Great card for Paul.
Spade coverage.
Hey, tall, hey, tall.
Couple of outs.
Spade.
Black 10.
Fall off the board.
Black 10.
Spade. Wow, I can only beat Mikita.
Pairs.
Average stack.
Ace
Average stack in
high.
this tournament is gonna be like
The
20.
shorters, like you say.
Like you
get
short the
You
money.
same
reminded
stack.
me I'm the
Will
shorters.
double.
Same
I would
stack.
have full.
You same stack.
赢了嘛？你肯定要推的了。你 A9同色。
Big bubble.
That's big
不
for
同色
obvious
你还
reasons for Paul.
还浪费一个弹屏，不都是扔红色也要扔的。
It's painful for Winfred, though.
Yeah, now Winfred's the shortest by a lot.
真的
I
拿
mean,
不到 A 圈
50%.
出吧，第六
Or
嘛。
sorry, Koon has 50% more chips than him, about 575, 765, and Paul's well over $1 million.
A 圈可能要推了，
A 圈推啦，A 高都推啦。
不推啦。你筹码多过我吧，泡沫吧。除非你不管是泡沫咯，啊？不懂，我也不会。
大巴哥这儿推出来，你 A 皮蛋来不来？
There was a bunch of cases when chip leader just busting a bubble, huh? In a short deck. Seen it many
？A 勾不来了嘛
Yeah,
？A 皮蛋他推出来，你 A 皮蛋来不？
来。
Okay,
A
on the
皮蛋有
heels
A
of
勾
that
赢嘛
one,？how about an updated glimpse at the state
不
of
懂 A 勾他会
affairs?
不会推吧？同色可能会。
Sonia Chi holding court with 136 antes. Sam Greenwood second 64 antes. Average stack 1.5 million, 58 antes. They're the only two above that threshold. Bads has slipped into third. 55 antes for him. Wu Xiao, 52 antes. Pua, 48 antes. Koon, 31 antes. And Winfred Yu,
You are the shortest now with
23.
a reminder.
Yeah, but I wouldn't
I'm the
group
short stack
Greenwood with Sunyashi.
No,
To me now, Sunyashi is really
You're not
kind
gonna
of
get
separated.
Winfred
He's
to
more
bust
than double
on the
second.
bubble, huh?
And Greenwood's in that group. I'd
I
say
haven't
from
done it
Paul to
for
Greenwood
so
now,
many
kind of as
years,
the
and
middle
I've done it on
stacks that are
25K.
they're all
Oh, wow.
around average.
Short deck?
And then
Oh.
separated from the
Yeah,
bottom,
so
Koon and
GG made it.
Winfred.
I got lots of
So
chips, I
I'd
just
stick
won the game,
Greenwood in
but
with that
go for the
middle
win.
crew.
What do you had?
Jacks.
Paul's got a little something
Cover two guys. Chip.
besides the
chip.
limp.
Ace Jack, Ace Queen. I got Jacks.
Mm.
Flop 5-5-4.
Turn.
Ace.
GG.
And Ace Queen was like
Plays
really
it as
short
a
too,
limp
so
rest.
as long as I beat Ace Jack.
I think Koon's going to limp
still
also.
make it.
Yeah, he's obviously worried about
Stone bubble or
Sunyashi
no?
Stone bubble.
trying to steal the pot, but he should be safe now.
Rip the 9-6 off. Do
By all means, I
it.
could have folded.
Do it.
Too tempting. With the two short stack. With it.
Happy to check back. Is Chi.
I didn't bubble that hand, but afterwards, like,
Right.
He's been a benevolent warden in this ICM penitentiary.
Yeah, hasn't gotten too wild. Taking a
Especially
few
if it's
spots here or there,
25K,
but nothing
huge
really
top
out of
money, long way
line.
to go
Would
anyway.
you say, Ali?
No, I think the only one that the
going
ace
for
10
two bullets, I don't
offsuit
wanna go
3-bet
mechanic.
over Makita, was that the one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
still,
but I mean, even
it's
that,
not-
you know, we can get behind it.
Yeah, to me, that's not out of line. He did it
No.
once, like, Makita was opening sort of into him a decent amount as well, right?
Sure. Round of checks, by the way, on this Jack-Jack 7 board. As Chi connects with a 6. Has the lead.
Could be open to a bluff.
Sure.
Feels like anyone who bets at this might be able to win.
Nobody did take a swing, and now fourth heart rolls off. Nobody with that heart, so Koon's got the winner.
Well, Koon, who may have been considering bluffing, now definitely won't. He's got kings up.
哎呀，思路该打呀。
And Koon's going to love to see this.
Full check down. That is a big pickup
思路该打
for
呀。
Jason.
对啊，都打有了呀。
你打我打你的，这八拍，我肯定打。
And for Winford, that's bad news as he's got less company now down toward the bottom of the leaderboard.
你没有，你大多数没勾没花的吧？
没有 Jack 没有花，是666了啊，就66了。
我这个牌要是打，我就得搞了。
没有是6-7勾 flop 吗？
我说我就得搞了，我打一小的，有人打我，我就跟咣就推了。
啊，你们想的都这样想，都没做呀，想的都感觉挺精彩的。
Yeah, really bad news for Winford, that pot.
感觉头脑风暴啊，想的都很精彩，一打一下一加一往。
沙巴哥 AP 埋伏。
真实的动作是 check check check。
130.
Greenwood takes it up. And again, we note that as now the second biggest stack at the table, Greenwood being willing to enter a pot, in particular one in which Sunya Chi has yet to act, should be within reason. Ace-Jack offsuit has run into Ace-King suited for Bads, though. And Bads, of course,
1.3 million.
wants to proceed with some caution.
1.3. This my chip, right?
Betting to 1.3.
Now Bads finally gets to do this to someone else after.
Yeah.
This has happened to him quite a bit at this final table.
Basically a jam.
Same hand.
It's the game of Ace King, huh? Everyone always show Ace King. You had Ace King?
I could have. Same result.
How much easier to get kings than aces?
Yeah, it sure is.
People keep getting ace king suited, which isn't any.
Get AA in the final table.
That was a good result there for Bads.
A little poker lesson. Koon just said he would have folded Ace-King. That was what he meant
In
by saying
terms
would have
of
been the same result.
Open and jam in front?
Yeah. If he had Ace-King, he would have folded. So.
Oi.
Sunyashi mashing. Oh.
Runs into the aces as Winford's patience rewarded.
Oh, yeah.
Hijack cut off 1.14.
A queen and a 10, so hurts us out.
I had ace.
And it would take a bad beat for the
Anything
bubble to burst.
Wow, you don't raise an ace.
No more.
Beats
Doesn't work.
when aces fall
I've tried before.
are a lot more common here in short
Aye.
deck. Not on this board though. Ace is full for Winford. You Drawing dead on the flop. Sunyachi, Rusty.
This is the longest
That's
bubble
not
I
often
think
the
I've ever
case in
played
these
short deck.
streets.
I've played some long ones, but this is, how many all-ins is this at the final table? Maybe like
double up.
Maybe like 8 double-ups for the shorts? It's something like
I had
that.
a 7.
Yeah,
I doubled him.
Yes.
I doubled twice. Mine doesn't count as double up. He folded the river, actually.
I mean,
chop between Paul and Winfrey.
I mean, I think it counts.
Paul against Makita, Jack 7 to Queen Jack.
Yeah.
Paul against Makita, Ace Jack to Queen Jack.
So that's 7.
7. Aces.
No, that was just.
Oh, I chopped with
That was
Paul.
7? Yeah.
All in twice. You
At least 7.
You all in twice. All in once.
Friendly reminder, you are the shortest.
Don't you worry about me, Paul.
It is remarkable, just given it's 0 and 240K.
Anybody got aces on the final table, and then like you go all in and say like, "Oops."
Boom. Hello.
As I
Chatty and
requested.
jovial everyone out there is. Function of short deck and the characters we have.
This guy know how to do. When I say who got aces, okay. But you don't like when you're king
These guys
10, you
are
don't like to see Makita
pretty chatty, aren't they?
10 days in that hand.
Definitely above average.
Makes our jobs easy.
Love to see it.
Ace Queen making things easy for Koon. Ace 9 offsuit for
Back
Winfrey.
to back.
No, no, it's
I hope not.
Too ambitious.
ooh.
Another Ace Queen.
He does cover.
Yeah, he does.
At least not aces, right?
Yeah.
Surveying all the stacks out there. We know that Koon's basically made a declaration.
So if Koon wins this pot, he'll be right up in that group.
Voting?
Yeah.
I think we have the same hand, just by the feel of it.
Wow.
call.
How good is
Is
this
ace queen?
guy?
Yeah. Chop, chop.
I mean, you know you've played the game long enough. When out of all the possible combos, Jason's able to narrow it down to precisely ace-queen,
Ace-queen snap.
just based on the manner in which it was chewed on
Yeah, you don't have jacks, I don't think. Maybe you do, but I doubt it. So I
by
think
Wu.
It's that one.
Pocket jack, maybe.
Maybe fold. Yeah.
Only ace-queen.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Free roll for Shao on the two-spade board.
Never easy. Red, please, for my heart. Thank you.
I had queen 10 of spades, so
Ask and you shall receive.
that was going to be a hard one.
Maybe only ace-queen offsuit time back.
我跟一个炮是你的了。
Pocket jack, pocket 10.
你必定中啊！中間的你一定中。
Jack, pocket
我
jack.
后头的筹碼也扔不了。
I have 50, 36.
Honestly, I don't know. Probably fold. I don't know.
Maybe fold, pocket jack.
I think your hand is good call, ace queen. Pocket jacks is not good.
Yeah. Ace jack, only
Jack's a bad hand.
Yeah.
Bad hand.
Ace jack, fold.
A 皮蛋 fold 啊？
A lot of open conversations about hypotheticals out here at an FT.
They're saying
in
ace queen
100K.
call, jacks fold.
大概讲我也不懂。
Real-time strat updates.
他有 A 勾 A 四同方。
他是有，但是我不能。
I mean, if you want to get better at short deck, this is the final table to watch.
And these are the guys to learn from.
Yeah.
The likes of Makita, Jason Koon, Paul Pua, very seasoned as well.
Yeah, no, a lot of amazing
Greenwood.
short deck players at this table.
Sure. Winfred's been around a short deck game or two. Sunyachi has shown his chops. And now showing his teeth with Jack 10. Come and get it. But risk being busted in 7th if you do. Nobody willing.
Gonna be a 6-way tie for second.
So then, a brief pause and an updated look at what is a reasonably tight cluster from Badziakouski all the way down to Koon, Rast.
Yeah.
And just consider it's 240 for the min cash. It's 1.153 million up at the top. So it starts to make sense why it's feeling grindy out there.
Yeah, another way, well, these guys even brought this conversation up. There has been a lot of luck involved with this. They were counting the number of all-ins that have happened. It was like 8 or 9 now after that aces where we've faded a bust. But another way to look at it isn't just that, it's also the jump. That jump from 0 to 240, you don't actually get a jump bigger than that until you go from 3rd to 2nd. So this is a really big jump. I mean, not only is it to get anything, but even just the amount of dollars is very large. The jumps get much smaller after this. Oh, wow, here we go.
Greenwood.
And this is the fear when you move all in, what happens. Why you like having the ace, but there's still 3 left in the deck.
Ace, queen, jammed it. Bad's a covering stack in the cutoff. He'll be going nowhere with ace-ace.
Hold up. Oops.
He is the covering stack.
I'm covering. But by such a small margin. What is it? 790.
Pretty grim spot for Greenwood. Look at this equity, 80-14.
And now ace is full once more on the flop, leaving the opposition drawing effectively dead. Running 7s for the chop, and you get the sense that Sam is not tickled by that spot there. In particular, given that coming into that pot, Greenwood ran 3rd in chips, Rast, and
375, 475.
you know, this is how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, he's definitely seemed pretty annoyed.
Yeah.
And you can't blame him.
No, not at all. But his departure brings us to a final table. This feels a little bit, you know, normally I talk about the cash earned. This, one of the rare occasions on which a final table departure does not come with it a payout. As all those payouts are now in play for the remaining 6.
I mean, so many events. Yeah, you just got to feel for people are tired, fucking been losing. I'd aced it on the river on me. I was like, oh, shit.
Yeah, Koon talking about his bust out from the final table yesterday, I think. Where he had the lead until the ace on another Barry Greenstein moment.
Man.
Ace on the river, busted him out of the final table yesterday.
Everywhere.
All right, all right, all right.
Only smiles here at this FT.
Here
Everybody
we go.
made the money.
Now that they have chips flowing a little bit more freely on this occasion, pocket queens, sensible. Jump from
No. Very much not a call.
Crazy
to 5th, 66,000.
Yep. Maybe open. Maybe open.
Yeah, and that moves Makito right back up there. Him and Sunyashi more or less tied for the chip lead.
2.9 million for Chi, but Bads 3 million as his roller coaster ride continues.
They'll be back to battling. But now the other players are going to get involved.
King Queen limps. Bats coming along. Koon. Queen 10, he's in there. Baby suited, 6-7.
Is he going to do it? Is this a pretty dusty one to...
Did we ever do it just to disguise that we're in this part of the deck and then maybe purchase the right to represent?
I feel like I
the upper
never see
crust?
people do it with a hand like 6-7 suited there. If they do it with like...
Raggy ones?
Yeah, just like
Jack
Queen
6.
6 off or
Yeah.
something like that. This hand can actually make straights and flushes. It's just maybe nice to not waste it.
Well, on the topic of a straight, Koon has flopped it as Wu leads out, gutter and top pair. We get it.
See how Koon proceeds to try to earn the max.
$830K jam. Not trying to get cute. Happy to take it all right here and now, it would seem. Although even happier if he could get action, of course, which he cannot.
49.
No.
Better than nines. Friends, better than nines.
Gonna take it.
Maybe queen, king, queen.
And the nuts.
Huh?
Yeah. Just happy to win 300,000.
Folded around to Makita. Queen Jack ball stack opportunities. Seizes them.
Thanks.
Flat from Chi. This is just not the customer Bads wants. Anyone else he'll feel so much more comfortable against, but the one guy that can do it to you happens to be across the way. But now all of a sudden we're feeling a little bit better about it as he flops the joint up against just the open ender and ace high. This is board texture that isn't supposed to interact all that nicely. Perhaps more so with Bads' hand than with Chi's as a flat caller, Rast, or is that an overreach?
I would guess it interacts more with Sunya Shi's.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason why Makita came with check on the flop. It's more of a bit of a range play.
Quick check back from Chi. Board pairs.
you know, he feels like he can't just bet all the time on this board texture and decides to mix in some traps into that range that checks a lot. Like he probably never has a set, for example, opening, or very rarely at least. And Sunyashi doesn't lose anything.
Bet 125 and take it. Chi also not looking to tussle with Bads in particular. He plays the ace-jack, but I think he recognizes the upshot of some implicitly cooperative behavior in an effort to work their way up this pay ladder. He's king now for Bads. Again, he will activate.
Limp versus raise.
All in?
No one's opened
Wow.
the pot, I don't think, or did? No, he's under the gun, so.
Yeah, no, just seeing if he was going to raise.
Oh, right,
or
right,
limp.
right. His choice as to whether or not to trap.
Score.
Who wants some declared?
Do you play full deck?
Huh?
Do you sometimes play full deck?
Deck?
Hold them?
No,
No, never?
No. 2 years ago,
Mm.
say 10 years for them.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
We've
very good
got
hand
a
for
convert.
hold'em. Not
Yeah,
good for
yeah,
sure.
Snap, yeah.
Was it nines?
Yeah.
Good night. For them, snap call, right? But short deck is
Nines is probably the hand has the biggest, like, you know, strength
Disparity.
different.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Nikita pointing out pocket nines as being the hand that has the biggest strength disparity in full deck versus short deck. Koon agrees. Well, aces not as strong in short deck, but certainly still a powerhouse. And for Sunyachi, he plays them as a flat trappiness, playability for King 10 and Jack 10.
Check.
Bads. Checking back after Xiao Wu came along and he flops top two. The aces don't love this texture. Ace of hearts is working. Bads, second pair and a gutter. This is nice from Sunyachi. Coming with check. Recognition.
Yeah, when you limp the aces up front like that, you're really looking to induce someone to raise or shove behind you and then get it pre. If you happen to go post in a multi-way limp pot, you know, got to proceed with caution in short deck, certainly. Unless
This board in particular, too, not necessarily the button check back, but that limp from Xiao Wu behind us can contain a whole variety of interactions that we need to be wary of. And now let's see with bet and call of 75,000 in particular what Chi does, and that's tidy right there, Rast. Just lets go of the aces thinking, where do I go from here? And he would have been in further trouble as King's full now, leave Bads drawing dead.
King's full, but unlike Hold'em, this hand doesn't have an absolute lockdown. You know, there's double flush draw, so a flush better than a full house. So it would imply that maybe in short deck this gets slow played less frequently than you might in Hold'em.
$150K, the second barrel. And for Bats, he does unblock hearts. Maybe he thinks there's some flush draw combo out there. What do we beat with the Jack 10? That is the question. Apparently enough to come along with when you think about this Jack-10 and what it beats in a spot such as this, Rast, what do you come up with?
Yeah, some hands like Ace-Jack that didn't raise, suited heart and club combos. I think limping behind the cutoff, he probably doesn't have Ace-Queen. So that's most of it.
Hope you didn't get me on the river. Okay. Yes.
Makita
Should have just folded.
happy to check back there.
Knee
As
raise,
Wu
flop.
tried to induce.
Flop.
Hoping
Bet
maybe
call,
that
small
Makita had
bet
hit the
call,
nut.
small bet call. Maybe I could fold the turn. Just fold turn.
No.
King Queen suited now for Chi. Like what I've seen out of this gentleman. Rast. He's shown poise, wherewithal, awareness.
Some selective aggression.
Yeah, yeah, balanced.
I just don't see Winfred coming here, yeah.
No. Are you surprised at all that it doesn't feel so much like on the inside of this bubble that the approach has changed all that much versus prior to it bursting?
There's definitely some differences in play. So people aren't quite as tight here. There's more opens and limps. You know, not as much just jam or fold from people. But yes, it hasn't changed significantly, which isn't too surprising since this was a small field tournament. I mean, the bubble's right here at the final table. There's no kind of string of flat payouts, kind of getting right into the zone where, you know, the payouts go up every spot. Even though they have decreased significantly in size, we went from a 240K jump to the next one 66K, 6th to 5th. But, you know, it's still a jump.
And a jump that Winfred Yu is seeking with Ace-King. There's another Ace-King in the building, though. Club coverage for Winfred.
对 ，A 圈我弃了。
This one rates to be a chop the vast majority of the time, and the deck guarantees it on the flop.
打中一对双胞胎。
没必要吧
Here you go.
Over there. 哇，有一個 QQ 輸掉。
Round and round we go here at the Landing Casino, the Shinhwa World Complex, Jeju Island, South Korea. Final day of this 17 event. Leadoff Festival for 2024, the third out of 4 stops for Season 3. Next stop already announced, Montenegro. Looking very much forward to the time of year, the weather, beautiful backdrop, and perhaps a whole host of new faces coming down to hop into the PLO streets with us from the European continent. King Jack suited, meanwhile, played as a limp.
Let's see if Sunyashi does anything here with an ace on the button versus a limp. On the bubble, he was a little more aggressive in these spots.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
And he's still
Yeah.
applying the pressure.
Finger wagged. Concession.
实在没办法。
See, this is one of the reasons why sometimes I wonder guys are just open jamming ace king, but maybe limp trap.
有可能会有埋伏的。
Let's get an ace king versus ace 8 off.
你对上他
I
一个
mean, step one, you
可以
got to wake up with that ace king.
Yeah, no, but guys
这时候吃在后面
seem to
没
just
人了嘛。
consistently just be jamming it.
对，那个是推的是对的。
对对。
And then everybody folds. And I know it's great to pick up the
你
antes.
这加注我还推，
Maybe that's the preference.
有
Just
比较有
let's pick
功
up
力啦，
antes.
不是10K 啦。
Well, they're not negligible.
10K
Everyone that you
可以
pick up
接
is
我
one
很
less
傻
off the
了
top of your opponent's stack.
他走完了。
嗯。
All right, Winford has a chance to see a flop here.
King, queen off. Facing the 125 from bats. Might he have other ideas as well? Rast, we know about the blocker effects of king, queen. Kings, queens, ace, king, ace, queen. All reduced in frequency. Nevertheless,
Winford hasn't shown a propensity for a lot of pre-flop aggression so far.
Tend to agree, and he's not going to show a lot of affinity for this ace-9-8 board, which gives Bad's top two.
$250.
Paused and awaiting the 250K declaration there from Bads. They're on their feet and they're in the money as 7 became 6. Sam Greenwood falling in that dreaded bubble boy position. We'll be coming back to increased antes as the players are going to a break. That glimpse at the chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. And how about a look at the payouts brought to you by betacr.eu. 1 7-figure haul along with the penultimate trophy to be delivered. That which is on tap. Ali Najad alongside Brian Rast back here at the desk. And Rasty, I want to zero in just briefly before we go to this break on that Greenwood decision there. You know, I mean, you could see that he was a little bit steamy, but he did what was prudent and what obviously is going to work out more often than not. I imagine you can get behind the choice that he made in spite of those several smaller stacks being out there.
I mean, it seems fine to me.
Yeah. Ran into it.
You just ran into it. That was the first time in any of the times when anybody jammed, and it had been going on for a while, that someone had aces behind it, other than the one time when Sun Yashi did it, but the stack was much shorter, right? It was the very shortest stack. So it seems reasonable, and he just got unlucky.
Yeah, sometimes that's the way it bees out there. Anyhow, we will step aside roughly 10 minutes. I'm going to give way to Will Jaffe. He and Rast are going to help shepherd you through as we work our way to a champ here in this 100K short deck. Stay close.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
No shame in folding.
Paul trying to negotiate a muck. Queen Jack offsuit. As they have a playful exchange, perhaps leaning. Jack 7 is in a bad way against Boss Little. Does he know it? 390.
No more empties.
Who knows that it's going to be on him to take a stand at some point, we would presume.
Yeah.
In the effort to get us into the money.
Yeah, he can't. He's going to lose the waiting game. He's just so far behind the other stacks.
But is this enough, Rast?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, he knows Makita's doing this with probably all hands.
Let's spin.
Oh, Makita's not going to like this.
No. And
Yeah,
conversely, Pua very much is.
You call Queen Jack?
Oh, there's too many time
Bad's
banks.
Bad's a little bit surprised that Paul
I'm
would
the
dig.
low, I'm the shoulders.
Explanation provided, and 65% equity provided as well to this dominant holding.
I mean, he's the shortest by more than double.
Oh, boy.
You know?
Ace, 9, 7, Rast. Bottom pair for Bads. The advantage so clear. Can Boss find the queen? No, a 9.
Not a bad card.
Yeah, add aces to the mix
Go
to
away.
counterfeit that 7. That's Pua. 6 outs once. Here on the money bubble. And there it is, the counterfeiting river as a nod of affirmation. Justice.
You in 4D, such a bad hand. And I'm the shot.
With queen 9 suited.
Oh wow, Martin had ace king that hand. Sick.
Oh, I didn't see that.
You were at the table?
Yeah. Yeah.
Reflections upon yesterday's 50K final table where Tanchuan really did impress not just us in the booth, but his peers out there as well. Koon and Bats watched back. Meanwhile, ace-king. Shawu looking for customers and kings. Might they be too much hand for Jason Koon?
This is a tough spot for Koon. Let's see what he comes with, because we know, we've been seeing these equities. Kings is only like 52.45 or something like that in this spot. So he's okay. So he's taking it.
It's a call. I'll call it.
If your opponent can have queens and jacks, though, that's when you really start hitting the equity, or hands like king, queen. But you don't love seeing the ace.
Queens?
Okay, so...
No, I wouldn't add queens.
So it's 54-43 advantage Koon, who has the covering stack, just 170 separating them coming into this exchange. 1.9 million in the middle.
Koon saying he would have folded queens, which I definitely believe.
But he'll be okay about having called the kings for the time being here. The 10 and jack working toward Broadway for Shawu. Turns, no help. And just a queen or an ace need to be faded by Jason to bring us into the money. And there is that ace, as again,
Nice hand.
Barry is that which keeps the money bubble intact.
It's 900.
Must be Jim.
That's brutal, by the way, Rasty, for Jason. The reason's quite obvious, but now just 170,000 remaining.
Oh,
nice hand.
Nice.
That's 11 annies, let's call it. King 10 off now as Jason continues to scrap and fight.
Should have called. Made a mistake.
Kings ran into
No,
ace
you're
king.
right.
They look good until the river.
I had it.
That's where most of the damage
这个
happened.
招数挺多，我靠
Here
了，这
he's
么小
looking
钱马路总加注，加的你这不爽哦。我还想他
King 10
这
off
有
to
个什么
work.
想法啊？假设后面2张 all in，
Look at Martin Nielsen back there on the rail. He wants to see what's happening.
Nice little spin by uh-oh.
How much is it?
Ace 10 for Bads. Count requested. Only 50K back for Koon.
I think he probably goes with it versus this few antes. Ace 10. He just jams, puts Paul in a tough spot. Paul's got to fold almost everything. It's only like 20. Jason only has like 21 antes, looks like.
Nikita giving it some thought.
All in?
Eventually decides
Goes in
to
touch.
ensure that Pua doesn't come along, as he says all in.
The ace 10 should perform well enough, especially given the overlay from the pot against Jason's range, I think.
So into battle he goes. And might he be able to issue a bad beat here on this money bubble? He's taken one. It would certainly feel just,
You guys
even
rooting
though
for
it
me?
wasn't Makita that did it to him.
Not this hand.
Oh, king in the window. There it is, Jason.
Is it Ulu A?
Nod of affirmation as he is connected with top pair. on this board.
Ooh. And there goes
Yeah.
1/3 of Makita's outs. No ace of diamonds.
剩下2张 A 了。
Nothing to worry about other than a black ace on the river.
320.
And this time,
Oh,
Barry
yeah.
isn't home. And Jason Koon with the necessary double. Short stacks have been performing well here.
Well, we're right back to being
in 3rd and 4th before you focus on the leaner stacks in the room.
What does Paul want to do?
Oh.
Here. He's under the gun, 7-handed. He's getting short. I mean, this is a hand that he could try to pick up the 160 in the middle. That would be a significant pickup for him.
Sure.
But he's got to fade 6 players behind him. You got to think if he moves all in, some of the players are folding ace-jack. You know, maybe pocket 10s, pocket jacks getting folded. He's
Sure.
not getting anyone to fold queens plus or ace-queen, I don't think.
Solid.
Yeah.
Takes his time before announcing all in. 700,000. 35 antes.
Oh.
Ace king for Winfred. Now he has Paul covered by just a nose.
Yeah, by 1 ante it looks like, right? Because it's counting 700 plus the ante that's in the pot. Let's see what answer Winfred comes up with. I'm pretty sure he's supposed to put the money in here. It's also beneficial to him to try to bust Paul.
Hello and welcome back to the final big short deck event here. Triton Super High Roller Series, Jeju, Shinhwa World, Will Jaffe, Brian Rast. Don't need to go into his accolades. I've hyped him up enough. Crazy bubble here. I mean, actually the biggest bubble in terms of prize money of the entire trip, 240,000.
Was it bigger than the 150K?
Yes, because
Yeah.
for some reason the payouts in these short decks are a little bit healthier, less players paid maybe. So nobody wanted to bubble that. Sam Greenwood, pretty rough, came in with a lot of chips. Didn't expect him to go. Jason Koon kept doubling, and the short stacks just hung around. But now we're in the money, and I mean, what do you expect from here on out?
Yeah,
Rusty?
they had 8 or 9. They actually counted it at the table on the stream. It was like 8 or 9 all-ins where, you know, it's an all-in, but the short player didn't bust. So it was pretty remarkable. Yeah. What do I expect? You know, they were pretty deep, but it keeps going down. Right now, there's some shallower stacks. We kind of have 2 top stacks. These other 4 a little bit short. So a race between the shorties, you know, see if you can stay alive. A couple people bust out, you move up. But then again, the opportunity to win some chips, kind of make a play for that second place money, pretty strong. But I don't know, second place so far away, those 2 guys, $3 million. So we'll see what strategies they come with. What do you think, Will?
I mean, we saw Bads come in with the chip lead, kind of, you know, chip down a little, then gets aces in just the dream spot to eliminate Greenwood on the bubble. It's also interesting because our last, you know, the 50K main event, we had Tan Twin, who was playing way crazier than anyone I've seen at this final table, which just changed the dynamics a lot, right, with him and RVK going back and forth. So I'm curious, yeah, to see how these big stacks play, and also just the amount of pressure you can put on these guys with how close the equities are in these games.
You know, I think if you look at the 2 top stacks, it kind of shows the difference. Like Makita was just running into hands a lot. There were a lot of times where he opened, even shoved, and just kept running into hands. People 3-betting him, and they had ace king, right? That's part of the reason why he was the chip leader. He chipped down so much before, you know, he won back with the double with aces. Sunya Shi, it's almost the other situation. Like, he's had a number of opportunities where he's just like open ripped, ace-8, king-queen, a bunch of hands like that. Really only ran into it one time, and it was when Winfred woke up with aces. Winfred had like 450,000. He was like super short. And other than that, just it's gone through every time. So it's been interesting. It's kind of shows how, you know, you can adopt let's say, similar strategies of you have a lot of chips and you're just going to apply the pressure, and then sometimes it works because no one has anything and no one plays back at you, and other times it doesn't because sometimes people just get hands.
And Makita, a lot of short deck success here at Triton. If you go back to 2019 in Montenegro, he has a 4th, a 10th, and a 1st in short deck events. Then more recently, 3rd in Madrid in the 100K short deck, 4th in a 30K in Cyprus, and 6th and 5th in Vietnam in a couple of the big short deck events there, 5th and 2nd in Cyprus. So a lot of short deck success for Makita. And look, in the main event, we saw the snipers, RVK and Nielsen from the Netherlands, you know, from Denmark. Got some Chinese snipers here in Zhao and Chi. These guys, I do believe, came for these short deck events, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it definitely looks like they did.
This is one of them already in the spot here.
Yeah, maybe 53 Ante.
Wow, and this flop just whiffs both players. You would think Makita shouldn't have almost any 6x opening under the gun here.
All in?
Oh, wow.
This is just ICM pressure at its finest.
And Makita thinking, hey, my opponent can't have very much either, calling a raise, so why don't I put the pressure on?
Better.
Ace 8 off.
Yeah, and I assume that Chi hasn't been coming after Makita as a fellow big stack too much, right?
Well, he's also been out of position, so there haven't.
Yeah.
It's very hard for that to happen, for him to come after.
But
Oh, you mean Sunhwa Shi? Not Zhao. I was just thinking Zhao because they just played a pot. No, Sunhwa Shi did once or twice. There was one time where Makita open raised and Sun shipped it with ace 10 off, but he had more chips than Makita at the time.
Pua with aces now. How does he want to play it? Yeah, he's just going to rip.
I mean, the ante's gone up. He can get called by worse, for sure.
Winford, a very good short deck player.
Yeah, ace-jack's maybe too thin, but kings, ace-king, maybe ace-queen, depending on the stack.
Any aces?
Aces? Or only one? Oh, two aces. Oh, shit.
River was thinking, River.
No. Ace jack.
Thanks.
What? You're supposed to call it? 24 and this.
You know,
that's only you calling with ace jack. Only you calling ace jack.
Yes.
Tight players, no calling. I know you're gonna call me now. Oh, that's nice. You're not the shortest. So you might fold.
No more.
You might fold versus me now. Have some fold equity.
Here's Chi,
Pay
the
jump.
ace 8 of spades.
I guess small money.
Yeah, and he's just going to pile.
And so far in these spots, no one's had anything, really.
It's hard to get them in this game.
One good card.
It's 6. Last hand and this hand.
So now you have same? 28 antes.
Winfred and Jason?
No, you two of you, right?
Me and Winfred?
You
we
and
both
Jason.
call. When he jams, we both call all in.
Winfred, shortest Winfred. Just a reminder.
Okay. Is it a play tight reminder or ship any ace?
I think he wants anybody all in.
He don't care.
Jacks now for Chi.
When I'm shortest, Mr. Shun gonna give me something to keep me here.
Trappy. He's trapping me.
Winfried, no limp behind with the 10-9 suited. That's pretty tight.
Yeah, Winfried, I've noticed he's very careful in short deck. Not afraid, but careful, I would say.
Yeah.
Really picks his spots. And this is the hand. The ace-8 off is just, it's the one hand I've noticed these guys love, you know. Makita wary of the trap here. He does cover Chi, but the two chip leaders.
300.
Just seems to be a hand that players like to apply a lot of aggression with.
You know what it might be? Maybe it's because the 8 is now low enough that you're not blocking folds, right? Like, you want your opponent to have stuff like 9-10 and 9-jack potentially, and it's just a lot less likely they have hands with 8s in them. But maybe that's it, and that's why it's like ace-8 off as opposed to ace-9 off when you're just attacking a range that could have some folds, right? Some limp folds, etc. Ooh, pretty. Makita's behind, but this is a pretty good spot for him since it seems hard for Sunyashi to continue, and Makita's probably just going to fire.
Yeah, with that lone ace of spades plus the betting lead, these spots are just nice. You know, you can bet, you have semi-bluff equity, and you also just take down the pot a decent amount.
Yeah, let's see what sizing he comes with. He's blocking nut flush draws. Maybe he goes for a small sizing, not trying to get a king or queen to fold. You know? Oh, check.
Interesting.
Great card for Makita. Now he's got a gutter.
She can't love his hand.
Yet the delayed c-bet action should Sunyashi check, almost certainly coming from Makita.
$375.
So half pot.
Yeah, and this is just pretty grim for Chi.
Yeah, such a wet board. So many draws.
You can tell he kind of feels like he might have the best hand, but it's like, what is he hoping for? Yeah.
Exactly. Like, wow, if I call here, what am I doing on rivers?
And we talked about this with Bads. Coming into last year, him and Jason were tied. Similar amount of Triton winnings, similar amount of titles. And then Jason rips off 6 last year.
Yeah, and Bad 0.
Yeah, so I don't know if you've noticed this from him, but he seems really hungry this trip. Not that all these guys don't want a title, but there's just, I've seen a lot of intensity from him. Ace-7 of diamonds for Winfried. He's the short stack now, so him, Paul, and Jason all in that 25 ante range.
He is under the gun. 5 players to go through. And again, Winfried showing his propensity to be careful pre-flop.
Sorry.
Tens for Jason. Jason with a win at...
All in.
Yeah, all in, right? Just such a good spot.
Yeah, just the button to get through.
Just one hand to get through.
One card.
Jason with wins at 5 of his last 6 Triton stops coming into Jeju, so still alive for another one.
And And these short deck events at the end, a bit of a trip saver for Jason. He was definitely...
Yeah, he was definitely in the red before these.
Kind of getting buried. You know, who knows how many buy-ins, but, you know, 4th place for 330 in the short deck main.
Yeah, locked
now
up.
He's cashed
locked
here,
up
so
240 here.
So I would guess with re-entries, if he went out 6th, it's probably still a red trip, but like not so bad. And now he's playing to book a win. So it's always nice when that happens, you know, Will, playing poker when you're just buried and all of a sudden you get out right at the end, maybe even book a win. It's like that's like the equivalent of the cash game session where you're just stuck big and you get that get out. It feels like getting out of being stuck big in a cash session is like better than winning sometimes, really.
Yeah, because you get both sides of the roller coaster. You go down and then you go up, which feels better than just going straight up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she is going to lean on Winford here. Let's see how careful Winford wants to be. Ace-9 off, not a great hand, but Winford's getting really low on antes.
Yeah, I think one of the best I ever remember feeling after a cash game session was the session I got out of the biggest, being the most stuck I ever was. Like, I remember the session specifically. It's the only session I got stuck over $1 million.
There we go.
Oh, hold that thought. We got an all in here. Yeah, Winford makes the correct call.
It's 9.
Yeah, he knows he's up against a really loose
All
range
right.
here. Sunyashi probably jamming any 2. So he decides ace-9 off is good enough. He's the shortest stack.
Winfrid ahead here, but very close.
Yeah, look at that equity. Jack-8 could win this.
Takes the lead, but Winfrid does have that spade. Still plenty of equity.
Still feels like a flip, doesn't it? That even.
Oh.
More outs for Winfrid.
Yeah.
And there's one of them. Winford makes the straight on the river. Will stay alive.
All right, so we're going to keep playing six-handed here. Just nobody wants to bust in this one.
Winford with 2 Triton titles, both coming in short deck.
我不知道叫什么。
8、9、9都不错。
I don't tables not insane.
9不是你的。
I told you, when I'm the shortest, you guys are reminding this soon. So give me some chips.
Bro, I'm just sitting there behaving myself. Watching you guys double up.
Damn, Paul is the shortest now. Will call me again with any cards.
Yeah, these shorties do not want to bust here.
Thank you.
And that's a pretty significant double for Winford because now he moves well ahead of Paul and Jason.
Short deck.
+1. How can I fold an ace to any race?
You go to 4 ace-6 already.
I pulled a7 the hand before too.
Pads now with ace-9 under the gun.
$165.
Yeah, and he's getting separation now as the chip leader after Sunyashi lost that back. So Bads is up on top again, like at the beginning of the final table. Actually with an even bigger chip lead, really.
Yeah, he's almost got a 2-1 lead, but she has queens here.
I mean, you never want to get called, but 345K in the pot. Do you move all in? Or do you call yourself and play post flop?
Raise.
Oh, raise, so he's going for it. I don't really think there's... Wow, if he's not moving all in, though, he does open himself up.
Yeah, this is what we saw happen to Mike Zhang, how he busted the 50K. Didn't go for the all-in.
Well, no, Makita, does he go for the 4-bet jam?
He leaves the window open.
Yeah. He always.
Yeah, I don't blame Makita though. It's
no.
This is always strong. This really doesn't look like a bluff in any way. And nice pickup for Chi.
And you know, Sunyashi hasn't been too wild going after him, especially not when Makita was the chip leader.
I mean, you look at these stacks. Like you got Paul on 730. You got Jason on 900. You don't expect Chi to just be getting out of line there.
No, and nor do I think Makita's going to 4-bet jam the ace-9. Just,
Never mind this time.
you never know.
I will tell him to say the amount next time.
Like, when I offer that up there, it's not because I think it's what he's going to do. It's because I think it's a possibility. That's like the most fun option.
哦，对对对，好，我直接说瑞士多少就行。
啊，你可以说华语。哦 ，raise 70万。
哦，OK。
你不能 raise 在那边停住，没有讲数目。
对，那个也会要算你时间。
对。
OK。
他会扣你。
Paul, our short stack, picks up ace king under the gun.
The shoulders. Shoulders go to shove wider.
Now I know you shove wider.
Yeah, always.
Yeah. Yeah. How many IDs?
And Winfred with ace queen of hearts. We've seen him be really careful. This would be pretty impressive if he could get away from this with Paul's stack.
He can afford to make this call now, though. It's only half his chips.
Why you?
And we actually saw Paul move in this exact same spot earlier with ace-10 suited, for what it's worth. So Winfred's processing all that, thinking, hey, if Paul can have ace-10, ace-jack, you know, I can be ahead of quite a few hands here, but he's going to see the bad news.
Yeah, very wide.
That's good suited, very strong.
Old streak, huh?
You reminded me of shove wide.
Paul in very good shape to double here. And that's an amazing flop.
Nobody busting on this table.
Famous last words. Nobody.
And it really doesn't feel like anybody can bust from this thing. Like
5, 6, 7,
every time a shorty's all in, they double.
30. 730.
The boss man going to get paid, and now Winfred going to be our short stack.
Only one bust and 10 all in.
我 A 圈跟了你没看着
Why don't you tell that to Sam Greenwood?
I think that's
Will.
10.
See what he has to say
all
about
in and calls.
我 A 圈跟了你。
不同方我不学。A 圈也太强了。
Hopefully he's not watching
那时候
this.
他最短，所以我不要去冒险。
明白。
I mean, I can't imagine after doubling.
I have a feeling he's not watching.
Yeah, that's probably a safe.
Maybe he'll watch it. Maybe he'll hear this in a few weeks or months if he's like watching for tape review on his competitors. There's no way immediately after busting he's like watching the final table.
有人短过我就不会了。
他那个是必须要赌的。
Like, who does that?
I mean, he also might watch for tape review and mute it.
You immediately bust a tournament and just go watch. Bubble it. You just go watch the rest. Nah,
that
nobody
tastes
does
a
that.
really, really sick puppy to put yourself through that. And now Queen 10 of diamonds for Winfred. And he is the short stack. Yeah, and he's going to rip it.
Good luck, Winfred.
And Paul has King Jack off.
Winfred, other people's snap call. How much? Stole some card.
These two have played a lot together.
Only 3 entries.
Only 3 BB.
Low jack. Low jack. Quintet, any quintet. Okay. This is because Winfred I fold.
Yeah, I think this is specific to Winfred. Paul giving him a lot of respect.
Then King Jack. This then you shuffle. This die suited. Jack 10.
Woo, Winfred, you got
always
one
say,
through, buddy. Only because of Winfred. Remember yesterday you said.
Very lucky. You had Queen Jack?
这把牌子居然推不能吃。
没了。
Ace 10?
King Jack.
King Jack.
King Jack. King Jack. Sing. Oh.
That is close.
Check out the Triton exclusive giveaway. Really good merch. Me and Rasty rocking it right now. Bucket hats, hoodies, zip-ups, you name it, t-shirts. Scan that QR code. Get some of this merch. As we wind down this Jeju trip. You got any bucket hats, Rast?
No, I don't think so. I'm trying to think. No.
Might need to add one to the arsenal.
I'm not sure if the bucket hat's really my style. I don't know. Doesn't feel like something up my alley.
Said if you saw the
我後悔啊！我打過你啊！聽過啊？Queen Jack 咯，這樣。
Yeah.
Winfred and Paul actually final tabled the $1 million HKD short deck in 2018 in Montenegro.
You had Queen Jack?
Queen Jack suited.
When he called that, I was like,
Drop fast.
when it was calling my hand, I said like, boom boom.
Wow,
Winfred lying about his hand. Queen Jack, he had Queen 10 suited.
Look, this is a very experienced gambler, Winfred.
Less than 10 seconds.
He's just upping it by 1 pip to make himself seem tighter than he actually jammed. I love it.
如果他多一点，我不 call 了嘛。那20个 BB 我 AQ 输的，
必须搞，必须搞。这里他把他推所有的90、10勾、10勾、铁10勾、军片太多了。
And Paul picks up kings, and he's just going to rip it.
有 call 啦 ，Winfred。A 高也 call 啦，你拗我嘛。
Paul has a healthy stack now. He's in 3rd place, so I mean, this would be really expensive for Chi to speculate with the 10s.
Yeah, there's no way he's doing that. Sunyashi, you know, there's been multiple times so far, just to bring you up to speed on this, where he sometimes just makes it wait. There was a time where Makita opened and somebody jammed. Paused on him. Jack 7 offsuit. And then he, not just a pause though, he actually asked, how much is it? I think Koon was all in for like 700K. They told him. But then like immediately after telling him, maybe he was running out of time, just like snap fold. So I'm just saying like, and by the way, he had just become the chip leader by a small amount at the time. So he's a guy who is definitely mixing in some timing stuff pre-flop, taking time in spots where he's clearly not thinking about anything. So, you know, just mixing it in, being a little unpredictable, trying to make it hard for his opponents to get reads on him.
And here it is, the ace-8 offsuit again. Zhao going to be all in. It's going to get through. You guys can't see it right now, but Rast has about 8 bowls of food in front of him somehow. I don't even know how he got this many bowls of food. He's just an animal. just fueling up a protein.
不，必须姐，必须姐，孙哥这个不骗你，A 圈必须姐。A 勾也
Went to the gym today. Haven't eaten anything until the broadcast, so here we are, Will.
必须姐啊。
I'm sure everybody was fascinated by that little snippet into my nutritional journey today. But there we are, folks.
够了，因为我会推。
Yeah, thank you guys for sweating with us. It's been a really fun series.
跑满，看你要不要跑。
Last 100K here, Triton. Let us know where you're watching from. Shout out to the Twitch chat. Nick Schulman's personal favorite.
Makita with the jacks. 5 people to go through. A lot of people have been limping these kind of like mid pairs. But you can put the pressure on. But yeah, see, people don't rip these hands. Because when you just get called, you're just never a favorite. And you're not really blocking anything interesting.
Makita going to take it down. 1.15 million up top. We got Ethiopia, Laos in the house. Manila, Philippines. Home of the famous one house, two house game. Lithuania. Bunch of Lithuanians we saw earlier in the series. I think they play short deck there though. Bads now, picking up some hands.
Yeah, he's nine suited. He's certainly going to play it.
All in.
This one, maybe he does rip. Yeah. We're blocking an ace.
Yeah, and this is really comfortable for Makita. He's got almost a 2-to-1 chip lead on the next biggest stack. Not going to get any customers here.
Yeah, so he had slipped down from 4 million, but after winning just 2 pots in a row, he's right back up. Almost at 4 again. Goes to show you how valuable those antes are worth. 30K right now. The next jump up to 40.
揾我最少嘅差唔多係 double up 佢，佢又唔揾佢嚟吊。
Makita 18.7 million in Triton earnings. Also 51.5 million total earnings. Looking to move up from 7th on the all-time money list as well. Ace ton of clubs for Paul under the gun.
Huh? Fold.
Winfred with Jack 10 offsuit here.
On.
He's going to rip it. And Wu Sha picks up King Queen off right behind him and does cover Winfred. He's going to go with it.
He's going to go with it. He's not going to be very happy to see Jack 10 because he's going to be just a really small favorite, I think. Better than seeing Ace Queen, though.
Yeah, Wu Shao, slight favorite to eliminate Winfred in 6th place here. Winfred Yu looking for another double. Great flop for Wu.
Always a sweat.
Plenty of outs for Winfred, though.
Switch the jacks out for kings. In terms of outs.
There it is, 10 on the river for Winfred.
Insane, dude.
Forever.
Insane.
Short stack wins again.
It's just so sick. 1 for 11, I think. Yeah. It's either 1 for 11 or 1 for 10. I think it's 1 for 11.
Koon just keeping us abreast on how often the short stack has not lost an all-in.
No one can
There
bust
was a
these
chop,
shorties.
One chop, but the rest have been wins.
You.
At the beginning, with your stack, you should be like cleaning a lot of guys out.
I tried. I've doubled up everyone.
The weakest chip leader I have ever seen.
Okay.
Get 3 bet every.
Yeah. Okay. Double up everyone.
Yeah, it's sick, dude.
对吗？好像不对吧？Okay, okay, okay.
Well, you're not the shortest again. I can go all in.
You want to get a job? You want to get a job from Paul? Keep reminding him when he's the shortest.
Huh? No. I just hope he's not gonna call me with ace jack.
Now very tight.
Very tight, okay.
60K price jump.
I'm very important.
For the 60K. Later 60K.
Oh, I'm sorry. I won't call your ship anymore. Okay, sorry. I'm so
Oh, I was shoving wide. Happened that I have the go ahead.
After you show me the ace 10 before, I have to call you.
Yeah.
Queens now for she.
Oh, yeah.
He's gonna rip it.
Aces, Nikita. Get aces.
And Wu with 8s. Very short now, but can't continue.
Get aces, Nikita. Get them. Grindy, grindy, grindy.
Yeah, this has been a grind. Wu very much in that danger zone, 16 antes. Koon with 21. And everybody has 50 plus. Ace queen now for she. Under the gun.
Felt like a little joy on that expression by Jason. Grindy, grindy, grindy. Like, he's loving it, though.
Yeah, he loves the grind.
Sunyashi opening here. Ace queen. Not kidding around. Through the chip leader. Ooh, into Paul. Paul with 2 queens. How does he want to proceed? He's now 3rd in chips. Him and Winfred up there. Got 2 shorties. Pretty tough spot. Kind of feels like he could go with all 3 options. I think fold's the least likely. He's probably more likely to call or jam. Yeah, call. That seemed, he's kind of got enough chips to, see a flop.
Yeah, in this kind of spot, you feel dicey shoving into someone who covers you with all these short stacks and these big pay jumps looming.
Yeah, he did open under the gun, right?
130. 100几啊
？160啊。
All the hands that you have in bad shape are folding. Interesting flop. How does Sunyashi want to proceed? Just come bluffing at it? You'd think the 7 and the 6 don't really interact with either player in any kind of significant way. I don't really think either of them have 7s or 6s, or that many hands that even have a 7 or 6 in them.
Yeah, the Queen of Hearts is an interesting blocker. And look at this. He's just going to rip. Wow. And that's just the power of, I mean, aggression and ICM there.
No, I'm just saying. Nah, it's not.
没货的投机了，投机就死了，一敲就没了。
I mean, he is blocking Ace King and King Queen, and he's got heart.
He does have heart. Sanyashi.
Here we go.
What is it going to take for someone to bust from this final table?
67 from.
I'm not really sure. Is it even going to happen this level?
Is this just this big event, one of the last events here, just going to go on forever, Rusty?
I mean, that's the way it looks.
Stuck in a time continuum.
Let's play the hand.
Where short stacks win over 90% of the time.
Queens now for Bads.
How does he want to proceed here? Jam? Raise? Or call? Comes with call.
Interesting. Koon going to see a flop as well.
这活细的啊，他跟一个他啊。
First three-way flop in a while. See the shades come on for Bads. Bads does have the best hand.
Yeah, but I feel like maybe Koon's going to win this one. We'll see. I mean, wow. The problem is he's so short. Maybe if he had, you know, 1.5 million, he might wing it on the flop, right? The pre-flop limper checked. He probably raises a lot of ace-X. So let's stab here. But Koon going to be extra careful given how few chips he has.
Great turn for Makita.
Yeah, he's got to feel a lot better about the queens now. Might even bet it, yeah.
See Koon with that straight draw. Also, the king isn't out, but he may not know that. This is a pretty small bet from Makita, but it represents a fifth of Jason's stack.
Oh, is he gonna?
Looks like he might be making a play here. Yeah, he is.
Ooh. He's going for it. That really puts a hand like Makita's in an uncomfortable spot. You know, is Jason making a bluff here? Trying to get me to fold a hand like jacks or queens off so little chips? I mean, this bluff raise represents more than half of Jason's stack.
It certainly appears like he's committed. Can Makita figure this out?
Koon is blocking some ace-king traps. He's got some equity versus queens or jacks that get sticky with the king and the gutter. And he can have hands like ace-7 or ace-9 or even ace-8 that will just limp behind, hoping to get a cheap one in the cutoff.
Makita not buying it, though, is going to call and see a river. And Koon can't like that. He's only got 225,000 behind.
Feels like he's probably giving up on, well, a lot of rivers, but that's a spicy one.
I mean, this is such an interesting spot now. Koon doesn't have a heart in his hand.
No, but Makita probably doesn't have flush draw too often, right?
No, I would think most of Makita's flush draws would have been heard from on the flop, most likely. This is such an interesting pot.
Like, this is a card, I think on some blankish cards, Koon doesn't bluff, but this is one of the cards he might follow through with. Let's see. I mean, this would be, I mean, he's only got 225K into a pot of 910. Can he pull the trigger on this? It might work. Makita has a really tough call with the 2 queens. Oh, he's looking back. That's usually not a good sign.
Yeah, the way he put the chips there, he's not going to be happy. But I don't blame him. I mean, Makita would be getting a insane price on a call.
Yeah.
Jason just not enough chips to do anything there. And he's going to be our short stack now, crippled. Down to 6 annies.
You get out your bet river?
Check, check.
What are you sure?
Pocket queens.
No heart.
No hearts.
Fair. Very fair.
Well, we know Makita is capable of making pretty big folds. Or rather, not necessarily big, but folds getting a good price from the pot. There was a hand earlier where Koon went all in, saved 1 5K chip, and went all in on the river into a pot of who knows, like 700,000 or 800,000, and Makita ended up folding. Now the board was Ace King Queen 10-8, and Makita had 10-9. I'm just saying, he was getting whatever that is, like 140 to 1 or something.
Oh, so yeah, ace jack.
So
I had actually ace 10 this hand. So you were the hand you had ace jack.
Yeah.
I had ace 10. Yeah, so you were ahead, but it's hard to call, you know.
And I think ace jack maybe more FP. Maybe it should be called.
A lot of river cards. Wasn't one of them. A lot of ways to win that hand.
Thank you.
And Makita in a great spot to apply ICM pressure.
7. That's kind of a lot in this game.
Koon with just 5 annies, Wu with 9. It's just going to be so tough for these middling stacks to call off without premiums here.
200.
Raise 200. Pass.
yeah, and interesting that he went 200K there as opposed to ripping.
Yeah, but I think this is kind of the reason. You can go 200K, you're happily calling off the short stacks, but if something like this happens, you get away for pretty minimal damage.
If he rips, Ace-Queen probably folds.
Ah, that's true. Although, I don't know.
I mean...
She's been unpredictable, but yeah, it probably does. And
I mean, I'd actually say it almost certainly should fold.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, even, like, let's say he calls and sees this, and he's like a 55-45 favorite. I mean, that's a disaster for him, kind of. Like, he's second in chips. There's 2 guys with... you know, less than 10 antes. So, yeah, that's why, I mean, Jack 9 off is kind of one of those hands where, like the Jack 10s, the 9 10s, Jack 9, you have good equity against, you know, reasonable equity against aces, kings, ace, king, or whatever that call. So interesting. And you don't have a good blocker here. Like, you'd think maybe Makita does that with, like, the ace 7 off or the ace 6 suited. Maybe he does this play. Just really curious to see, you know, I actually feel like watching a lot of these final tables, different guys have different theories. Like, they're definitely playing these spots differently.
Well, Wu Xiao is going to go with it. I mean, very short now. Decides to gamble with the 9-7 of diamonds. He's going to be very live.
Ace
queen. The blocker is.
In fact, when you say, like, when you watch this as opposed to Hold'em, it's very clear there's more theories in this game about how you should play spots than in, say, No Limit
Big
Hold'em.
price for you here.
Where I feel like you see a lot more very consistent decision making at spots. What do you think, Will?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of different options, and wow, that's pretty much death for Wu Xiao. And he's running 9s.
9-9's it.
No. Maybe?
And Makita folded one, yeah, so that's going to be GG.
GG, bro.
Good game, sir.
All right.
Wu Xiao going to go out in 6th place.
Good game, bro.
And
Nice
Jason,
playing with you.
very happy to ladder there. He's guaranteed over 300K now. The sniper came in firing, got unlucky to double Winford Yu up, was short, gambled, didn't work out, but he'll take home $240,000 for his efforts.
That was an interesting decision for him to call, considering that, I mean, doubling, what, he goes from like, probably goes up to 700 or 800K. He's still in 5th, solidly behind Paul and Winford and way off the top. And Koon has less than half as many chips as he did. Like, I wonder if that's a spot where, you know, I'm not saying he folds everything, but maybe you just pass up some of the chip BV, which is marginal, with a hand like 9-7 off, which is probably a favorite to lose anyway. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't know, but like, I would speculate maybe he's supposed to fold and try to ladder by letting Koon, waiting to see what happens with Koon first.
Well, Koon is going to have most of his chips in the pot, and Paul is trapping with pocket aces. Incredible spot for Paul. When Paul limps, he's hoping something like this happens. Action behind him.
Yeah, wow, it's exactly a raise.
Yeah, and Makita getting a great price, and now the trap is set.
Yeah, Paul just gets to move all in comfortably here. Earn that extra 80K Makita put in. Well, I guess, no, that is...
Yeah, and this is very sharp by Paul because Jason is going to be forced to go with a lot of hands. So
Yeah.
this exact scenario plays out very frequently where if Jason wasn't short like this, I think Paul would be more likely to just have ripped himself.
$650.
Attaboy. You guys trapped it for the whole line, you know? Attaboy. I got you for an extra 80.
Yes.
Or extra 40.
And now
extra
Koon
40.
gets to try to triple
got a
up, more than
monster.
triple up, huh?
Yeah, it's not the worst parlay for him. He is well behind,
Ivy
but
stacked
just
me with 9-7 off against my aces for like an enormous pot all in 3 on the bubble of one of these. Maybe I'll relive Ivy here. I flopped top set and he flopped the wheel. I prefer no top set, just like a 9-7-7 flop. Short deck. Ah, that's not very short deck.
That's a pretty dusty one for
Eight
Koon.
of spades is very short deck.
Paul, do you want 8 of spades?
Oh,
not the worst card.
Spades I want.
8's now live for Koon.
8 of spades, come on.
Just 4 outs for Jason Koon one time, and it's a jack.
Congrats, guys. Good luck. Have fun.
That's not going to do it. The 10-time Triton title winner bows out in 5th place.
Never ending.
Always a pleasure to watch Koon ply his craft. One of the best to ever do it.
Yeah, with this up to over 27 million quick backflip for the fans. Back-to-back final tables to close out this series. For the winningest player in Triton history.
Yeah, you missed that backflip. Yeah, with pants. I mean, I'm not saying it's easy to do a backflip, but you know, with pants there.
Easier if you're
fully
naked?
clothed. I'd imagine it's easier with like shorts, you know. Pants restrict movement, right? I mean,
the way they make these jorts these days, Brian. Now everybody guaranteed 391,000. All the pay jumps in the six-figure range now.
It's 80, is it? Discount. Winfred has 33. I have 38. Leather 120K. No ICM.
4 left here. Check out the all-new betacr.eu, your exclusive hub to predict your favorite players' action in Triton events. Receive a 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top-up. Join now and start engaging with the sporting world today. Get a little sweatsky. 4 left here. Bads in pole position. She close behind. Paul and then Winfred are short stack. It's anyone's game here. All very experienced short deck players. Now big slick for Paul. And I'm not surprised to see him. He didn't limp yet. I was going to say this isn't surprising because she has kind of been a wild card. Paul setting the trap for him. Will he take the bait?
Sunyashi hasn't gone after these spots, you know, willy-nilly, so to speak, like just with kind of nice playable hands. He's definitely doing it pretty much just when he has an ace. But when he has an ace, he has been, and sometimes even just ripping. Like he's ripped this spot with ace-8 off a couple times. So Paul, actually, I kind of like this play, and I was wondering if any of the guys were going to do it because, you know, if you're going to call by limping here and kind of inducing him to rip on you with ace-8s, ace-9s, like you're a pretty big favorite there. So.
Yeah, and Paul calls the flop and drills a king on the turn.
Yeah, huge card for Paul. And it's a card that should be better for Sunyashi, but he doesn't bet it. Could have. Probably a safer river than you would think because Sunyashi checks back, doesn't have 3 10s. How often does he check back diamonds if he bet the flop with a diamond draw and picked up his backdoor draw? I mean, you know, could happen, but I'm pretty sure Paul was planning on check calling that river there. Well played hand by Paul.
Paul looking for his second Triton title. He'll eclipse the 18 million winning mark here in Triton, regardless of his finish now that he's guaranteed this payout. Big slick now for Baz. How does he want to play it?
Oh yeah, wow. Paul's had 17.6 million coming into this.
$280.
Raise 280 fast. Thank you.
Wow, I'm counting. He has 3 second places. Yeah, he has 3 second places, a couple thirds. So he's definitely made a bunch of deep runs, just only taking it down one time.
Bads had a 4th place finish in one of the earlier events here. He's had a lot of close calls too. Does have 4 titles, but it's been a while. She gonna raise up the ace-queen offsuit here.
Just going to take it down, Makita. The pause, we've seen it a few times. The chip leader. Maybe sending a subliminal message to second in chips. Hey, I'm the chip leader. It's all good. I'm going to let this one go. Just remember it.
$240.
Raise 240.
Paul chooses not to defend.
Yeah, Winford are short stack now, just 27 antes. So Makita should be able to lean on the middling stacks.
And this jump worth a decent amount, 119,000. So
yeah, the jump's getting real meaty now. This jump 119, then the next one 290,000. King queen off for Winfred.
wow, pretty tight fold there from Winfred.
Yeah, we've seen him be very careful in these spots.
Perhaps Winfred thinks Paul's gonna take a few more chances than he should. He's trying to play the waiting game despite being in last.
Queens for she, yeah, and he's just going to put Winfred in. Four left in this 100K. If you're out there in the chat and you haven't already, just gently tap that like button. Hit the subscribe button. Use your pinky.
That's going to get a walk. Makita looking for that 5th Triton title.
Let's see if Makita attacks again.
Yeah, I expect him to be attacking like very wide here.
This time no raise though, just jam.
Yeah, no need to get cute with the Jack-8 offsuit.
If at first you don't succeed, try again. So this relentless aggression at the beginning of the final table did not work out for Makita, but now it certainly is.
It's my aces now.
Yeah, and Winford down to 22 antes here. We'll need to pick up something soon. That's probably it. Ace Queen of Spades under the gun. He's been very careful, but can't wait forever.
This certainly needs to go in, you would think.
Paul with the Queen 10 of diamonds, but this is for most of his chips.
1秒钟够了。
1秒钟够了。
有点害怕啊。
谢谢。我现在没有得害怕啦，必须要拼了。
Paul passes the ace-9 off here.
Yeah, and Chi's going to be ripping a lot.
Johnny control QQ.
And you've talked about this, but like it feels in short deck, the positional advantage is certainly negated versus games like PLO and No Limit. It almost feels like it's an advantage to be out of position.
Yeah. I mean, just getting to jam first seems great. That was a curious pass by Paul there. Because ace-9, it seems like one of the hand that these guys like, because when you're called, you have some flexibility. And probably he jams suited, but also, like Makita had already folded. He covers Winfred. Winfred's probably calling tight. Would have thought maybe he takes that spot. But he kind of follows it up with a similar. Now he's in one spot earlier. Makita's in, passes ace-10 suited. It looks like right now he's trying to wait Winfred out, which seems pretty reasonable since Winfred is playing very carefully.
What?
Yeah, it's also
see. Look, Makita's shocked.
No. Big fold.
Yeah, Makita thought that would go in, but I mean, he had queens there. Obviously, was calling. So we see it would have worked last hand, but not this one.
But that's why I almost see one less player, including a guy who can bust you. I'd almost rather raise the ace-9 into Winfred's blind, only having to get through 2, than ace-10. Right? It's not really that much better, and just one more player, especially who can bust you.
Is not busting that
right?
easy, huh?
Like, what's the real difference with equity when called with ace-9 and ace-10 suited? It's probably not that big, but you'd way rather have one less player who can call you.
This is going in for Makita again.
Yeah.
Paul does have the ace, but
You said waiting for Winfred.
Ace what?
Pretty.
yeah, it does kind of seem like Paul's trying to wait out Winfred here. Get that pay jump.
Ace for you?
Ace queen. I wait for you to bust.
Ship, are you going to call ace queen?
There is still a 20K turbo short deck event going on. That is the last event here, and we'll give you some coverage after this FT, depending on when this ends. Ace 9 for Bads
Don't give
now.
me a picture. What do you want me to do?
See what he does here. Raise. I mean, Sunyashi on the button has 81 antes.
Yeah, I think that will prevent Makita from just ripping.
I don't know. This is one of those hands sometimes guys play that way, though.
Yeah, it does make sense, actually.
Yeah, so he doesn't. But so far, Sunwashi hasn't been really playing back at him too much, but he's definitely not folding ace-jack suited. It's not the worst hand to call with in position either, though, so maybe he's got a lot of options.
He chooses all in.
Little posturing by Makita. Nothing wrong with that.
You call is the tournament.
No ICM, I think. You have ICM, other people know ICM.
Yes, that's the problem. Ay, 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 ay.
Makita's still out in front. Picks up the aces.
Maybe comes back with a raise again.
Yeah, he's been raising a lot. Remember, he raised with Jack 9 off earlier. I would expect him to make it 240, something in that range.
Yeah, because, you know, Winfred and Paul are certainly not going to be raising very much, so you can't count on someone to do your dirty work for you if you limp here.
Yeah, and Winfred going to be down to under 20 antes now.
Waiting for you, blinding away.
I saw a jack first. If I got ace jack, I go. I call, see what happens. 10 jack, I call. Nine jack off, I fold. What do I mean?
Ooh, Paul with the aces this time. I mean, just moving all in here, winning everything, pretty huge. It'll further the separation between him and Winfred. But he's going to trap. He does have the two big stacks behind him, maybe hoping one of them's going to come at him. And this could be trouble for Sunwashi if he tries to attack that limp. Is he suspicious of the limp, though? Looks like he is.
But ace queen for Winfred. And he is.
He's pretty short. Look, all the aces are out.
Yeah, I think this is going in.
Yeah.
Okay.
There it goes.
That's exactly what Paul wanted to see.
Sets the trap. Works to perfection.
How much?
Now he's just going to need to hold.
This is exactly the setup that got Greenwood. Aces to ace queen off.
About as good as it gets in short deck. Paul's going to try to make it look like he has a real decision to try to get Chi in too.
哎，買褲兜啦。
喂。哦，你不 call 我 call 了。嗯。
哎呀，俾你買褲兜啦，我應該 call 你啦，好啦。
Winford gets the bad news. 14% pre-flop. He's going to need something pretty spectacular. He's going to be our 4th place finisher. Not the worst flop, but really just needs a queen. Now just a queen and a queen only. That's going to do it.
GG， 你不去你也是掉，我也赢你。啊？我 A9。
Good game, sir.
A9 黑桃哦。
我看 flop 有時輸啊。
嗯。
Another Triton legend bows out. Winford Yu will not be getting his 3rd Triton title today.
And Paul busting him, you know, he's still in 3rd here in this 3-way match, but it does move him up to having a stack that can do some damage. 51 antes, Sunya Shi with 86, and Makita with 120.
Winford Yu, another final table here at Triton. Another big score. Bows out in 4th place. Take home $391,000.
Managed to grind his way up to 4th place finish.
Yeah.
You know, being careful picking his spots. Probably took less risk than anyone else at the table and got a solid finish. But anyway, this is a clearly delineated 1-2-3, but Paul isn't that short as the 3rd place guy.
Now 41 antes now for Paul, 69 for Shi, and almost 100 for Makita. And Paul's going to raise it up with the A7.
40万总入。
So this is one of those hands that you're kind of bluffing with, and it gets King Queen to fold. Pretty strong limp. Give some respect to that raise, but Paul's already shifted gears.
Yeah, now Paul has no incentive really to wait on anyone. He's the short stack.
Yeah. And my guess is Paul would have definitely liked to ladder, but he's probably thinking about that win.
Yeah, everybody guaranteed $500,000 now, then $800,000 for second, and $1.15 million for the champion.
Nobody hits anything. Both have similar hands. Paul has the range advantage here. He goes ahead and bets with it, and that should be enough.
Yeah, this would be really ambitious with the black King 6 here. Paul inching his way closer to second place. The boss man very much alive here.
It's been 2 pots, 3-handed, and Paul's 2 for 2.
We talked about it before. Over 18 million in Triton earnings for Paul with this cash, but 1 title. You know he's hungry for another one. And he's going to limp with the ace queen off. That set for Makita right on the flop. Paul is going to lead out here.
Paul is the only one that can have kings, but Makita
275.
definitely has all the 2 pairs, where Paul might not have any 2 pairs really.
Yeah, the king 7s, the 9 7s. There you see Tan Xuan sweating the final table. Paul picks up the pocket jacks on the button.
Yeah, it's a dicey one, but does he want to attack with it? Yep, just ship it.
Again, I think Paul identified pretty quickly these guys probably aren't trapping.
No more ICM, huh?
No ICM. A double up, no ICM.
300K pay jump. No? No ICM?
Makita's trying to talk Paul into some ICM. Paul doesn't seem to be buying it.
I don't think that's going to work on him.
Listen, Paul has a lot of money. He might respect ICM, but he could also just decide he doesn't care. I mean, we're talking about a guy that...
Yeah, I mean, this isn't exactly a qualifier here.
Yeah, not only owns Triton, but he's one of the most successful poker players. He's won a lot of money in cash games. Played in some really good cash games for a really long time. So,
Makita's still pushing the ICM to Paul.
Who knows? Maybe he's just annoyed. One Triton title. I started this thing. We're gonna win another one here. I wanted to ladder up here, but now that we got $500,000 in the bank, let's go for the win. Paul has trapped up front now, coming in with a weaker hand. But also to Paul's advantage if he can convince Makita that he doesn't care about ICM, right?
Wow, and look at this. Trips for Paul and Chi.
And yeah, it makes sense that Paul leads at this a lot, since he's really the only one that can have anything really good on this. Aces, ace, king, kings. So he's just going to bet a lot, and it makes sense he went small. And yeah, this is not a good spot for Shinhwa Shi. That said, in short deck, they're going to chop quite a lot, which you can see in that massive tie equity. The reason why, because any queen, jack, or 10, and it's a chop. 3 kings with, ace, queen.
And Makita isn't done here. He's going to make a move.
This is kind of a interesting play by Makita, who can't really have a very big hand. The best hand he could have is 3 kings. Really a hand like Paul and Shinhwa Shi have, but so neither one of them certainly will fold, because really the top of Makita's range is exactly the type of hand that the other two have.
Paul's going to put in another raise. This puts Shi in a really gross spot. It's entirely possible Paul has aces raise king here.
Yeah. Sunyashi could be dead. So he's not afraid of Makita here. But
哎呀，瞎搞啊！我有老 K 啊，让沙巴哥给打飞了。哎呀，瞎搞啊！
And damn, last time I heard it.
I have S king. You know that.
我有老 K。
老 K 到了。
And Paul now tied with Shi for second place after taking down that pot.
My range.
We've seen Paul do this already. Raising the suited ace after it's limped to him on the button.
Who's it?
Put Shi in a very awkward spot.
Yeah, Paul has completely ramped up his aggression. And Sunyashi probably thinking of shipping it here. Which looks like it's going to work if he does. It really seems like he's considering it. Nope.
Paul continues to chip up three-handed.
One ace.
A show 2 times become 2 ace.
Last time you showed 9.
There you see Paul in second now. Shi our short stack. Nikita's still out in front, but it's anyone's game. Big pay jumps here. 510 for our next, then 800,000 all the way up to 1.153 million for the eventual champion. We lost Winford in fourth, Jason, and Wu Xiao in sixth. Sam Greenwood bubbled. And this is trouble for Paul. He does shove, so it could get through, but
Heads up here. Ace-10 suited's not a small hand.
no, and Sunyashi is the short stack now. See, he's really considering it. And he lets it go. And the boss man.
He's running these guys over.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest.
Look,
He's
he
running them over
waited
right
for Winford to bust in fourth,
Yeah.
and now he's just full gas pedal.
I mean, what a difference. Kind of making really big laydowns and being really careful when Winford was still in, and now just pedal to the metal, he's going for it.
A10同色，给我同色我去了哦。A10同色，哎呀 A8 A9，有你 A8 A9，10个我都怕你不推呀。
Makita gonna get a walk.
How many titles do you have for Triton? One? So you want second?
Second got
ICM?
picture. One
Ah.
no picture here.
Queens for Bads, ace-10 of diamonds for Paul now.
Let's see how Makita plays this. I wonder if he's going to go for the limp trap. Raise it himself. I mean, Paul has been very aggressive.
350.
350.
It almost feels like he's kind of trying to induce Paul to do something crazy.
Yeah, is Paul going to do it or just call? Can't see him folding this.
I don't think he's ever folding. Might just want to rip it here.
Yeah.
Does need to be careful, though. Doesn't want to bust before she does.
It's taking a while now. I feel like he's a little bit more likely to call given how long this has gone. Yeah.
Does peel in position.
It's that past the point of no return in poker. And Paul's navigated these spots pretty well, had a chance to continue his relentless aggression here, and wisely avoided it. I mean, this is kind of the first spot sort of where someone had a hand and it wouldn't have worked out well. I mean, at least in equity, you know, you could still win, but, you know, and Paul sidestepped it.
Makita with the overpair, Paul with top pair, top kicker.
Don't think we're quite at Neo in the Matrix moments yet, but so far, whoa.
And look at this.
Yeah.
Makita just goes for the shove.
Should go in pre-flop.
Paul's put him on jacks. It was queens, Paul, and I don't think he was going to fold it. But Paul doesn't have a straight draw.
No, and if he calls and loses, he'll be out in third place.
Yeah, I think he's going to end up letting this one go.
The problem for him is he's never really that far ahead, is he?
I mean, the only way would be if, and we have seen this a couple times, it's just like ace-queen or ace-king.
But is Makita really ripping into Paul with ace-queen off here?
Listen, we saw a couple. Do you remember the hand? It was a king-high board, and Sun Yashi just ripped ace-queen, and Paul had queens and laid it down.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think it's possible, and that's best-case scenario, but is that likely? Is that a big part of Makita's range? No. And against most of his range that Makita's doing this with, Paul is an underdog.
Let's check maybe.
Yeah, he's saying jacks, queens, ace-jack. He is a favorite against ace-jack, but...
Just because I have more chips than Mr. Sun.
What do you hold?
10. It's 10. Diamond.
Ace 10?
Does make the good laydown.
Oh.
And look, we don't know the run out, but Paul could have easily shipped there as well pre-flop,
I mean,
so Stays alive for the time
I'm
being.
fine to pick up the pot, you know, like so many, always so many outs in short deck.
Take door, flush. 哇，我也还不知道输赢哦，5个 out。
Paul has to be kind of happy with that in a way, because he was thinking about jamming pre-flop. It seems pretty likely Makita was going to call.
Agreed.
And folded the flop, so kind of dodged a couple bullets on that one, all things considered. Now he's got another ace. A little worse than ace-9, but is he going to do it again?
All in.
Yeah.
Yeah, Paul still covering Shi just by a little bit now.
Yeah, now I wonder if Shi wishes he could get back that ace-10 suited and call again.
It's so sad to be chip leader and not being able to put some pressure.
No. Weakest chip leader I've ever seen.
Yes.
来点吧，这个时候该来点啦。
No ICM here. I wish, you know, 2 stacks of 50 was like Jason, Seth, Ike, someone, you know, someone who I can go all in.
All in.
Yeah, Seth's folding ace-king in this spot. I mean, can you imagine anyone at this table folding ace-king? That is just not happening here.
No, but I think Makita bemoaning a little that these guys really aren't scared to gamble with him, whereas others might be more ICM conscious and he can abuse it more.
But again, goes to that point I made earlier that as the chip leader, you can only do the ICM dance with partners who are willing to do it with you. Otherwise, you're just punting. And I mean, you could look at them and get mad, shake your fist. Why would you call me with that? But you know what? Everybody can play their chips the way they want. It's your, you know, your job to figure out what's going on. So, you know, you should. But really, most of the time in life, when people do stuff like that, if they sat and thought about it, they know it's themselves they should be mad at. But it's just so much easier to yell at someone else for a lot of people. Not everyone.
Yeah, it's always funny when someone's like, why'd you play that hand so badly? Why'd you give me so much EV there? What are you doing?
And Makita 10-9 here. This is exactly the type of hand that a lot of chip leaders would just open jam. But Makita comes with a limp.
Yeah, Makita seems pretty content to just see flops with these guys. Both these guys basically identical stacks. Makita with half the chips in play. She's starting to put his foot on the gas pedal a little. Raising the Jack-8 of clubs.
And out of the three of them, Mikita's the one playing the most carefully.
Yeah, it's like he doesn't want to gamble too much, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He wants to see flops.
Cheap.
Keep the pot smaller.
Cheap, yeah. He doesn't want to see flops for raises. I mean, I feel like he just passed 2 spots that were, you know, it would have been not unreasonable for him to have called.
I mean, look, we've talked about it throughout the series. He's a really competitive guy.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since he's won a Triton title. How much is this just him really trying to control every aspect of it, you know?
Yeah.
Put the ace-8 off.
All in.
Yeah, this hand, I've seen it. This is like the shoving hand. Every time, it seems like these guys know what to do.
Maybe S6.
No.
好了，超哥。
And this final table, initially no one could bust. Then the short stack started flying.
All in.
And now it's slowed down, but Mikita going to rip the Jack-10 of spades here. This is a hand he's not going to wait around with. The reason I think you can apply so much more pressure, it's kind of obvious, right? The equities are close, but unlike in PLO, you're not sort of beholden to the pot size, right?
Yeah, you can just ask for all of it.
Like that feels like your chip leader. You have Jack-10, 9-8. You know what I mean? You just want to get it in. You don't want to have to raise and get called, but you have to make the pot. Kind of a cool hybrid game. Can see why these guys like to play it. And again, she has just been fearless
Why
recently.
raise me every time? Chip leader. No raise.
It's like I'm raising.
No, no, no.
It's like I'm raising because you're folding.
I mean, and look, Mikita's joking around, but I do sense a little frustration that he's not the one who's able to kind of push the pace.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still very comfortable, obviously.
Yeah, even just the mere fact that he's bringing it up. But, I mean, he's still doing all right. Like, he's over 5 million. He has almost half the chips in play. So things are working out. And he's been pretty low risk all in all.
No, I see him. I fall.
Yeah, he's avoided these big confrontations. This is a big pay jump here. You do not want to bust now. Miss out on the 300,000.
Well, you would think so. But
you never know with these guys.
I mean, this was that exact spot earlier where we was talking about the plan for second and the tournament with Seth and the other guys, one of the first short decks, and you know, it was drastically different what was happening.
Break, right? Break. Yep. Break, break, break.
Does look like these players will go on a break. Mikita's still out in front. Boss man now the short stack, but right there with Chi. Still very much anyone's game here.
Yeah, certainly.
100K short deck event here in Jeju.
Mikita over half the chips in play now.
Yeah, still in a great spot, but I mean, short deck equities run close. Anything can happen. We're going to take about a 10-minute break. Don't go anywhere. Get caffeinated. We'll be back soon.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. The button opens, small blind calls, actions on you in the big blind. Which of these hands actually prefers to go multi-way rather than just going heads up against the button? King Queen offsuit, 5-5, 9-8 suited, or 10-5 suited? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
After that aces where we've faded a bust. But another way to look at it isn't just that, it's also the jump. That jump from 0 to 240, you don't actually get a jump bigger than that until you go from third to second. So this is a really big jump. I mean, not only is it to get anything, but even just the amount of dollars is very large. The jumps get much smaller after this. Oh, wow, here we go.
Greenwood.
And this is the fear when you move all in, what happens. Why you like having the ace, but there's still 3 left in the deck.
Ace, queen, jammed it. Bads a covering stack in the cutoff. He'll be going nowhere with ace-ace.
Hold up. Oops.
He is the covering stack.
I'm covering. But by such a small margin. What is it? 790.
Pretty grim spot for Greenwood. Look at this equity, 80-14.
And now ace is full. Once more on the flop, leaving the opposition drawing effectively dead. Running sevens for the chop. And you get the sense that Sam is not tickled by that spot there. In particular, given that coming into that pot, Greenwood ran third in chips, Rast. And
375, 475.
you know, this is how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, he's definitely seemed pretty annoyed.
Yeah.
And you can't blame him.
No, not at all. But his departure brings us to a final table. This feels a little bit, you know, normally I talk about the cash earned.
That hand.
Thank you.
And Makita in a great spot to apply ICM pressure.
7. That's kind of a lot in this game.
Koon with just 5 antes, Wu with 9. It's just going to be so tough for these middling stacks to call off without premiums here.
200.
Raise 200. Yes.
Yeah, and interesting that he went 200K there as opposed to ripping.
Yeah, but I think this is kind of the reason. You can go 200K, you're happily calling off the short stacks, but if something like this happens, you get away for pretty minimal damage.
If he rips, ace-queen probably folds.
Ah, that's true. Although, I don't know.
I mean...
She's been unpredictable, but yeah, it probably does. And
I mean, I'd actually say it almost certainly should fold.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, even, like, let's say he calls and sees this, and he's like a 55-45 favorite. I mean, that's a disaster for him, kind of. Like, he's second in chips. There's 2 guys with, you know, less than 10 antes. So, yeah, that's why, I mean, Jack-9 off is kind of one of those hands where, like, the Jack-10s, the 9-10s, Jack-9, you have good equity against, you know, reasonable equity against aces, kings, ace-king, or whatever that call. So interesting. And you don't have a good blocker here. Like, you'd think maybe Makita does that with, like, the ace-7 off or the ace-6 suited. Maybe he does this play. Just really curious to see, you know, I actually feel like watching a lot of these final tables, different guys have different theories. Like, they're definitely playing these spots differently.
Well, Wu Xiao is going to go with it. I mean, very short now. Decides to gamble with the 9-7 of diamonds. He's going to be very live.
Ace-queen. The blocker is.
In fact, when you say, like, when you watch this as opposed to Hold'em, it's very clear there's more theories in this game about how you should play spots than in, say, No Limit Hold'em.
Big price for you here.
Where I feel like you see a lot more very consistent decision making at spots. What do you think, Will?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of different options, and wow, that's pretty much death for Wu Xiao. And he's running 9s.
9-9's it.
No. Maybe?
And Makita folded one, yeah, so that's going to be GG.
GG.
Bro.
Oh.
Good game, sir.
All right.
Wu Xiao going to go out in 6th place.
Good game, bro.
And Jason,
Nice playing with you.
very happy to ladder there. He's guaranteed over 300K now. The sniper came in firing, got unlucky to double Winford Yu up, was short, gambled, didn't work out, but he'll take home $240,000 for his efforts.
Like, I wonder if that's a spot where, you know, I'm not saying he folds everything, but maybe you just pass up some of the chip BV, which is marginal, with a hand like 9-7 off, which is probably a favorite to lose anyway. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't know, but, like, I would speculate maybe he's supposed to fold and try to ladder by letting Koon, waiting to see what happens with Koon first.
Well, Koon is going to have most of his chips in the pot, and Paul is trapping with pocket aces. Incredible spot for Paul. When Paul limps, he's hoping something like this happens. Action behind him.
Yeah, wow, it's exactly a raise.
Yeah, and Makita getting a great price, and now the trap is set.
Yeah, Paul just gets to move all in comfortably here. Earn that extra 80K Makita put in. Well, I guess, no, that is...
Yeah, and this is very sharp by Paul because Jason is going to be forced to go with a lot of hands. So
Yeah.
this exact scenario plays out very frequently where if Jason wasn't short like this, I think Paul would be more likely to just have ripped himself.
$650.
Attaboy.
You guys trapped me for the whole line,
Attaboy. I got you for an extra 80.
Yes.
Or extra 40.
And now
extra
Koon
40.
gets to try to triple
got a
up, more than
monster.
triple up, huh?
Yeah, it's not the worst parlay for him. He is well behind,
Ivy
but
stacked
just
me with 9-7 off against my aces for like an enormous pot all in free on the bubble of one of these. Maybe I'll relive Ivy here. I flopped top set and he flopped the wheel. I prefer no top set, just like a 9-7-7 flop. Short deck. Ah, that's not very short deck.
That's a pretty dusty one for
Eight
Koon.
of spades is very short deck.
Paul, do you want 8 of spades?
Oh,
not the
Eight
worst
of
card.
spades I want.
8's now live for Koon.
Eight of spades, come on.
Just 4 outs for Jason Koon one time, and it's a jack.
Congrats, guys. Good luck. Have fun.
That's not going to do it. The 10-time Triton title winner bows out
Yeah.
in 5th place.
Never ending.
Always a pleasure to watch Koon ply his craft. One of the best to ever do it.
Yeah, with this up to over 27 million. Quick backflip for the fans. Back-to-back final tables to close out this series. For the winningest player in Triton history.
Yeah, you missed that backflip.
Sick.
Yeah, with pants. I mean, I'm not saying it's easy to do it.
Welcome back to Jeju, Triton Super High Roller Series. Last 100K buy-in, we lose Jason Koon in 5th, then Winford Yu in 4th, and now 3 players remain here. Makita Badziakouski looking for his 5th Triton title. Bossman Paul is looking for his 2nd, and Sun Yashi looking for his 1st Triton title. Any thoughts here as we get into the three-handed play again, Brian?
You know, my main thought is just about kind of the differences at this. It seems like some of these guys don't care about ICM. In fact, if anything, Badziakouski with half the chips, chip leading, he's kind of been the most careful. Really big difference between some of the other final tables, especially at short deck we've seen here, but it is what it is.
Yeah, anybody's game. Bads has about half the chips in play. But, I mean, we've seen the equities in this game, right? Like, all it takes is one flip. It took Tan Xuan last night, getting it all in with ace-jack of hearts. Got it all in against ace-king, had the guy dead on the turn. Make sure to hit that if you haven't already. I mean, I imagine you have. But, yeah, anybody's game here, 1.15 million up top. Everybody's guaranteed $500,000. Huge pay jumps here, though, as we get into three-handed play.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, this is a big one, big pay jumps. But I don't think the shorties care so much about that. It seems like they're all about that Triton title. So, you know, not much ICM to work with. Let's see who can take it down.
Yeah, we've seen some ripping, you know, Bads rip with the Jack-10 of spades, the ace-queen offsuit, but no hands to call. So all it takes is one confrontation like that. Blood is spilled, somebody gets eliminated, someone doubles. So we'll see what happens. But, yeah, it's been a blast sweating these Triton events. And these short deck events have been, honestly, a great sweat. All of them, really.
Yeah, this final table also has it's been an adventure. Like, if I remember, I think 10 of the first 11 all-ins at least were won by the short stacks. So it's dragged on quite a bit. That said, I mean, they were really deep. There's a lot of antes in play. Like, despite the fact that it's taken a long time to get down to three-handed, you know, these guys have a little bit to work with still.
Yeah, not in the danger zone yet, but 41 for Paul, 43 for Shi, and then 87 for Bads.
Yeah, remember three-handed, there's only 4 antes total in the pot, so the amount in the pot actually gets smaller as the number of players decrease because of the structure, which is no longer the case anymore with the big blind ante.
Ace-jack of spades here for Paul. And he's just going to rip. Again, we've seen Paul was playing conservatively four-handed, waiting for Winford to bust. Has been very aggressive since Winford did bust in 4th place. She getting a little snack, maybe a mooncake. You got any of those, Rasty?
I have, yeah, they're good. Not too many, but here in the booth, it's not a bad way to get a quick bite.
Tens now for she.
Oh yeah.
Just ripping it.
And Pads looks interested.
Oh.
And we can see why.
I mean, it's probably going to be heads up.
Disaster for Sun Yashi. Runs right into aces.
What in?
And Makita, who started the final table as chip leader, lost some pots, then eliminated Greenwood on the bubble with aces.
I'm on your side.
In a great spot to take us to heads up here.
You go.
Never easy.
Pretty good flop for she, all things considered. Gut shot. Can also hit a 10. Now it's just a jack or a 10. Or he'll be our 3rd place finisher. That's going to do it. Makita gets the knockout.
Yeah, we can continue. Up to you if you want to smoke or something. So I'm moving there? Yes. Where do you want me to sit?
Okay.
Nice run by Sun Yashi. Briefly had the chip lead in the early parts of the final table. Kind of ran it up when Makita was running it down, but couldn't hold on to it. And wound up with a nice $500,000 score for 3rd place. Oh, well.
Yeah, always nice when you're not in for too many events either, right?
Yeah.
Gotta imagine he's in the black for the trip. And now, the boss man and Makita both locking up over 800,000, playing for about 350,000 on top of that. Both really want this title. Paul, a ton of winnings, 18 million plus on the Triton Tour, but only 1 title. Makita also, we talked about this, 18 million plus winnings, 4 titles, but it's been a while. Looking for his 5th to get closer to Jason Koon, who has 10. Now has a very comfy chip lead.
Yeah, 3-1. Almost exactly. It's hair over, actually, but yeah, Paul's got his work cut out for him here. You know, 3-1 chip disadvantage against a great player. So Makita's solidly positioned here for title number 5. You can see they're playing for $353,000 US and that Triton title.
Yeah, and Paul, nice finish to the series. 4th place in the 50K PLO for over 400K. Looking for a win here, though.
Yeah, between this and that Omaha finish, surely got him in the black.
Although who knows about the cash games?
Yeah, I mean, he's probably playing the cash games almost every day, and they're quite big. So
first place is like a buy-in, right? 8s for Paul.
Now only 3 antes in the pot. Truly could think of this as small blind, big blind, but the small blind is out of position now. Big blind in position. Let's see what kind of strategic adjustments these guys come with, you know. Is someone going to be very aggressive up in the variance pre-flop? Are they both going to try to play small pots and play post?
Pretty nice flop for Makita here. Open ender.
Yeah, interesting check back by Makita. You'd think that hand would bet at some frequency, open ender, 10 high, no showdown. You know, maybe he's going for, you have to think he's going to bet it now. He has more 7x. Can't show down 10 high. And unlike other river stabs, this one actually has quite a bit of equity with an open-ended straight draw. The 8 no longer any good for him.
240.
Yeah, so he's coming pot. Now kind of repping a 7 almost, it feels like.
Yeah, I think a 7 or a queen that check back are both possibilities for this bet size. A jack, almost certainly not. But probably a little more 7x. I think that bet size is just too much for 8s, so pretty reasonable fold by Paul.
Bad's going to take it down. See a lot of Bad's fans in the chat. The Belarusian looking for that 5th Triton title. So close now. Another $1 million payout here. We've had at least 20 this trip, which is crazy. All the way up to 4.3 million. Big slick now for Bads.
All in.
Wow, just ripping it.
You know, earlier in the series, Bads had on that yellow sleeveless hoodie, Brian.
Yeah.
I wonder if maybe, you know, frustration led to him switching, maybe burning it?
Just things weren't going too well in the yellow hoodie. I mean, maybe good riddance.
I mean, you ever do that? You ever have a bad shirt? Just toss it in the garbage, maybe light it on fire?
No, it's actually never happened where I threw clothes away because I lost. And in fact, I'm sure there's been something that I've had really bad sessions in I don't even remember.
Wow.
I do remember one or two tops, hoodies, or jackets that I won a tournament in. But yeah, nothing that I've lost. I don't know if, is that weird?
Paul gonna raise up the queens.
Like I had a Dune hoodie, I won my 5th bracelet, and the last one, the PPC, I was a UFC jacket for Manel Kopp. Guy who's in the top 10 in the flyweights. Yeah, I think Makita just calls here. Jack 10. Not the best hand against short stacks, but I mean, heads up, you know, are we going to fold pretty good hands in position?
Yeah, we've seen Makita just want to take flops here.
Oh,
this one will get him in trouble.
This is a tough one.
Obviously, we see he has top pair, but also he'll have way more 7s than Paul. Although maybe folds a lot of those pre.
I'm going to guess Paul kind of goes like half pot-ish and then all in on the turn. So like 400 or 500K here. Yeah. And then sizing for, if called, he's got a just under pot shove on good cards. Bad cards, hard to say. Yeah, I mean, probably the worst card for Paul to see here on the turn would be a 10. Because now you're losing to 3-7s. Oh.
And Makita's just going to rip. Wow.
7, 7, you go in, 7, 8, 9. 8, 9.
How about a 10, Paul?
Paul doesn't love this.
No, he can't fold, though. This is just... He's heads up. It's for all his chips. And you always got to take your time and think about it.
There it goes.
But yeah.
2 out.
Paul's going to be in great shape to double up here.
Which I like that, by the way. I think even in spots where maybe you feel, always take like a few seconds unless it's truly obvious to think about it.
来大牌就没事了。
Bads picks up a bunch more outs. Now can hit an 8.
Easy.
It's never easy.
大牌大牌。Okay.
Jack not going to do it, and Paul gets a huge double up here.
And they're going to be close to even, not quite.
Yeah, this is a pretty big turn of events. I mean,
Open
Makita had
40
him
万，那个
heavily
开了我
outchipped.
打40万，他 all in。对。不跟他赌运气。
Big double for the boss man.
10个。
Now it's really anyone's game.
拿波了，55波了，对。
See the frustration on Bad's face. So close. And I believe Paul was the short stack or very close to it at the start of the final table, so pretty amazing result for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Badziakouski's play there is he's just trying to clear out overcard equity. I mean, in short deck, that's so huge. Like, let's say Paul has ace, king, king, queen, ace, queen, etc. I mean, those 6 outs twice in short deck represent pretty massive equity.
I was a little surprised to see the shove there from Bads.
But that's why. It's like he thinks Paul's not quite deep enough. Is
you
he
don't,
really
you don't want to let ace king, ace queen.
No, you don't want to give him a free. You don't want to give him a free pull at 6 outs. I mean, that's you know, in short deck, you're taking the 16 cards out the deck.
Yeah,
so
there's no deuces. There's no no
so
threes,
you're just,
4
those
fives,
overcards are way more likely to hit, and you know, charge a draw like 8-9. I mean, the play kind of makes sense.
No time to sulk here from Makita. It's back to work.
It's definitely not designed to get better to fold. Because, I mean, realistically speaking, that's not going to happen.
No, but equity denial, much more of a thing in short
Equity
deck.
denial is massive. And, like, Paul only had a pot size bet left more.
See that Triton trophy.
$420.
Yeah, we've seen these guys take these really bad hands in short deck and use them as bluff raises.
Yeah, in position. trying to get the limp folds, but we can see it works. Paul has probably one of the best hands he's going to end up limp folding there. Can't see him limp folding King Jack off.
No, Bad's back on track. Now King 8 of diamonds for Bads and queens for Paul on the button.
$360.
$1.1.
Paul gonna 3-bet. Boss man with a great start to this heads-up match.
Board which should favor Paul some. Jacks are a pair. 2 overcards. 4 undercards.
Paul inching closer. Stack's almost even now.
All right, both of the guys have pretty solid playable hands. Anyone interested in raising?
Wow. Paul just flops the nuts. Makita has a hand he can definitely continue with.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Broadway, Makita, second pair, gut shots being much more likely to hit in short deck.
120.
Wow, Makita just leads here.
This is pretty surprising.
Yeah, you have to think that this flop would be better for Paul.
Some of the stuff Makita's done has certainly felt exploitative to me.
Yeah.
I mean, you remember the flop became ace-king-king after being checked around pre-flop, and he raised Paul's bet?
Maybe he's trying to see if he gets raised.
Well, he's setting the price, and it's working so far, but Paul is setting the trap.
He figures he can get out easy versus a raise, but I mean, what happens here when you get called now? Like, you just check fold, I guess? Unless you want to keep bluffing. But weak lead, you get called, then check turn seems like a pretty dusty line. Like, what do you ever have there?
It felt like Makita was almost doing that to protect himself from facing a bigger bet.
Yeah, but okay.
120.
He's going to come with it again.
So I guess he's deciding that he's going to keep doing this, and if he ever gets raised, he feels confident enough folding his hand.
Feels like an information bet. Here comes the raise.
Yeah.
Pretty small sizing, too, from Paul.
Yeah, but I feel like if you're Makita, what you're looking for here is, like, when I do this and get raised, I'm just going to end up folding. So he might take his time, but I would be surprised if he called here. Otherwise, this play exploitively doesn't make any sense. Like, there's no way he's doing this looking to induce, you would think, with his hand. I mean, it's objectively pretty weak.
$1 million.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, so he's got another idea in mind. He's doing this to try to look extra strong. He's basically repping the hand Paul has.
Yeah.
The problem is Paul has it, not him.
Wow, so if you're Paul and someone's repping the hand you have, you know he can't have aces, he can't have sevens. Would he really re-raise here with a set of tens or jacks? Like, maybe you just call.
Yeah, can Paul figure this out? If he can just call and trap, he can potentially get a full double here.
Right, like if Makita is bluffing, he probably is drawing dead. But if he's...
It's a weird spot for Paul, though, because Makita's line does look very strong.
Sure, but I'm not sure how often he really has a set with this line. It's possible. I mean, tens or jacks would be the set he has.
Yeah, but it still seems unlikely for him to play it like this.
Yeah. Like, you'd think after getting raised, he probably just calls them. Yeah, I really like this call by Paul, because I think Makita isn't that likely to have a set, and he's never doing this with two pair, I think, for value.
7 does pair the river.
So if Makita feels he's repping king-queen, you know, does he bluff here?
Well, I would imagine Makita's trying to get Paul off a hand like ace-king.
Yes.
And if that's the case, he will definitely continue to bluff, in my opinion.
Does Paul really raise ace-king on the turn?
Versus the min sizing? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
What does Makita do now? Does just give it up.
He's done.
And this river might have saved him, Brian.
Yeah, if he felt like the main hand he was repping was king-queen, and now he doesn't, you know, a full house is never folding.
Paul goes for value now. He's not thinking what I'm thinking, is he?
No, I think he's just saving face. I mean, they're playing heads up for a lot of money.
Because I can't imagine he's thinking about a call here.
I think he just doesn't want Paul to know that he was trying to bluff him. I think. And so he's taking time. Maybe he'll even use one time bank for it.
Yeah, there it goes. And with that, Paul Pua is our chip leader.
Queen 9.
Huh?
Queen 9.
King Queen.
Which suit?
Huh?
Which suit?
Boss man, the nice lead now. Things deteriorating rapidly for Makita. Started with the 3-1 chip lead.
Yeah, this final table has gone all Paul's way. Makita with a really creative line on this last hand, but yeah, when you're, you know, getting creative into the nuts, it usually doesn't work out very well.
I will say, we don't know what would have happened, but had the river not paired there, that could have got really bad for him.
Yeah, if he fires that last shell.
Might be an all-in shell.
Like if he's thinking of, you know, kind of anything that doesn't change the nuts, right? Like a 8, 9, 6.
Makita with the ace-jack off. Down to about 65 antes. Yeah, he's just going to rip.
So pretty.
What is it, Jack 10?
Nice suited.
Jack 10 is painful to fold.
Listen to this. Makita's last Triton title came about 2 years ago in Madrid. Won the 50K. Since then, he's had 12 top 8 finishes in Triton events.
Oh, wow.
No titles.
Yeah, it just goes to show how fickle it can be.
A 4th earlier this series. Bunch of 2nds, 3rds, 5ths. But this will get him closer. Pocket kings, heads up. From what I'd seen, I'd imagine he'll make a small raise. Does make it 360, and this is a hand that could get Paul in some trouble.
Yeah, I mean, if he rips, Makita has hands
Yeah,
that
he
he's
is going to
folding.
rip. Wow.
Yeah.
And look at this.
Okay.
Makita snaps. Paul does have a ton of equity here.
He does.
I mean, 42%.
Yeah.
If he can get lucky, this tournament's over. If he can't, he'll be pretty crippled.
Why no queen queen?
6, 8, 9.
Oh, 6 and an,
9.
oh my goodness, but top set. The 6 and the 9, but no 8, it's a king.
Now the 8 of spades goes away. Just 3 8s left in the deck for Paul. Not going to do it, and Makita is going to double back just like that.
So, that's stack of 20.
Yeah, now Paul's in even worse shape than when he
39,
started. He had
50,
battled up and took over the chip lead
4
from
4
a
million
3-1 chip deficit, but now it looks like it's closer to 4-1. We'll
What a
see
big
when the
swing
dust
there.
clears.
We saw Makita bluffing with the queen jack into the nuts. If that
你都
river
没有
doesn't pair,
牌子吧？
now Makita with a massive chip lead. And Paul's going to be very short.
Sorry, what do you have now?
2.1 something.
2.1. Yeah. 2.1.
Only
38 antes for Paul. Makita with almost a 4-1 chip lead here. And ace jack of hearts. This is the hand that Tan Xuan won the main event with last night.
Call.
I'm not actually surprised to see Makita trapping here, and it might work. Paul just going to call, check his option, excuse me.
Paul bets 2/3 pot. That's a not very comfy sizing for Makita.
It does have the backdoor hearts. And like you said, we're basically back where we started. And he's going up, though. This is not the last event here. We will have some coverage after the conclusion of the 20K Short Deck Turbo.
Which is the last event,
I believe.
so you don't want to miss that.
Ten-7 of diamonds for Makita.
yeah.
Pad's very close to that elusive 5th Triton title. Paul's going to shove with the Jack 10, take it down.
玩腿啦，俾北法啦。
Needs to keep chipping up with these big antes. And Makita with an ace here. This could be trouble for him. Wisely just limps. Paul's going to pick up another pot, but notice Makita really not giving a lot of chips away.
Paul calling here, out of position.
Yeah,
We're
we've
gonna
seen
see a flop.
Makita bluff raise with like a Jack 7. It seems like those are more likely candidates than the 9-7, which is more connected and blocks less better hands, basically.
Like hands you can make straights like this, you know, doesn't want to raise. Kind of just wants to take the pure garbage and realize some fold equity versus Paul's limp folds.
And Makita does flop a straight.
I mean, there's a pretty good analog to that you see in short stack blind versus blind play in long deck hold'em, right? Where guys are now raising versus small blind limps with like the queen 4 off and like the king 5 off and those type of hands. It's the same idea.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the similarities between the two games as well as the differences.
And like, but they won't raise in those spots with like queen 7 suited, right?
Yeah, because it's not a hand you want to get blown off of.
Yeah, you're kind of just doing it for the pre-flop fold equity. That's the #1 concern. And it's nice maybe having a blocker to hands that continue. And in short deck, there's some other slightly different motivations as well. It's so much easier to make straights, so you see it less with the connected hands. All right, Makita, it's a pretty big one here. Does he go for the limp trap again, or just raise it?
He's just going to put it in. Paul Pua, one of the Triton co-founders, and Makita, one of the winningest players in Triton history, both looking for that title and that 1.15 million.
Check.
Great flop for Bads.
Theoretically, a better flop for Paul.
Which may lead to a sneaky check back here from Bads. Also may want to start getting some value.
Bet 100,000.
Kita picking up some small pots, but everyone counts. Paul now. Only 28 antes left.
Makita first to act.
All in.
Gonna keep chipping away. Tense moments here. The ante's being passed back and forth. Triton Super High Roller Series here in Jeju.
How much you have? They lost your count. 9, 1.9, 2.1.
1.92, 2.2.
Thank you. Hey. You have 4 ante.
Huh? Yeah, I see that as well on the app, which obviously is not correct, but...
Yeah, but you can pretty clearly see Paul's chip stack there.
Yeah. Oh, correction. 2,320,000, 29 antes.
Queen Jack for Paul. He's gonna rip it.
So far, a decent amount of all-ins happening. Seems most of the hands and recently have gone that way, but the other player not having enough to call.
Beautiful hand.
Chips just being passed back and forth. But a couple big hands here.
Look
at this.
Inside.
Makita has Paul in bad shape.
I need number 5.
Just needs to hold here.
Jack, Jack, Jack.
Makita referring to his 5th Triton title there. Oh my.
What a flop for Paul.
Could it be too many outs?
Too many outs.
Makita certainly thinks so.
Wow. Makita jumps back in the lead.
Picture.
Looking for a paint card that's not a diamond. And he gets it. And Makita
Not many
Badziakouski
people are happy, huh?
wins his 5th Triton title. And 1.15 million. And with that, he will pass Daniel Negreanu.
Yes.
Moving into 6th on the all-time money list. What a win for Bads here. Came into the final table as the chip leader. Things didn't go his way early, but then he burst the bubble, and now he finishes the job.
Congratulations, my man. Thank you. Just gonna do a quick interview. Okay. Yeah, I have 10.
Great run for Paul as well. Comes up just short. Wow, and yeah, I mean, it felt like all series to me. Bads hunting for that title. It's been a while for him. I mentioned earlier, 12th top 8 finishes since his last Triton win. Came 4th in an event earlier. You could feel the frustration when he busts that one. Obviously doesn't quit. Great short deck player. Takes it down here, and really kind of entertaining final table. The bubble would not burst no matter what, you know.
No, went on for a long time there, 7-handed.
And yeah, I mean, just really kind of cool seeing how these short deck final tables play out.
Oh yeah, it's been real exciting. I mean, this was a great final table. It went on for a while. You know, these guys really battled. Short stacks kept winning. The lead shuffled around multiple times, but it shook out in the end. And congratulations to Makita Badziakouski for Triton title number 5. You know, it's been, for him, a drought.
Yeah.
You know, people calling it a drought. I hadn't really called it that yet. You know, it 2022. You know, there's some people who don't even have one, but you know, great player, and whatever drought it was, it's over. So he's there, number 5.
Yeah, the wait is over for Bads, and don't go anywhere. We have some bonus coverage coming up after this of the 20K Short Deck Turbo, the last event here in Jeju. But first, let's send it down to Ali at the final table with some words with Makita Badziakouski.
Well, there is ebb and there is flow, and right now things are flowing for this man, Makita Badziakouski, who with this $1.1 million climbs to $19.8 million throughout the course of his Triton career in terms of earnings, and puts you 4th all-time in terms of the Triton money list, but takes you away from the number 4 in terms of titles. As you have now joined the 5-title club, something Danny Tang was front and center to remind you that you had done, but it's been a while since you and I were up here on this stage. Madrid 2022, to be exact. As an elite top-level pro, was there a sense of mounting expectation or pressure that you were feeling to grab this 5th one?
Yeah, you know, like back in Cyprus, I've got 2nd place twice, and back then, like, I wasn't really caring about winning the 5th one. You know, it wasn't like not a big deal. But after that, we played the whole stop in London, and then the next one in Monaco, and it was like always not even close. So by that time, now I really like wanted to win one, and yeah, I'm really happy it happened.
Well, it's the 2nd one that you've won in short deck, as back in Montenegro in 2019, that was your first. Why do you hate the deuces through 5s so much?
I love them, but I like Broadway cards even more.
Yeah, obviously big hands do get made, but truly in terms of short deck, is this a game that you want to see continue to flourish and continue to be a part of our Triton series?
I would really love to, but you know, that's the. Unfortunately, it seems that the game dying, like, you know, not much interest for it, but I personally enjoy it very much. Yeah.
Well, we know that you also enjoy never missing a Triton stop. Tell me in particular why we can always count on you being here.
Yeah, you know, actually, I guess there is not many players who played all of them since 2017. I didn't miss one. So yeah, I mean, everyone is coming in, having a great experience, and people always come back. So that's the thing, you know, Triton is just doing everything the best.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're one of the best, and that would explain why it is that this champion's hat that we have here was already emblazoned with your name and Jeju 24. This is something we expected. Luca Vivaldi, now with great pleasure, I invite you to the stage to hand Mikita Badziakouski his 5th title here in the 100K short deck, your champion. Congrats, Mikita. And welcome back to the desk here in Jeju. Ali Najad alongside Will Jaffe. Double duty a little bit as I had to run back here in a hurry right after that interview with Bads, who gracious as always. Absent his girlfriend Deanna, by the way, who's normally with him at a lot of these stops. I did catch him on video chat with her. Obviously, she was quite excited at the fact that he got a little bit of a monkey off of his back. You know, we talked about that big stretch, that span of time when we were out there. You know, it's tough. I think a lot of it is because he is as good as he is. You know, I believe, brought up that he's now past Daniel Negreanu in the all-time money list. I mean, that's an incredible feat. And everybody knows Daniel's name, but, you know, it's a little bit more niche to know Mikita's name, perhaps being inside baseball a little bit. And so we know that the expectations and the pressure that he placed on himself was super high. And finally managed to take it down. Impressive, too, for you guys to watch him make it happen. I mean, he looked solid out there.
Yeah, I mean, I know him initially as Fish0231 online, one of the best high-stakes, no-limit players back in the day. Has transitioned, obviously, extremely successfully to live poker tournaments. Passes Daniel Negreanu, moves up to 6th, and he's a real contender for, you know, potentially passing all these guys and becoming the top all-time earner in poker. And I felt it with him specifically when he finished 4th in one of the, I think it was the 20K earlier. I felt a huge sense of frustration for him. You know, he really just wants the title. He wants to win, I think, even more than the money. And look, I said it before, 12 top 8 finishes since his last win at Triton.
2 seconds and 2/3.
Yeah,
as
very
well.
Close, finally gets it done. And yeah, he played great. Chip leader at the beginning of the final table, but it was not a smooth ride.
No.
It was really anyone's game. Paul had him all in, could have won, but Mikita takes it down in the end.
Well, we are not done. As you touched on, we've got bonus coverage, a one-day event, a 20K short deck, as we round things out here at the Landing Casino. Jeju Shinhwa World just about to send you to the arena. Registration has closed. Still calculating the payouts. But as of right now, what we can bring you for sure are chip counts. No surprise, Will, perhaps, that at the top of those chip counts we find China's Tan Xuan, already having taken down the 50K title, 210 antes, over 2 million in front of him. Ante level 10K with the 20K on the button. Currently 13 players are running of an original 42 entrants.
Yeah, it looks like Tan took the 100K off, said, you can have it, Mikita.
Right.
Back here, chip leading in the 20K.
Arthur Yap, pocket queens, plays it as a limp from up front. Deliberations from the king queen of his Malaysian compatriot. Yap Junhwa using a time bank to think it over.
Yeah, we are pretty close to the money here. 7 pay, 13 left.
6 of clubs. I don't think it matters, but
Tan happy to check back with effectively 7 deuce suited in terms of short deck.
哇咁快打剩13個，
And he has flopped
現在只剩13
the
個，
gut shot
有冇快？
on the ace 7 8 board.
冇輸吧？
One overcard to these queens in a 3-way pot. Let's see how Arthur feels. $25K bet. Gets through king queen, and Tan working an absolutely absurd amount of carbonara. Is he? Normally I say he chews on it when he's taking the decision, but he's actually literally chewing on it.
I mean, he's been busy, Ollie. Hasn't had a lot of time to eat.
And now he has picked up the diamond draw, 120 in the middle. You're right, pulling double duty.
Yeah, and actually a much better card for Arthur's range, but Tan now does check it back. 7 of clubs comes in on the river.
Respecting, of course, the check back from the button when these lower flops, in terms of the ace playing as a 5, come down. Arthur not looking to barrel once more. Schwan very capable of activating.
Yeah, I would expect some activation here from him.
Nah, he just gives up. Chuckling it over, as he knows even the faintest rattle of chips may very well have earned him that pot. Flesh wound, though, no issue.
有 A 分錢，你 A call 不動。
Winford with a tough assignment, being to Tan's right, especially with a leaner stack. 10th out of 13 runners right now. Junhwa Yap, by the way, he is the shortest stack out there. Just 17 antes, and all of them sail in. Ace 9, the chosen hand. 8-9 suited for Arthur, and he's not interested. There's not a lot left in the tank, one would assume, at this point, especially for those who've been playing since the onset of this festival over 2.5 weeks ago. Many of us descended upon Jeju Island. Multiple days, multiple events. It has been an absolute grind. And then you've got the snipers, the late arrivals. Or a little bit more ready to go. Fresh, dare I say. Winford. Little click with the Jack 10.
I think we found the only thing that can get Tan to stop playing hands. It's a bowl of pasta.
Spaghetti carbonara. Apparently his kryptonite. I'll tell you what, though. He's ready to play hand, pasta or not.
Winford fresh off that 4th place finish in the 100K. A lot of big names still in this. Phil Ivey, Stephen Chidwick, Ike Haxton, Danny Tang.
Daniel Dvoress also out there lurking. Ton limped under the gun. Winfred said, let's take a peek. King 6 turns into bottom pair versus top pair for Ton. Bet and take it for Schwen. Looking at Arthur Yap's Triton track record, Madrid 2022, the only other time that we laid eyes on him. He went 0 for 3 in short deck there, 0 for 2 thus far here in Jeju. Looking to right the ship, and as Martin Nielsen proved, you can lay a couple of goose eggs across a few festivals and then finally break through in a very real way. As Martin did take down second. One of our prelim short deck events. Here, Winfred slips in from the cutoff. 2 overs, got shot straight draw. Mindful of Ton, checks. 7's in a gutter of his own. Ton checks back, still maintains the best hand.
Winfred, a very calculated, careful short deck player, really picks his spots well. And I mean, do you have that one in the wardrobe too, Ali, or no?
I'm going to leave that to Winfred, a distinguished gentleman.
One of the Triton OGs.
Oh, yeah. Looking at Winfred's Triton track record. 6 million plus in career Triton earnings. 2-time title winner. 13 cashes. Did finish 4th in the 100K. I believe you mentioned that. 25K in the long deck silver main. Couple of 6-7 offsuits now. And one of them has the luxury of acting in the light, whereas Yap's presence on the button in the dark.
Yeah, and if you watched any of the 50K, that was basically the Tan Chuen show. It's back on air now as he holds the chip lead, 6 away from the money.
Winfred getting his bearings, no doubt, on the Triton Poker Plus app, as those of you who are streaming us live should be doing as well. All the information that we're touching on available there. iOS and Android platforms, both. Walk us through Tan Chuen's Triton resume.
Obviously beefed it up big time, winning almost $1 million in the 50K main. But he's been busy. I mean, in London, 4th in the 60K short deck main for almost 300. 14th in the 250K no limit invitational. Vietnam, another final table in short deck. And then in London, 2019, first place in the 100K pound short deck Ante-Only for almost £2 million.
He is indeed a beast. Played this 10-8 offsuit as a limp. Flops second pair. Decides to slip it over to Yap Junhwa. Believe Junhwa Yap would be the appropriate sequencing. Pair of sixes on the turn for him. Not a bad river to look at, but unclear how interested he's going to be as he faces value pursuits. Just 15K. The figure.
This is a man who can find value in places few others dream of, but can he find it here?
The thing is, his reputation does precede him. A lot of times players do feel compelled to keep him honest. You saw the 15K had been cut out, but wise decision to let go.
7个7都没有20 OK
Dust. A round two, not dust. Tens and queens. Junhwa ready to sail away for the 132. Behind, already 10 posted. And Winfred will be a customer, and they'll be on their backs. Under pair, over pair.
Good luck.
These are certainly not the spots that we want to find ourselves. Just 26% or the 2 10s, and that means a quarter of the time something like this will happen. Middle set on the ace-9-10 board. In front, no concerns about a diamond. Just needs to fade a queen. And he's done just that.
140 2 我也怎么样
Big double there for the short stack.
Now, the little bit of breathing room relative to where he found himself before, but still work to be done. Payouts have been posted, by the way. Champ will receive $265,000, and only 7 will be paid, with the min cash 44K. So, a little less than half the field has to say goodbye before we can say hello to those payouts. So we'll have a double bubble on our hands in terms of final table and money bubble when we get to 7. Winfred gets going. Queen 10 suited. Tan's button, direct left. Boy, he can afford to make some calls and give people some spins, but he isn't so sure. Lays it down.
I think Tan might have looked up some other players there. Definitely loves to gamble, but he does it in a very efficient manner.
Now, when you're referring to gambling in an efficient manner, does incinerating your bankroll expeditiously qualify as gambling in an efficient manner?
No.
Because if so,
You have
then
done so?
Tan and I have that in common.
No, I don't think. I mean, maybe once upon a time, a young Tan Xuan incinerated a bankroll, but I think that thing's been healthy for a long time.
I would say he's still incinerating bankrolls, Will. It's just other people's.
Yeah.
Not his own. Especially in the short deck streets, where he is absolutely fearsome, does things that we don't see others doing. Very effective. Yup, squaring off with Xuan. Limped pre, 2 diamonds, 2 jacks, and a 9. Gutter for Yap. And just note the ambitions on Tan Xuan, not for the faint of heart. He gets involved with an 8-6 off.
Yeah, he mentioned in his winner's interview with you, he likes to play loose, likes to bluff, but there's a real method to the madness.
That's exactly right.
And if you're going to play these hands, you have to know how to navigate tricky situations, something he's certainly not afraid of. And Arthur's going to put him into one.
The lead for 25,000, and Arthur with nothing more than a gutter here. Things suddenly got pretty interesting in what looked like an otherwise benign pot as a malignant 4x from Yap. And look at Tan. He's not gone away just yet.
Oh, he's got incredible intuition. You can see the spidey senses tingling.
Well, he's asking himself how often would Jack X check back on this coordinated board? And whether or not maybe he can push a 9 out of there, but mercifully his cards hit the bin. For me, Will, I think you would agree, as the ante goes up to 12,000, that was a bit of an announcement pot from Arthur in terms of giving us a glimpse at what's going on upstairs with him.
Yeah, I mean, little preview. Haven't seen much from him so far. Clearly not afraid of the monster that is Tan Xuan.
King 9 suited. Tan doing monstrous things, although it isn't the worst hand by a long shot. Queen Jack on the button, thinking it over.
Yeah, he's in a weird spot. He's the short stack and not close enough really to fold to the money yet. But he's going to pass in the face of this aggression.
Yeah. Not just any aggression, though. Tan Xuan aggression. It has a greater ripple effect.
I forgot.
It's a special brand of aggression. Can leave you breathless.
Thank you, dude.
Thank you.
New dealer, same lineup. Jack 10, same Tan Xuan. Hence the raise. $82,000. Gets all the way through to the button of Winford Yu. Ace Jack for him, dominating. And as I pointed out earlier, Will, this is a tough assignment for Winfred to be directly to the right of Tan. Such a competent, fearsome opponent. 434 in front of him. That's good for about 38 antes.
This is just what he does.
Right.
Very tough to slow that man down.
Tots. Tots.
I think Winford told him he had Ace Jack and laid it down and asked him what he would have done.
正常没有理由付给你。什么牌？我看怎么打。什么牌？我的马量很尴尬，call 你又不行，推你又不行。
Well, this decision will be a little bit easier. No action in front of him.
Yeah, I'm right.
2 red queens. Yep. In it goes.
36个马。36个，差不多。Running, running. 有 running, running. Running, running.
Tan lamenting his choice to lay it down.
有你几个 percent？ 之前呢？
Winford looking for another nice short deck score.
Not with Queen 8 suited. Tan then. Jack 10 off. Arthur Yap ready for him on the button. plays it as a limp. And Arthur decides to jam. As Tan says, take it.
Tan never lets one go quietly.
No, and you kind of love that about him. He's, in terms of
What?
a guy who really dictates all the action around him, it doesn't have to be in the form of him doing the betting, raising. You're just there acting on your hand in front of him pre-flop, and you look to your left and you realize, oh man, I don't know, do I really want to step in this? Lion's Den, hosted by Tan Xuan. Tan's the kind of guy that strikes me as having left many people throughout the course of his poker career walking away from a table chipless and shaking their heads and wondering what just hit them.
Yeah, I can't even think of the the big pots he's won in cash games over the years.
He's really a delight to observe in that sense because he's cut from that cloth of old school gambler in the era of solvers, in the era of GTO, in the era of the 20-something domination in long deck in particular. He continues to flourish and show that you don't always have to adhere to some of these principles and protocols. As Junior Yap is saying, he doesn't want anyone else to adhere to this board. Incoming, jams the ace-queen from the button and earns 2 folds.
No, he called. On the 24.
I call.
I took the change.
Shinhwa getting some much-needed chips here.
Still shortest stack in the room.
會有所有 VIP 服務及訂房、機場接送。
I don't know about you, Will, but I'm a little bit surprised that as many people as we saw register for this one-day 20K have done so, because at this point, one has to imagine if it hasn't been a great stop for you, even the first place money of 265K here isn't going to fix or remedy that reality. And if it has been a good stop, then it's not likely to change your sentiments one way or the other about that. And this is not to scoff at the prize pool, but just where it lies in terms of the continuum, the actual last event, something for those who bust in the 100K to still have to look forward to.
All in.
Yeah, who knows what type of crossbooks, though, may be at play. And also, some of these guys might just, you know, not be ready to go back to the room yet. Call it a night.
Yeah, what else is there to do, they might be thinking, other than raise under the gun all in with ace-queen, which is what we've observed here out of Arthur. And now, Xuan, ace-jack. Does not make a meal.
Yeah, and for all the gambling Tan does, we've seen already, he knows when to get away.
There it is. The halo under which our high stakes dreams are dealt here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. One that welcomes the greatest players ever to do it, alongside some of the world's most legendary VIPs, many of whom are probably the best VIPs anywhere around in terms of the quality of their poker play, having had so many opportunities to play alongside such top-level competition.
And Tan just continuing to step on the gas when needed and then get out of the road when a monster looms.
Give me more. I'm on button. Yeah. I was curious. No. No worries.
Eight, 9 suited now for Winfred. Lets it go. King 7 suited also. Now, Will, the other day, I advised that those who had the over on 1.5 Red Bulls for yours truly throughout this Triton Festival would be able to cash their tickets.
Okay.
I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm running on vapors right now, which means it's time for another dose of wings. So those of you that got shafted, let's say, with over 2.5 Red Bulls for yours truly here on the trip, you can rejoice, as that over can be cashed as well. Tan Xuan looking to collect some more cash here. Chip leading in this 20K single day short deck curtain draw event here in Jeju. Ace Jack, a good hand from which to seek chips en route to some of that cash. And yet again, we see Winfred's discipline in terms of tussling with Tan. That's a fold that we're not going to see everybody make.
It's a tough guy to get chips from.
Oh, on me.
Healthy chip lead for Tan and Mr. Phil Ivey now in second place.
Keep an eye on him.
合作的这个人这么难，差一个人合作。机会来了，80个，很多牌都可以扣了。
Ace Queen jams in 272.
勾圈差不多了。
23 Annies, King 6, not enough. And you see Tan flashing it as if to say, hey, listen, it isn't like I'm just not going to give you any action. I just have air.
他有勾圈，他 call 你，他说。对，太短了。
Intern flashing.
Yeah, not many big collisions so far, but certainly loom on the horizon.
如果我佢鋪 O 出嚟啫，
我哋就好暈啊！佢鋪 O 出嚟，我哋好暈啊，好暈。
咪咯。可以，你唔頭都暈緊咗啊？
啊？好好喎，而家。
想我哋留喺度同傾偈喎。
Yeah, I mean, you just destroy that Red Bull over-under in the last few days, Ali.
Well, these are the days where it's not just me, but a lot of our Triton regs have been here since day one, grappling, scrapping, find themselves reaching deep for the energy needed to fight your way all the way through the finish line.
And shout out to all the warriors in chat who have also reached down deep.
Some of whom have been here very much for the run. I confess I haven't really grinded the chat much today.
Rumor has it our compadre Nick Schulman, back home safe, might be out there in the Twitch streets as we speak.
True story? Is he twitching?
I know after this trip he might be inspired to get in there and take his chances with all the animals out there.
I don't know how to tell you this, but if it requires like a big sign-up process,
I think it does.
They're
actually.
drawn dead.
Yeah.
If it's like a quick single
No, I
sign-on
think
Google deal, then
you need some like KYC or something.
$100 to go, says Schwen, at a table that has proved to be rather passive. Now, granted, people haven't really woken up with huge hands, but a couple of folds with ace-jack by Winfred Yu, suggesting just how much value there is for Tan.
Yeah, he doesn't need the table to be passive to... We saw what he did to Rene van Krevelen.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
The FT last night. And if these guys don't seem to be offering resistance, then he's going to keep leaning on them heavily. He's getting some hands too, though.
Ace-jack suited. Up we go again. Arthur, ace-6 suited. No thanks.
Third time in a row he's come for Winfred's dealer button. This is the type of guy that just leans on you until you break.
I don't disagree with that assessment.
And then as your carcass is splayed on the felt, just has a little
He
laugh.
takes a selfie.
Yeah.
Memorializing your demise.
Queens for Winfred. We've already seen Tan make some good folds to him, but this would be very good.
How much?
Winfred pocket queens, jams it in there. Tan Xuan asking for a count.
3.
Having a laugh about it.
30个大盲。
Can well afford to call. But he knows how careful Winfred is.
虽然你是龙少爷要 call，
Does make the call. And Winfred in a great spot to get healthy.
一对。
And it would come at the expense of the health of Tan Xuan's stack, but
又是10
wouldn't be
咁多女。
the biggest wound.
要整多條先啊，大佬對付呢個嘢，你中少條都唔掂。
中咗11。
各位觀眾4條女。
To the flop they go, and the queens are cozy. 2 to come. For the time being, only a 10 to fade.
有個對王估錯。
Stays that way.
穿衣褲得。
For Winfred.
哇，還好不是 A10。
River is clean.
掛掉。
How much?
386. 386.
386.
Yeah.
3.
Big double for Winfried. One of the shorter stacks here.
8. 6.
It's going to move up to the middle of the pack.
係啦，
很難㗎，很難㗎。
係20多分鐘喎。
大哥，我錯了。
有啦。
不敢了，不敢了。
你給零錢給我哋可以啊。你跟他們跟，我出嚟你唔好跟，你跟他們跟，我要怕了你。
我再不敢了。老板 AK 我 AK 什麼牌？是不是 KK？
啊？
老板是不是 KK？
不是。
什麼？
不是 AA。
还要大一些，我真的是，我的 fuck。
Overall leaderboard here is Winfried now off of 776, looks down at King Queen suited. Seth Davies trails Tan Xuan by just about 20 antes.
What the fuck?
Another 10 anti-dip down to Ivy, Haxton, Chidwick, and Zhou Chuen. Rounding out the top 6. 10s didn't work out moments ago.
我把我的40万拿回来算了。
In the face of 80, he will
將兩本
try to
帶
make it
利
happen
拿
once
回
more.
來，利是拿利是。
No, just 1,000. Okay. It's okay.
96K pot. A 7-8. No club on board. Let's see whether or not Winfried wants to try to tell a story. Got our answer rather quickly. And an opening, perhaps, for Tan?
Give this man an inch. Take a mile.
一样时间，但是他们很多 location， 4个 location， 他们4个 location。
两个大公仔，
還你啦，還你啦，
兩個大公仔。
玩你咯，呢隊 K 4幾年啊？
You see the conservative approaches by Winfried,
Yeah, I wish you could
continuing to
take
be on display. And while they're having a laugh, Tan's out there operating. Make no mistake, he senses the passive disposition of Winfried, and he's going to make the most of it.
And he's inching up. Still haven't lost a player since we've started.
Turbo.
That'll probably change, though, rather soon.
15?
Bunch of players hovering around that 17, 20, 28 ante range.
Expensive.
Don't go jinxing them. We've got the Plaque Curse. We don't need the Jaffe Jinx.
The Plaque Curse is in a league of its own.
So is Tan Xuan. Did he just casually mutter all in? Yes, of course he did.
And Yap, one of those players getting close to the danger zone, but you see the power of aggression on display. Two better hands. About to hit the felt.
That they are. And note his willingness to move all in after Winfried, who's got the second biggest stack in this 4-pack, lays down. Certainly predicated on just how lean those two other stacks are behind him. Hence, even something like a suited one-gapper.
I'll catch.
Happy to get in. Xuan. Looking to party with Queen 10 offsuit. Flats dominated. Involuntary participation out of Winfried. Checks the button. How about the nuts, Mr. Junhwa Yap?
Yeah, and everybody connects here. Junhwa very short, so great chance to get a double or potentially more.
$40K.
40? No, 40, yeah?
40, yeah.
I should own it? Or you
Notice Tan just folding very quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Not losing any more chips. Pretty awful turn for
Yeah.
Junhwa.
Tan would have had the double gutter to go with middle pair, but staying out of the way. And Winfred with just 8s in the open ender facing the rest of Junhwa's chips. Can call 40, but not 148.
有酒不能不 call 一场。
It will be that.
何？ 如果你兩個坐埋落嚟，啱啱好啊！可以轉型啦，你兩個坐埋落嚟，整埋魷魚點啊？整埋魷魚。呢條友坐我後邊咁大洞幾麻煩啊！唉，我唔去，唔去。背住。
Well, I got to tell you, it is kind of cool to be able to see these guys operating in an environment devoid of any of the Western players that don't speak the language. It gives us a glimpse into them in their natural environment, dare I call it, as the Macau high-stakes circuits certainly replete with scenes like this one. Short deck action, VIPs, top-level pros, all having a laugh, doing their thing. And on this occasion, doing it in pursuit of a Triton title and $265,000, which will go to the eventual winner, $44,000, will be the min cash, and you got to get to the final table to enjoy it.
Yeah, and like that 100K final table, nobody wants to bust from this at all.
Look at Tan just able to participate with relative impunity. Here he is, 10-7 offsuit. It really does feel like none of the other three, unless they've got a real hand, are in any sort of position to provide any resistance, which is a great setup for Tan to accumulate chips. Here, ace, king, 8. He's thinking to himself, the big aces, the big kings that can really hang in there would have been heard from on this button pre-flop. And so even with just a dusty 10 high, he sprinkles and takes one down.
Yeah, the Tan Xuan show continuing to be on air here at Triton.
Look at the chip counts here. Being told that we're down to 12 players, and if that's the case, it's time for a redraw, as we will have 2 tables of 6. So we'll part ways with you for about 4 minutes to complete that redraw, and then come back with continuing coverage of the final event from here in Jeju, the 20K short deck. Stay close.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of this one-day 20K short deck event from here at the Landing Casino, Jeju Shinhwa World. Ali Najad, Will Jaffe, and a handful of guys that just can't get enough. Tan Xuan been given a more than enough as he's holding the chip lead with what are now 12 runners. And note he's got some company in terms of Dvoress and Chidwick now at his table. They have drawn in to this feature. 15K ante, steady. That glimpse brought to you by Poker Stake, the man who finished in 13th, Vietnam's Tai Ha. As his festival comes to a close, he does not find the cash. This was his third short deck event. Only played the 36 card here in Jeju. Did finish 9th in the 25K for 38,000.
These boys can't quit, Ollie. If they just request to keep running events, what happens then?
Will, don't put that out there.
Producer James? Danny D looking for some redemption here. Been a rough week for him. Did get that breakfast in with you, Ollie. I guess that's a little...
That's what made it rough.
A little silver lining.
He thought he was going to sit and enjoy his coffee all by himself. And I said, you sitting by yourself, Danny? I should have pulled the nacho on Nick and just been like, I sit here.
What are you doing, man?
80 to go from the King 10 offsuit of Dvoress. He did have 2 deep runs, 5th in the 25K GG Millions for 452,000, 2nd in the 30K PLO for 302,000. And if that is how one defines or describes a, quote, rough week or trip, as we see Winfred roughening up the open with these aces. But I'm going to say, sign me up. I'm all about roughness.
Let's try to keep it together here, Ollie.
I don't know how much longer we're going to be able to do that, Will.
It's really a race. It's a race to the finish, brother.
It is, because the lug nuts are loose. The wheels are a bit wobbly. The REM cycles are lacking. The stream would be well served to maybe pull out some levels, maybe shave those levels down.
Yeah, can we just switch this to a super turbo? Bounty?
I mean, you
Maybe
know,
throw a
let's
bounty on there?
make it a democratic sort of process. Ask everybody who wants what, and then just get a simple majority. Sevens for Tan. Limping. Dusty one on the button for Chidwick. One undercard to the sevens, never a good spot to be in, although it's not a spot that he chose. It chose him, rather, and it turns into a Broadway draw on the ace-queen-jack board. The sevens are just air, effectively. They happen to be the best hand, but let's see. Maybe Tan just reps range.
I gotta ask, Ollie, do you think Stevie, is that mustache naturally curled like that, or you think he's dipping the finger in the tongue, doing the twist himself?
I don't know about a tongue dip, Will, but, you know, a little bit of wax perhaps involved, and a little bit of ambition as well. He calls this 35,000, and you could see Tan potentially shutting it down. The jack has paired. Asking himself, what sorts of hands would have flattered me here that would allow me to fire a second time? Tough to come up with a whole host of them, but this happens to be among those.
Yeah, and if you wondered what it looks like when a silverback gorilla meets a human solver,
feast your eyes. To be fair, both of those are invoked in the form of a compliment, as just the brute force aggression of Tan Xuan is such a marvel at any table he finds himself. And then in turn, the sheer computing power, as we see a set of sevens now on the river filling up Xuan. But to finish the thought, just an incredibly well-studied and a hard-working, complete player is Stephen Chidwick, and I think all of his peers would agree. Jason Koon oftentimes laying that sort of high-level praise upon Stevie. Xuan now fires 175,000 into 190. And note it's just king high here for Stevie, but if he thinks Tan was up to no good, he's not going to be afraid to click call.
There are some pure bluffs he beats. Doesn't block clubs. But yeah, this is just too much.
Interestingly enough, he put chips into the pot when he was good and got out when he wasn't. Little does he know it was sevens full that came in on the end, but facts remain.
The silverback gorilla pulls a couple of wires out of the mainframe there. Tan Xuan, just the human wrecking ball at the table.
Look at that. 149 annies. I can't remember the last time I saw someone on a feature table involved in a phone call during a hand, but nevertheless, here we are.
Probably had to push back his flight.
You know, that's a thing. A lot of guys will schedule the flight so as to kind of make way for potential not deep run and then adjust as needed. Arthur Yap ripping with King Jack suited. Diamond problems. If Chidwick decides to come along off of 1 million. Aided by the fact that he's in the cutoff. Only player left to act behind him is Dvoress from the button. I don't think he wants to grab his dancing shoes with Queen 8 suited as he does bin it. And they're on their backs with Arthur Yap having issues.
Nice read from Stevie there. By no means an easy call.
10 in the window, followed by another 10 and an ace. For Yap, running kings, running jacks. Not gonna happen. Well, no sweat, as that was an anticlimactic end to Arthur Yap's run here, as his Triton Jeju Festival comes to an official end. Chidwick, meanwhile, moving up to almost 1.4 million. Tan limps tens from up front, 110 in the bin. Winfred on the button. Queen Jack, he says, let's take a peek. And he has out-flopped Tan with bottom 2 pair on this coordinated board, which has given Tan the open-ender. Bet call of 45,000. Blank looking turn, and now Tan trying to make sense.
Yeah, when you get called here, tens now, pretty much just a bluff.
Nevertheless, The strength of those 210s in terms of straight blockers are evident as ton size is way up here on the turn, 205,000. Why so big? Says Winfried.
Yeah, just putting Winfried in a terrible spot.
感觉你是两队了，我打中一点。
Yet again, the show must go on.
哦，不走。
嗯，两队了。
During the break, we will have cheap rates of 1,000 per.
Dan Schwen looking to win another short deck tournament without going to showdown. I'm not sure if that's possible, but if it is, he's the one who can do it.
Obviously, Winfried's hand was very vulnerable, but you just see so many better hands being bullied out of pots. Pre-flop, flop, turn, river, you name it. Ton just mows and mows.
Yeah, and this is like a schoolyard bully, but it's not the mean, angry one. It's the one who takes your lunch money, then goes sits with the girl of your dreams. Ooh, and has a laugh. Right in front of you in the cafeteria.
I think I prefer the angry one, Will. Just saying, that sounds traumatic.
Just a quick shake upside down.
The girl of my dreams with my lunch money?
Yeah, just some apple juice, you know, nothing crazy. A couple hot dogs.
Ace, king, couple of them. Winfried jams.
真的快，
真的快，
我开玩笑的，没有 line 啊，
没有啦，就不播嘛，我没所谓的。
道理。
这个口就分了吧。
Schwen
哎呦
almost
真的
coaxing
是你这个
Winfried
CEO 位都有这么有质量。
out of what it seems he deemed a bad idea, but as you can see,
我是哪一个啊？
it's well within reason. Queen 10-7 chop guarantee. Pull him back, boys. Let's carve.
现在你知道了，我赢你一定没有领先的。
我操，这个牌对着你 CEO 位都没有领先。chop， 哦耶。
Can you give him two, please?
啊
Can you give him
给我两个。
two。
two red hand bags, please? Thank you. No, no.
Oh.
No two.
Okay. So chip break? No.
During in 3
Oh,
minutes.
Oh, in break time. Okay, sorry. Cannot ace queen. You cannot ace queen. It's still gone. I would.
但是我这么秒扣，你肯定也不领先了啊！
我要你秒 call，你没有想啊？
对呀 ，A B 要想一想的，你这
QQ 你要想一想嘛。啊，对，没有哇秒 call， 说完蛋。
And if you're just tuning in, this is not a Macau home game that Daniel Dvoress and Stephen Chidwick got invited to.
Right.
This is the final Triton event of the series. The 20K short deck turbo with Tan Schwen leading the way. But one would be forgiven for making such a mistake.
And Will and I doing a lot of laying out here as there has been a tremendous amount of discourse. And while we don't understand everything they're saying, we do know that a good few who are streaming us live absolutely can. And far be it from us to prevent you from that opportunity to be a fly on the wall here. 7 suited. We saw Tan go to work with kit like this earlier on.
Yeah, we see Winfred and Tan's starting requirements just slightly different.
How much?
Tan's going to look to get us a little closer to the bubble here.
213.
We are just 2 players off the money now.
183 in total.
You heard the man. Gamble, gamble.
Yep. Ace 9 suited. The ace 5 of its long deck counterpart declares gamble. We play for 426K. And the fate of Junhwa Yap. Yep, coming in 10 out of 12 remaining runners. Queen Jack 9 board, middle set. Ace 9 drawing dead on the turn.
All
important pickup for Yap. Junhwa, by the way, he's been to a few Tritons.
Staying alive here.
First rodeo. Got shut out Montenegro 2019, found his stride in London, cashing 2 out of 5 efforts. That same year there, wasn't able to cash in Cyprus 2022, nor London this past year. So far, 0 for 2 here in Jeju. 347,000 in career Triton earnings. Meanwhile, the Jacks have slid over to Tan. Let's see if he can do some damage of his own with them. $120,000. And queens for Junhwa, who just took a bite out of Tan. Now sitting 471 deep. And he is going to jam. Let's see what kind of mood Tan is in to gamble now off of 2.1 million. This is a little bit annoying.
Yeah, the jacks that Junhwa just had get passed over to Tan, and Junhwa upgrades to the queens.
你的质量好高啊！
Well, even bottom of range, which would be
有没有机会盘马？
presumed
2个蛋。
Broadway combos above Jack Jack do all perform fairly well, and we will play for 1 million as Tan Xuan is not entertained by this sight here. Seven, 9, 10, and threats are obvious here to the 2 queens.
40%.
35% to be exact. Ace on the turn doesn't change the running order. An 8 or a jack would. And instead, the 2 queens holding on. And that is certainly going to be a nice way to put a punctuation point on this particular frame of play. As you see Dvoress and company on their feet, heading out of the arena, and that's because
They've got 10 minutes to do what they like. And for Dvoress, what he likes is coming back from that scheduled break to find himself in the chip lead here at this table, trailing Ike Haxton, who has emerged as overall chip leader. Elsewhere in the room, sitting on the only 2 million plus stack now, courtesy of Tan Xuan, having been nibbled on and then bitten out of by Junhwa Yap. Had his number in back-to-back spots there. So Tan now slips to third, 87 antes for him, but he continues to be the man upon whom all eyes are focused here. Danny Tang and Arthur Yap, obviously the other two, you can see him down there toward the bottom. Most recent eliminations, Kiat Lee on the heels of Tai Ha, also out of there. So the Malaysian delegation suffering some casualties. Winfred Yu, the shortest stack in the room. Will and I are going to step aside. We'll collect our thoughts. In about 10 minutes time, we'll come back and set the stage as 9 remain here with only 7 paid in Jeju.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. The button opens, small blind calls, actions on you in the big blind. Which of these hands actually prefers to go multi-way rather than just going heads up against the button? King Queen offsuit, 5-5, 9-8 suited, or 10-5 suited? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Second. So this is a really big jump. I mean, not only is it to get anything, but even just the amount of dollars is is very large. The jumps get much smaller after this. Oh, wow, here we go.
Greenwood.
And this is the fear when you move all in, what happens. Why you like having the ace, but there's still 3 left in the deck.
Ace, queen, jammed it. Bads, a covering stack in the cutoff. He'll be going nowhere with ace-ace.
Hold up.
Oops.
He is the covering stack.
I'm covering. But by such a small margin. What is it? 790.
Pretty grim spot for Greenwood. Look at this equity, 80-14.
And now ace is full. Once more on the flop, leaving the opposition drawing effectively dead. Running sevens for the chop. And you get the sense that Sam is not tickled by that spot there. In particular, given that coming into that pot, Greenwood ran 3rd in chips, Rast, and
375, 475.
you know, this is how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, he's definitely seemed pretty annoyed.
Yeah.
And you can't blame him.
No, not at all. But his departure brings us to a final table. This feels a little bit, you know, normally I talk about the cash earned.
That hand.
Thank you.
And Makita in a great spot to apply ICM pressure.
7. That's kind of a lot in this game.
Koon with just 5 antes, Wu with 9. It's just going to be so tough for these middling stacks to call off without premiums here.
200.
Raise 200. Yes.
Yeah, and interesting that he went 200K there as opposed to ripping.
Yeah, but I think this is kind of the reason. You can go 200K, you're happily calling off the short stacks, but if something like this happens, you get away for pretty minimal damage.
If he rips, ace-queen probably folds.
Ah, that's true. Although I don't know.
I mean,
she's been unpredictable, but yeah, it probably does. And
I mean, I'd actually say it almost certainly should fold.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, even, like, let's say he calls and sees this, and he's like a 55-45 favorite. I mean, that's a disaster for him, kind of. Like, he's second in chips. There's 2 guys with, you know, less than 10 antes. So, yeah, that's why, I mean, Jack-9 off is kind of one of those hands where, like, the Jack-10s, the 9-10s, Jack-9, you have good equity against, you know, reasonable equity against aces, kings, ace-king, or whatever that call. So interesting. And you don't have a good blocker here. Like, you'd think maybe Makita does that with, like, the ace-7 off or the ace-6 suited. Maybe he does this play. Just really curious to see, you know, I actually feel like watching a lot of these final tables, different guys have different theories. Like, they're definitely playing these spots differently.
Well, Wu Xiao is going to go with it. I mean, very short now. Decides to gamble with the 9-7 of diamonds. He's going to be very live.
Ace-queen, I think. The blocker is.
In fact, when you say, like, when you watch this as opposed to Hold'em, it's very clear there's more theories in this game about how you should play spots than in, say, No Limit Hold'em.
Big price for you here.
Where I feel like you see a lot more very consistent decision making at spots. What do you think, Will?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of different options, and wow, that's pretty much death for Wu Xiao. And he's running 9s.
9-9's it.
No. Maybe?
And Makita folded one, yeah, so that's going to be GG.
GG.
Here, bro.
Oh.
Good game, sir.
All right.
Wu Xiao going to go out in 6th place.
Good game, bro.
And Jason,
Nice playing with you.
very happy to ladder there. He's guaranteed over 300K now. The sniper
came in firing, got unlucky to double Winford Yu up. Was short, gambled, didn't work out. But he'll take home $240,000 for his efforts.
Like, I wonder if that's a spot where, you know, I'm not saying he folds everything, but maybe you just pass up some of the chip BV, which is marginal, with a hand like 9-7 off, which is probably a favorite to lose anyway. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't know, but like, I would speculate maybe he's supposed to fold and try to ladder by letting Koon, waiting to see what happens with Koon first.
Well, Koon is going to have most of his chips in the pot, and Paul is trapping with pocket aces. Incredible spot for Paul. When Paul limps, he's hoping something like this happens. Action behind him.
Yeah, wow, it's exactly a raise.
Yeah, and Makita getting a great price, and now the trap is set.
Yeah, Paul just gets to move all in comfortably here. Earn that extra 80K Makita put in. Well, I guess, no, that is...
Yeah, and this is very sharp by...
And welcome back to the desk. Ali Najad, joined now by Brian Rastazar, and I confess I didn't... I swear to you, looking over at Rast, this is the first I've seen now of the Jared Blesnik Citrus Power, which Roman Hrabets before him created. To what do we owe the pleasure, Rast? You're winding down this Jeju festival in style?
Listen, I just wanted to carry on the great orange tradition of the island. Yes. I mean, it goes way before Hrabets and Jared Blesnik, but yes, I'm just carrying on the tradition.
Rast, you look adorable in that thing. I don't know any other way to express it. Hopefully that doesn't make you too uncomfortable, as the man creating most of the discomfort in the room is certainly not Czar Rast. Dipping into the Triton Poker Plus app, we know that to be Tan Chuen, but he has slipped from the chip lead that he held coming into that last frame. 86 antes deep at present. Nothing to worry about. No panic whatsoever, as Dvoress and Ike Haxton run in front of him. Look at Joe Chuen, another one of these guys slithering into a deep run. 9 remaining, only 7 will be paid. You see Junhwa Yap, Winford Yu down there toward the bottom. 30 antes for Winford, I think. That's where we're going to be focusing in terms of other players in the room grinding the app Rast, trying to make sure that they don't find an exit outside of the money. We saw Greenwood in the 50K short deck main. Several shorter stacks than his were out there. He found a spot, went with it. Unfortunately for him, it didn't work out, but you could see the frustration. So there are those who will dial it back thoroughly and make massive adjustments, maybe in extreme ICM adherence, though.
Yeah, no, that final table was full of people with all kinds of strategies. I mean, Greenwood was relatively snug. I mean, Winford Yu was definitely dialing it back, just looking to ladder up, and Greenwood, unfortunately, ran into aces. Winford Yu was able to move up into 4th. But yeah, no, that table had people were not respecting ICM. Something you saw Makita even verbally discuss with everyone at the table.
Right. Almost as if to say, hey, guys, listen, there's a little blueprint here we're supposed to be following in case you weren't aware, but not a compulsory thing, as Tan Chuen certainly adheres to his own script. Ante has gone to 20,000, button 40, 2 away from the money, so it's the double bubble, Rasty. 7 will make the FT, and only those 7 will find cash.
Okay, so on the true bubble, they're going to play 2 tables of 4-handed then.
That's correct.
Yep.
For the time being, it's 5-handed over at the red table. That is not the one that we're looking at here. We are looking, however, at Phil Ivey. Currently runs 6 of 9.
Average stack 1.4 million. That's good for 70 antes. Chidwick in 5th. Ivy in 6th. Davies 7. Junhwa Yap 8. Winfred Yu 9th. So here we go. Haxton folded to him. He's going to rip the queen jack.
Sorry.
Him and Davies. A couple of those names that always come up in terms of super solid players that have not yet won a title.
Button needs to move.
No takers. Note, by the way, that Zhou Xuan is surrounded by Western short deck players here.
Yeah, yes, indeed.
Not sure whether or not stylistically you've picked up on any certain themes, Rast, in the things that you've observed as a theme emerges here. Haxton, King, Queen, jamming.
Yeah, I would say that...
Gets it through again?
Maybe as a theme, I would say some of the Western short deck players a bit more with the pre-flop all-ins, especially once you start having deeper stacks with antes. I think they're a little bit more inclined to just open jam 70, 80 plus ante stacks more than I think some of the Eastern players do. So, you know, once the number of antes get relatively short, I think everybody kind of does that uniformly. But, you know, Seth Greenwood at the table was just doing it 90 bigs plus.
Folded around to Ivy's cutoff. Limps into Haxton's button. 2 for 2 already on jams. Is the boss stack. Ike will check back. And we head to a flop. Ace 10 9. Second pair for Ivy. Out in front of bottom pair.
Excuse me, some allergies there, guys. But yeah, not Seth Greenwood, it's Sam Greenwood.
You know, I paused and just kind of let it sink.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and you knew exactly what was up and handed me a tissue, so thank you for that. I needed that.
No worries.
I was dying over here.
Ivy fires 75,000. Haxton peels, and note this turn card as it presents the open ender to Phil. Kind of card that perhaps could see him firing again. Presumptions that the big stack would not be checking back too much ace X, but caution the order of the day for Ivy as he hunts the money 2 away for the time being. Haxton, let's see how much bullying he's in the mood to do.
I mean, 7 just such a nice card for Phil, and I think now he's going to be comfortable check calling it, so kind of throwing what was kind of a weaker flop stab into that range.
Running 7s as Ike's check back range on the button is supposed to be interacting rather well with this portion of the deck.
Yeah, I'd imagine Phil would love to show down, and Ike probably feels the same way. You know, he can beat some straight draw bluffs, chops with 9s, but can't beat a 10.
Yeah, spades showed up. Maybe there was some 7x combos that were hunting a bad side of a straight, but that'll be a nice pickup from Phil, but a flesh wound to Ike, of course. as Zhou Chuen, already here in Jeju, did pick up a title, did so in the 4-card streets, 25K pot limit Omaha champ, and what a way to finally break the seal, as he had gone 0 for 8 coming into that particular event. Followed it up nicely with a 13th place finish in the 30K PLO bounty, and also cashed 5th in the 50K short deck main. So a late bloomer here in Jeju. Ivy, 10-9, limps the hijack. Haxton, fairly dusty one.
There's a limp, right?
Say again?
I'm just the. It's 10 seconds, and then once he limps, I have 20, right?
Yeah, he gets 20 after somebody puts money in the pot, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Fast action system in play right now as we work our way to the button. That's what those red time banks are for. Unopened pots pre-flop. You have 10 seconds to act. If you need more, you use the red time bank. Once someone opens the pot, though, we go back to standard banks. Meanwhile, Ivy, again, second pair. Comes out swinging. Not compulsory for him to be raising all the ace-X.
No, certainly not.
Especially with, you know, the presence of Haxton, direct left. He's got to be mindful, let's call it.
And Ivy's been navigating these streets pretty well. Some small ball. Again, showing why being out of position in short deck might be better.
Far more advantageous than in the Hold'em streets, that much we know.
Or PLO.
Sixes for Davies in the cutoff. Not much of a hand, but let's see if he's got an appetite. Plays it as a limp. Chuen, 8-9.
Ollie.
Look at Chuen wagging a finger in the face of Davies there.
Is it a box card? Is it a box card? Is that what it was? It happens.
Ace-king now for Davies after being forced out of that last one.
All in. All in. Yep.
Rips 1.1. No takers.
Four-handed every pot has 5 antes. 100K.
Important pickups as we try to tread water and work our way into the FT and the money.
Oh, yeah. When it looks like Winfred is taking a hit at the other table, he's down to 500K now.
Just 25 antes. And surely these boys will be keeping an eye on what's afoot over there.
Wow, just open folding King Jack of Diamonds. That's...
You know, Davies showed us quite a few different looks when he was three-handed in the 50K main.
Yeah.
Really, 2 ace-kings got folded, both pre-flop, which really caught our attention. And then even in the run-up to the final table and the money bubble before it, he also was one of those that was very, very mindful.
Wow.
And look at Haxton. Wonder to what we owe his choice with ace-queen suited to check back on the button against two limpers in front of him. Maybe it's because we know we're going to smash aces full of queens, and maybe we can earn a few chips from one of these two hands. Zhou Chuan bites. First to speak, like you mentioned, Rast, leveraging that. And the fact that he opened the pot, even if it was in the form of a limp, respectful of Ike, to try to make these eights look a lot stronger than they are. Ivy out of the way with the gutter.
And Ike's hand is really disguised right now, isn't it, Ali? Ace-queen, I mean, not raising the button. I think most people would have, oh my goodness, would have assumed Ike would have done that. Now, it did
full
bring
on
a
the turn.
flush. There is a flush out, so these hands aren't quite as strong as they would otherwise be. That said, certainly more money is going to go in the pot, you would think. In fact, if Zhou Shen thinks that he's losing, I'm sure he thinks Ike would have a flush and not a full house, given Ike's non-raise preflop, right? He's blocking ace-8, and he's probably very much discounting ace-queen from Ike's range. So...
Oh, and this is an escape hatch of sorts for Zhou Chuan, and maybe we take the over on of sorts. Awful is the ace, he thinks, but as we can see, Rast, delightful in terms of allowing him to save money. Not sure, by the way, whether or not he was thinking of betting the river. It's not a given.
Yeah, I'm curious. You know what? When Ike bets here, I think he is going to be very curious. Here's why. The main hand, he's losing to quads. He's also losing to a queen. But Ike's probably not betting a queen on the turn. And how comfortable is Ike going to be betting flushes on the river now that the ace is paired? You know, maybe he will, maybe he won't. Maybe he won't bet the smallest flushes. I don't know. Zhou Shen probably thinks about this. Like,
yeah, he did check call the turn. I think I kind of set it up in a way that suggested that he had let out again, but...
Like, what if Ike has hands like...
190?
You know, Jack 10, King 10 with one spade in them.
Not impossible. And
No.
remember, it's combos that we think would have been more inclined to check back the button. As you see Zhou Chuan looking up at this 190 and wondering what's what. As you mentioned, Ras, it's not supposed to be a queen.
Lucky river.
Spades are hard to make, and you hear him say lucky river, as he's not going to chew on it any further.
Yeah, thinking he probably made quad aces, but Ike already had aces full.
I really wish that we could have seen that pot play out with like a raggy red 6 or something on the end.
Yeah, probably check bet call.
Well, we do flip it back to the other feature table where Tan Xuan finds himself. This one is 5-handed. Xuan second overall once more as he is in front of Dvoress. Chip leading.
And this table should be a treat. Tan Xuan might be my favorite short deck player to watch after that final table.
Just incredible performance put on by Tan.
All in.
Ace-9 suited. Chidwick's going to rip in 1.3. Dvoress has him covered. Winford Yu does not. And Tan concedes with Jack-9. Chidwick running 4th in chips. Just about 14 annies behind Dvoress to his left. Ace-6 suited up front now. Letting it go along with Daniel. Tan, no hesitation, 9-7 offsuit. Ripping. Junhwa Yap, by the way, did spin not once but twice through Tan, which is what pulled him out of the chip lead and pulled Yap up into 8th in front of Winfried as it stands. One more time. And once again, 9-7 off.
I don't think anyone's calling him.
Winfried's right here in Junhwa's view with those 20 annies. It would take so much for him to spin. Not on the stone bubble, but nevertheless looking to find the money.
I mean, this table has 5 people, so it's 120K every pot you pick up.
Worthy of note. By the way, they do balance by taking a player, moving them over to the other feature so as not to allow one to play four-handed the entire time.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, okay. When it's 4 and 5 like this, they'll balance.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Winfried's in there. Just got to get through 4 players. Oh, well, that's not going to happen.
No. Junhwa Yap wakes up to 2 kings. And life ain't fair as the 9-7 offsuit was able to rip and take on 2 consecutive occasions. But for Winfried, it's going to be a different outcome.
He probably wishes he had 9-7 versus kings.
Yeah.
I think it has a little bit more equity than 10s do.
Well, here he is.
Oh, and there's a 10.
Things getting even worse. Kings full on the flop. It's going to take running 9s or running 10s.
Running diamonds.
Oh, yeah. Didn't see that 10 of diamonds there. All of that comes off the board, though, here on this turn. The ace of spades will dispatch Winfried Yu and bring us to the stone final table bubble. There will be no more balancing efforts needed as we'll play 4 and 4, absent Hong Kong's Winfried Yu. Gave it a go there with those 2 10s, ran into the kings, and now here's your outcome. Junhwa Yap, 1.5 million. Resilient. Dealer change. Chidwick the shorty, 1.3, although still plenty for him to work with. 67 annies as it stands.
And actually 3 players on the other table shorter than him. Ivy Davies and Zhou Shen. Not by a lot, though.
Yeah, obviously Chidwick and company over here. You'll see them looking at their phones. You'll see them looking up above them at the screens. Very eager to find out what's afoot in terms of stack depths as the double bubble here in this 20K single-day short deck event, which will draw the curtain on our Jeju Festival, the first of 2024 here on the Triton Super High Roller Series. Lingers.
Nobody's really short right now, Ollie. So, I mean, this was kind of the case at that final table earlier today. And you know, with some luck of shorties winning, it did take a while. But shorties winning is sort of likely because usually what happens is the big stacks move all in, and then the shorter stacks call when they have really good hands. So they're a favorite. When the short stacks move all in first, it's a little bit less frequent, and they tend to have stronger hands than when a big stack moves all in now.
Yeah.
It's a big stack. I mean, you saw Tan Xuan do it with 9-7. You're not going to see one of the short stacks move all in with 9-7 into 2 or 3 people.
Good point.
Yeah, they might have ace-9 suited, you know, some hands like that, but they're not going to have 9-7. And ship it. Right in the tan train.
I love that.
Destination Triton title number 4.
这么好的牌，我已经浪费了。
He really is
oh,
a
no,
guy.
sorry, 3. My bad.
He really is a guy, Rast, who is so perfectly suited for elements of short deck. You know? Because he likes to get in there and play all parts. And it's nowhere near as bad in short deck because of the way in which the equities run close.
Yeah.
He likes to bluff. So many wonderful opportunities to do so in short deck. And just that aggressive style, it really does kind of just fit him
And
like a glove.
He's definitely fearless. But it seems like he has just enough restraint to where, you know, he's not overdoing it so that his opponents know.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, because one of the things I noticed is all the times he 3-bet the chip leader, he didn't get played back at. I think when he limp re-raised the queen-9, the chip leader folded ace-king. So
I remember that.
You know, it's like, you know, maybe the cat's out of the bag a little bit now because
but listen,
I'm sure everybody's talking about that.
Okay, but while the cat may be out of the bag, it's not as though 10 is a single gear transmission out there.
Yeah, exactly.
He's going to take that same line with the aces, and then you're going to be left scratching your temple when all of a sudden you had some sniff because word came down, and then you're left talking to yourself as you don't make the money.
Yeah, and right now he's just, you know, putting these guys in ICM jail.
That he is.
As you like to put it. I like that phrase. I'm stealing, it's not the right word because we're working together, but I'm with you on that. ICM jail, it's beautiful.
Just throwing the shackles on the boys, you know what I mean?
Here he is. Oh, I think it's time someone might look him up.
Okay, remember though, that Shinhwa Yap right now is 4th in chips. There are 4 shorter stacks than his. Granted, none of them are super lean, right? 68, 63, 53, and 51 annies respectively. But nevertheless, for a shot at the ultimate prize of $265,000 up top,
yeah,
and a chance at the 44,000 min cash, one could understand sometimes taking a pass even though it's good for chips.
I like this play. Listen, you're right. You can bubble for 44K, but you know, you win this and he's going to be the chip leader if he wins this.
That's the thing.
And now he gets to put people in ICM jail. You know, when Tan's been shipping it a lot, you got to think Ace King's performing real well against this range. I don't know. I like that play. Kudos to him for making it.
Well, we're going to press the pause button and flip over to a hand in progress at our other featured table where Zhou Xuan opened as a limper with ace-queen suited. Ivy limp behind with pocket sevens, and now Haxton having check back on the button, seeing 2 checks in front of him with the gutter and perceived interactivity more so than the 2 limpers in front of him. Bets 35,000. You see the 2 overs and the club draw for Zhou Chuan. Now he's got the 2-way straight draw to go with it all.
Well, Ike certainly can't win this pot by checking, but this is a pretty intimidating spot to bet again. I mean, that card was better for the hijack limper, you have to think. First person to limp into the pot. He has a bunch of hands like jacks, king, queen, a bit more than Ike. Ike might be waving the white flag here. Ooh, the nut flush.
Courtesy of the 6 of clubs, as Haxton feels like he could be done with this one. 2-10 in the middle.
Yeah, I don't see how I can call a bet. And if Zhou Shen checks, which looks like he's not, does Ike really bluff here?
60,000. Certainly feels as though this fold is on the order of an easy one. So this hand comes to a close, and you'll remember we put a pin in things elsewhere in the room where the ace-king of Junhwa Yap will take on queen-9 offsuit.
41% equity is nothing to sneeze at. That's for sure.
Not at all. Queen-9 performing so much better than it would in the long deck streets. Now it turns into an open-ender. Nervy moments here for Junhwa. He does block the king.
Yeah.
Turn is okay. 7 known outs that need to be faded here. Oh, and the 8 slips in. Tan Xuan makes the straight, and ace-king falls. Rasty. Oh, and interestingly, Tom suggesting that that was a quote, easy fold for Junhwa as it stood. That's my guess. It could be his opinion in terms of advice, you know, for Junhwa to try to make the money.
Well, it
serves him
definitely
well.
your opinion where you're the chip leader.
Yeah.
You're like,
100%.
easy fold, guys, easy fold.
Guys, did you see what happens, right? When you call with ace-king, when I jam, everybody just relax.
Just
put it in the bin.
go.
You would hate to get showered. Let's not get showered out here.
Yeah.
I've got my loofah. I've got a little body wash. Don't do it to yourself.
In the bin. Aces may be okay, but
yeah. That would be too tough a sell right there to try to get the guys off the aces. But the ace-kings, maybe, just maybe, as we bring it back to the desk here. My man in the orange hat, Czar Brian Rass, yours truly, Ali Najad. Got ourselves down to the FT. Happened in a hurry, I think it's fair to say. And
yeah, no, that went a little faster than I thought it was going to. Don't you think so?
Do I need to tell you why, though?
Well,
I mean, you know.
Our man's in there.
The fast forward
one-man
button.
wrecking ball.
Doing his thing is Tan Xuan. He's going to take 3.665 into the final table. Why don't we take a quick pause as we get that final table together? But in just a few minutes' time, we're going to come back and we're going to get things underway from here in Jeju with everybody having locked up that 44K min cash here in the final event of the festival. Stay close.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. The button opens, small blind calls, actions on you in the big blind. Which of these hands actually prefers to go multi-way rather than just going heads up against the button? King-Queen offsuit, 5-5, 9-8 suited, or 10-5 suited? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. The button opens, small blind calls, actions on you in the big blind. Which of these hands actually prefers to go multi-way rather than just going heads up against the button? King Queen offsuit, 5-5, 9-8 suited, or 10-5 suited? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
So welcome back to the desk. Final event here in Jeju, the 20K short deck. Ali and Rasty with you. And the Tan Xuan show is what we are all tuned in for, it would seem, whether we want to or not. There he is, top of the chip counts, 3.66 million. Ike Haxton, the only other player ahead of the average stack of 1.8 million, 90 antes. And then it's a big drop down to Dvoress, Chidwick, Ivy, Joe Chuen, and Seth Davies in that order. But at 52 antes, with the ante currently 20K, Rast, I mean, do we expect Davies to still have playability to his stack?
Certainly, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of room at these stack depths for these guys to maneuver. So it doesn't have to go that quickly. You know, they can pick their spots. I'd imagine, though, especially with this group, looking at them and having seen some of them, going to be a lot of just open jams, especially with all the antes. I mean, 8 antes out in the pot to begin with. What I'm really curious of most of all, though, looking at the seat arrangement, if we want to go back right now, is Haxton's there, number 2. He has a lot of chips, 2.7, well over the average, which you can see is 1.8. But he's directly out of position to Tan Xuan. And how does he want to deal with that? Because we can see that this was the exact setup in the last one where Tan Xuan was directly in position
against
to
RVK.
It just made it a nightmare for him. And that was when RVK was the chip leader, and Tan had considerably less chips. It's even flipped now. So is Ike going to be open jamming for huge just to like avoid that whole mess, or limping? I'm just saying, like, how's he going to deal with it? That's what I want to know.
Look, Ike's got a lot of fight, this much we know. And obviously he's very hungry for his first Triton title. Seth Davies as well, although very different plights at present here at this final table. But you know, word has come down. He knows what he's dealing with in terms of the feral creature on his left.
Listen, I'm sure that, you know, some of those hand histories made their way amongst the boys, you know, where like people are talking, wow, man, look, he just 3-bet him every time he opened when he had an ace and, you know, limp re-raised the queen 9. So, you know, Ike is probably right now, it's like one of those things where you understand the situation, you start coming up with a pre-game plan. Like, what am I going to do? You know, am I going to open less? Am I going to limp more? Like, I'm sure he's thinking about all this right now because he's about to have to deal with that problem.
Yeah, well, let's consider the pay jumps as well. We know these things sometimes factor in a function of the 20K, the size of these payouts, of course. 44,000 the min cash, then a 10K jump and change up to 6, but of course 265,000 all the way up top. And one of those concepts that we touched on, Rasty, is the idea of chips gained sometimes being not worth as much as chips lost in the quest to potentially pick up that first title for the likes of Haxton and Davies, or of course just the 265,000 up top, which is, you know, several buy-ins in a 20K.
Sure, and I was speculating with you right before, you know, we came on, you know, do you think there's going to be any of the guys who, you know, this is such a small tournament for Triton that just all going to be all about that title and not the pay jumps?
Yeah, maybe. Only time will tell. And the man who's going to tell us who's at this final table with the intros, as always, Luca Vivaldi, as we send it down.
What an incredible 17-day of poker has been. We're down to the last final table here in Jeju. The 20K short deck event has seen 42 entries. We're down to the last 7, and it's my pleasure to introduce you to them. In scene number 1, from China, please put your hand together for Tan Xuan.
Tan, the one-man wrecking crew, already a short deck title under his belt, looking to add a second to 9 million in career earnings.
And after our chip leader, another player from China is scene number 2, 1.1 million. Please welcome Zhou Huan.
Well, here he is, cashed 3 of his last 4, now 4 of his last 5, fishing for a second title already here in Jeju, having picked one up in the 4-card streets.
Scene number 3 from the UK with 1.3 million. Please welcome Stephen Chidwick.
This is a name we're quite accustomed to seeing in deep runs. Chidwick closing in on 20 million in career Triton earnings, already multiple final tables here in Jeju. Can he pick up his second ever title?
Number 5 from the US with 1.2 million. Please put your hand together for Phil Ivy.
Truly no introductions needed for a legend of this caliber. 10.6 million in career Triton earnings. 5-time title winner. Nikita Badziakouski just joined him in that company. Might he create separation with some spins here?
Seat number 6 from the US with 1 million. Please welcome Seth Davis.
Davies still hunting his first ever Triton title. 7.1 million in career Triton earnings already with a whopping 3 FTs here in Jeju.
Our seat number 7 has 1.5 million from Canada. Please welcome Dan Dvoress.
Dvoress, 11.4 million in Triton earnings, 2 titles, 32 cashes, and already finished 2nd and 5th in earlier events.
Last but not least, from the US, 2.7 million. Please welcome Ike Axton.
Axton alongside Davies, the names that we always circulate in terms of the best yet to hoist the trophy. Might today be the day? Certainly a poor seat draw for Ike. We'll see how it plays out.
We still have 20 seconds remaining on ante 20,000 bot to ante of 40,000. I wish you all the very best of luck.
Thanks for that, Luca, and thanks to betacr.eu. Here is a look at all of those chip counts down toward the bottom, neck and neck. China's Zhou Chuan, Seth Davies of the US. 3 Americans and a Canadian as the Westerners, alongside the Brit Chidwick, outnumbering the Far East. Here at a short deck FT, perhaps an unexpected development. Ace-10 offsuit. Schwen just coming with a limp. Rast.
Yes, sir. Oh, notice that Ike open mucked King Jack of Diamonds first up. Pretty strong hand in short deck. So we can see that one adjustment already. Yeah, curious Tan didn't raise this coming with a limp.
Queen Jack 8. You see the blocker effects for Davies, an underpair to the Queen and the Jack.
Great flop for Tan. He's probably going to win it.
Ace of clubs working, 2-way straight draw. Comes out swinging.
It's pretty much just going to take a double barrel by him. I mean, and he has a hand that rates to double barrel pretty frequently. Ooh.
What do we have here?
Ivy's got some ideas.
This is delightful because it shows that Phil Ivey has been watching some tape and knows that Schwen, with some reasonable frequency, is going to be up to no good here.
See how Tan wants to deal with this. He does have a double gut straight draw, and straights come in quite frequently here. Got the ace of clubs blocker. But Ivy isn't that deep. It's pretty scary. Ivy found a really interesting hand to do this with. Call, so Ivy doesn't. It's going to be hard for Ivy to bluff this. It'll be a really strong bluff on the turn, unless he hits a spade. If he hits a spade, ooh.
Instead, it's a club. Rast may still want to finish your point, but obviously the new one to be made is the fact that Tan has picked up this ace-high flush draw in a 680K pot.
Yeah, Tan might go ahead and bet himself here. I mean, he has no pair and the nut club draw, so he might take the betting lead away from Ivy.
Note, by the way, that Ivy does improve to a 2-way straight draw. If the ace were to roll off, that would give him the 9-high straight.
Tan's probably setting this up into a 2-street bluff. I don't think Ivy can really even call here, because calling would sort of imply that you think you can bluff some on the river. And if I'm him, I'm worried that either Tan has me almost dead already, or if he's bluffing, okay, this is a really gutsy call. The problem is if Tommen is bluffing, he probably bluffs river. But I promise you that if Ton checks river, Ivy's probably bluffing here.
Oh my, on the end, Ivy makes the 9 high straight.
Wow. Well,
oh, wow. Ton just rips.
Yeah, he's bluffing now.
Of course.
Yeah, he wants Ivy to fold. I mean, he's repping a flush. So, but Ivy got this far and only has 745.
And by the way, Ton plays with this kind of pace regardless, so don't trick yourself into thinking that because he's betting at this clip that he's trying to look strong. It doesn't matter. Sometimes he's going to have it and play it exactly the same way. But on this occasion, we can see he doesn't. Just aces. And now for Ivy, it's would 9-10 ever behave in this way?
No.
And if it wouldn't, then is this clubs or not? Is the only question.
I think it's clubs or not.
Some king 10 in there with a club?
Yeah, possibly.
That's a
possibly
problem.
king 10 with a club. But just I think 9-10 probably just raises Ivy back on the flop, I would guess, pretty frequently.
Okay.
So it gets discounted some for that. As well as the fact that it's now it's even weaker than king 10. Like, it's one thing, I mean, if Ton has king 10, he's beating 9-10, which was a straight on the flop. But this is mostly flushes, maybe king 10 with a club. Or a bluff. But the question...
Huh? 9-10.
Me?
Me?
Well, I wonder if Phil's going to make anything of that. Generally speaking, you're not well served to engage Ivy.
Yeah. Let's see if Ivy can figure this out. Ivy has to think, what is he bluffing with? It was an interesting decision that Ton went all in fast on the river. Hands like ace-king with a club, ace-10 with a club are some of his most natural bluffs. And Ton didn't even think about checking it. So that could be slightly confusing. I'm just throwing things out there that might confuse Ivy here. Yeah. Wow. Ton.
No. Yo.
Toji. Chicken theft in progress here at this final table, and one can't necessarily fault Phil Ivy for getting out of there, Rasp, but
no, I mean
that was a harmful altercation.
My point there was that, right, let's say Ton rivers that ace with ace-king or ace-10 with a club, which is the hand he had, basically. Maybe he thinks for longer about, like, can I check this back? Like, do I have showdown? Should I give up my bluff now? Ton didn't spend time thinking about that. And
not at all.
I'm just positing, like, maybe Ivy discounted that some. Like, I'm just saying, maybe he thinks, oh, these are some of his natural bluffs that play this way on the flop and turn. And now he just insta-jammed them on the river. Maybe he's less likely to have that and now has more value. I don't know. I'm not in Phil Ivy's head. I'm just trying to posit some of his potential thoughts.
I'll tell you what.
Ton's a beast. That's
this is just, you know, I mean, you didn't need me to verbalize it.
Come on, man.
Ivy with just 7:45 left. Shortest stack remaining. Davies, ace-queen suited. This is the one man he covers.
7 full out.
I mean, what Ton is doing, he's not just doing this to country bumpkins. He just bluffed Phil Ivy off a straight on the river. And Phil Ivy, you know, not only is he maybe the GOAT, very much possibly, probably the GOAT, he's a great short deck player.
Right.
And, you know, Ton Schwan, no joke.
Well, here we are then, as Davies does elect to play his hand as a jam, dominating Phil, and might things come undone in a hurry here at the final table for the GOAT. 1.6 in the middle, a diamond in the window, and an ace and a queen behind it. So ace is up for Davies. King would work for a chop. Diamonds picked up now. Clean outs to a win. A 10 also for a chop.
For fun.
See here, Ivy?
It's like a board pair.
Say, let's carve it up. Aces and nines in the end. And
all right.
My.
What a crazy pot played between Phil and Tan Xuan there.
Yeah.
Phil started out bluffing, ended up making the best hand, and got bluffed off it.
Yeah, he
I
did.
mean, that was a wild hand.
It really was. As we're still processing what we observed, it felt like just moments ago Ivy was being introduced and taking a seat at this table, less than an orbit in. The great Phil Ivy vanquished here as his Triton Festival comes to a close, adding just 44,000 to his 10.6 million in career Triton earnings. There will be no 6th title, 24th career cash, and his 6th here in Jeju. So 54.5, that's what's on tap. Davies, by the way, picking up the rest of Ivy's stack. That's quite useful. Puts him into lone 3rd place.
Feels like Dvoress is just going to move all in here. Take his chances that Tan isn't trapping.
All in?
I had 200,000 out there to win.
You'll win.
Yeah, Ike was.
I was just letting.
What?
Yeah, there aren't really too many other hands that I think make sense as bluffs in that pot that they played, Ivy and Tan Xuan. Really ace-king and ace-10 with a club.
That's what comes to mind.
Unless he really just peeled the flop raise light. I mean, maybe like queen 10 or jack 10 with a club.
Shouldn't get high on your own.
Those are somewhat light flop peels.
I've been smoking. I've been taking bong rips on every break.
Guys are just getting goofy here. You know that moment when
display of mental
Go on, Raz.
when you stayed up too late.
Yes.
And it's just depends for everybody at what late is for you. But you know, let's say you normally go to bed at midnight, and all of a sudden it's 2:30 a.m. and
okay,
everything is just absurd. You don't even know what you're saying.
I
You're
love
like
it.
Laughing hysterically.
I'm bordering on that myself.
And I think the guys are. I mean, Seth is just, you know, talking about taking bong rips, and the guys are all laughing, like, you know.
And Tan Xuan's doing his thing with 10-7 offsuit, not to be overshadowed as Ike tries to limp and gets smacked up. But yes, Rast, I'm here for it. Both the Tan Xuan factor and the loopiness.
That was a funny situation.
It's possible we found another ball.
Possible.
The Lord may have replaced
The Lord replaceth. The Lord provided 2 gentlemen in need.
What is the lore telling you to do with this one, Seth?
I didn't know Seth to invoke divine intervention. Both on and off the felt, but here he is. I don't think this is the good Lord, but rather the ace-jack suited, motivating.
Oh.
Might we have a sheriff on our hands? He's asking for a count. This is so brutal. If you're Seth.
It's the one guy.
Yes, yes, it is.
Ace queen suited. This is a tough spot. Seth's range is not super wide here. I'm guessing this is right around like a cutoff hand. I mean, he's definitely playing ace king, and he's definitely folding ace jack. Oh, God, he just might be the best. What is going on?
Sniffs out a hand that is pipped. And if he hauls this one in, Rast, we ain't seen nothing yet.
I mean, he's just nasty.
Showering Davies here would mean that the second biggest stack at the table, Haxton, with $2.5 million, would be out-chipped over 2-1. But Davies, look at this medicine. Broadway. Schwen pulls at the spades, and the spade does come right in. That's going to do it for Seth Davies. Irrelevant river. And I got to tell you something. Even though we've been so focused upon Tan, that is brutal for Seth.
Certainly is.
Sixth place finish, $54,500. And how many times are we going to see Seth Davies make a deep run, show up at a final table, and then just be on the wrong side of something like that and get denied a shot at heads-up play and a title? Beneficiary, Tan, 250-plus antes, Rast. This is bonkers.
Seth ripped in a lot of antes there.
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
1.8 million was what? That was like 70, 80, something like that.
That it was.
Notice Ike is just playing super tight. Ace jack off, king jack suited, just mucking it. He's letting his man Don Juan just knock everyone out.
I mean, it's certainly prudent.
Wow, king queen in the muck.
We're going to witness somebody with the short deck equivalent of diplomatic immunity operating in society with no penal code.
Yeah, he now has just crossed over having half the chips in play, I think, after this last pot, and he's just going to punish these guys. All in. You know, what else is there to do? Wow, limp with the 10-8 suited. That's an interesting one. I wonder why he's limping this. It rates to actually have pretty good equity when called. Probably even better equity than queen jack off, but he just really likes mixing it up, you know?
He likes living in everybody's head rent-free.
Yeah.
Dvoress being extended mercy on the button. Checks back. Flops top pair here. Doesn't want to make that 9, as we can see Schwen with the gutter.
Not want to make top 2.
No, sir.
Outside of a 9, feels like an ace would be a very good card for Tan here on the turn.
$60K. Bet and called. Queen of Hearts on the turn now. And for Dvoress, like you pointed out, Rasty, Tan's been pretty much bludgeoning. What is it that suddenly motivated him to take a step back and limp? That is what he's trying to work out.
Certainly, and I have no idea, especially not really with this hand. This just seems like such a nice hand to jam when you're just jamming a lot, because when you get called the 10-8 suited, I mean, it's going to be one of your better hands in terms of how it performs against aces, kings, and ace-king. You know, potentially ace-queen or queens. Like, it's just low, it's suited, can make a bunch of straights. You know, I mean, it's not quite as good as 10-9, but it's close. So it was really, to me, this was a pretty bizarre combo for him to back off with.
But this is also in part what makes Tan so dangerous, Rast,
Yeah.
is that you think you've got a finger on his pulse, and all of a sudden you realize there's deep levels of arrhythmia in the cardiology.
Oh, no, sure, he's certainly pretty balanced.
Does make a 10 on the end. Shuts it down.
10-8, right?
Dvoress will do what few have managed to, and that's pick a pot up off of Tan Schwen.
And even people like Ike looking at that hand probably thinking, wow, like, why didn't he jam that pre? I promise you.
You know, you saw The Dark Knight.
Yeah.
You remember the Joker.
Yeah. Of course.
Part of me thinks it's non-zero that even Tan isn't sure why he tried to do it. Just a complete inner randomization, you know? Just douse all the cash in kerosene and light a match, you know? Not that he's incinerating. I mean, the guy is actually a performer. We've seen that.
Mystery. Yes, unsolved mysteries.
And I don't know whether or not the term unsolved mysteries was being thrown out just now in reference to that decision to limp the 10-8 suited. I heard Dvoress mumble it, but nevertheless, here we are. A gear-shifting Tan Schwen, perhaps. Queen 9 off. Again, we limp. Dvoress comes along. Now kings for Haxton.
Having watched Haxton play quite a bit, I would not be shocked if he just jams 100 blinds here with kings.
Well, he is not afraid. And in that sense, he and Tan are very similar, but he is asking himself whether now is the time. Always wary of a little trap, but Tan, it seems, VPIP levels that we don't need to necessarily fear the monsters under the bed across the way.
400.
All right. If he takes this route, I can't imagine he plans on folding it.
400,000 was more than enough to get the job done. Button slides over to Tan. Queens for Zhou. Shortest stack in the room with 36 antes, Rast. Jams him.
Yeah,
Didn't
seems
take him long.
pretty reasonable.
Jacks, though, for Chidwick. He is the second shortest stack. This is the only one that he covers. And we await his thoughts with respect to the range for Zhou Xuan.
Yeah, Jacks can be in trouble against quite a few hands. I like this fold. I mean, maybe Zhou's jamming 10s, maybe. He might just limp them. But he's going to be behind queens, kings, aces, ace, king, ace, queen, like just a bunch of hands. And he's got 3 people behind him.
Ace king for Dvoress, and the fold isn't nearly as straightforward, and it's certainly not impending.
Yeah, no, he's...
Twins.
It's only half his chips.
No.
And
Ace king?
ace king is just objectively a really strong
Ace king?
hand. It's much better than jacks in this game.
Powerhouse.
Ronnie.
1-9 in the middle. And the classic long deck race is 51-48. Advantage ace king, believe it or not. With 5 to come and the hopes of Zhou Xuan. To the flop, and there is the king, but there's also a gutter. Inside paint. That's what Zhou needs. 6 of spades is not that type of card. Might the river keep Zhou in his seat? Yes, the queen on the end, and you can see his rail. Don't need to point him out, as they are dressed the part and loving the fact that their man will fight on. Needless to say, a disappointing one there for Dvoress. Yes, Zhou doubles through him, and we take a minute to remind you that if you want to qualify for the World Series of Poker main event, starting from just $1, April 1st is when it all begins over at GG Poker. And while you're there, hop on into some Triton qualifiers. See if maybe you can find yourself across from Tan Xuan. What a treat that would be. What a nightmare it might be. Not sure how that might be regarded. It all happens at the world's largest online poker room, GG Poker.
60 over there, right? Playing.
All in.
Haxton rips ace jack.
1, 2.
Gets it through.
Notice the ante went up. At 25K ante, I feel like he folded ace jack off in that spot, but now that the ante's gone up, he decided to rip this time.
Well, those...
I think maybe it was cutoff was that close for him.
Higher antes have left Dvoress with just 26 antes. Shortest stack now, obviously, after the exchange with Zhou Xuan, who runs in third behind Haxton. Tan Xuan up top.
Made me think I must have gone to another galaxy for 25 minutes.
Tan Jack 10 off.
Could rip it, but never really know what Tan's going to do.
No, you don't. Be careful thinking that you figured it out.
Yes.
Oh. And look at this. He saved, well, I mean, Jack 10 could always win the all-in, but...
Yeah, would have been spinning for 1.8. One would imagine as Zhou Chuan wakes up to these two kings.
As a dog.
There's the rip. Not lost on Tan Chuan is the performance capabilities of this Jack 10 offsuit, but at this price and in this scenario, even his thirst for a little loose play, a little gamble, a little action will go unquenched.
코어리 퇴부퇴. 응? 코어리 퇴부퇴. 아? 어서 코어리 퇴부퇴.
못해.
못해. 그 코어크 퇴的.
Queen Jack offsuit. Let's see what his appetite is here. Dialed back to beneath 200 antes. Still better than 2-1 chip lead over Ike. And that 25 ante stack of Daniel Dvoress can be so easily leveraged. 250 if you do, and of course King 6 does not.
Yeah, notice that Tan Chuan isn't just ripping. He's doing a lot. He's doing some limping, some raising.
He should be the button.
And this is what I'm saying, maybe one of the differences between you were asking me. A lot of the, I feel like the kind of Western, they're ripping like massive stacks, right? I mean, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I don't truly know, but like Seth just ripped like 80 blinds with Ace Jack in a spot where Ace Queen was calling and worse is probably folding. It's just huge. Like, you know, the flip side is that he doesn't have a lot of chips. He opens, he's going to get shoved on quite a lot, and he can't call, right? But when you just rip yourself, you know, you're ripping 80 antes to win, you know, 7 antes or 6 antes, the risk reward isn't the best. And when you get called, you're always behind, sort of, unless you have top of range. So I don't know, but I mean, like, right now we can see that Tan Chuan is doing a lot of open raising in a spot where he could be ripping. And, you know, it's just an interesting strategic adjustment that I do believe is different than what some other people would do. For example, Mike Watson, when he was the chip leader, just open shoved, if you remember.
Well, Dvoress, not to interrupt the thought, has jammed with King Jack suited in the face of a Zhou Chuan limp and Chidwick set mining behind him. Haxton wants a count. And unless either of those two limpers are trapping, the calculus for Haxton would have to be how well the ace-10 performs against Dvoress' shoving range. Not very well, he deems.
I don't know whether it's just that. It's definitely a situation where one of the limpers trapping is a concern for him. You know, he's putting in, what, 700K or shoving, and one of those guys is limping with ace-king or aces or whatever. He's toast.
What have I done? 8, 9, 10.
695.
Well, in the end, Dvoress able to double through Zhou Chuen on the ace-ace jack board.
Ike would have won.
With the ace-10. That's a great point. King kicker turned into aces and kings on the turn, and Broadway was kept at bay on the river.
Seemed like a tough call for him, though, with the limpers. Most specifically, the best limper. I mean, the first limper, Zhou Chuen. Like, I think Ike probably calls if he had limped in Zhou Chen's position there.
Tan's button being respected.
And why wouldn't it, Ollie, why wouldn't it be?
That's a great question. Big Dog's been doing a lot of eating in the yard.
Big Dog hungry.
He's not surrounded by lost puppies, though. Chidwick, not going to get lost with ace-king suited. He knows exactly where he's headed.
He's the shortest stack now.
Yep.
880, 29 antes, but he picks this pot up, 6 antes. I mean, he's over $1 million.
Yeah, that Dvoress double was particularly pesky for Chidwick in that sense, leaving him to inherit the short stack. Never one to be exceedingly hasty. Stevie, measured. Now he sails it in. $880 in total. 29 antes, let's call it. Jack 10 suited. What a tempter here for Tan. Does he want to spin? No. I feel like there was a point in time, Rast, where we would see those Jack 10 suiteds really a lot more inclined to spin than they are now. Would you agree with that? Kind of earlier in our short deck observations?
Yeah, maybe. I wonder if it's because players changed, or maybe it's just different depths, stack depths, or situations.
Right.
I don't know.
A whole host of variables could be responsible for that. As you saw, Ivy and Davies leaving the U.S. delegation thin. Mike Haxton, the lone remaining American here at this 20K short deck final table. Tan limping, 10-6 suited, 10-8 suited for Joe. More interference for Chidwick from the button. King Jack 6 board, bottom pair. Look at Tan just reach out and touch.
He should pick this up.
You know, it's interesting. I've seen him make this move on so many occasions, and it has so many upsides. Seldom is somebody going to want to look to blow the pot against Tan. You're either going to want to slow play and let him kind of hang himself with perceptions that he's dancing. If you're in murky water, you tread really lightly depending on your stack depth and the dynamics at play. And then if you do get down the streets and you're ton, you can end up at showdown with hands that nobody would have anticipated. Chidwick, though, wants to tear one off and look with what looked like a queen on board.
It is a queen.
Okay, not a jack.
It's wrong. Yeah, that's why Chidwick called. It's because that jack of hearts that you see, that's an incorrect card. The actual card is the queen of hearts.
Right. So he had second pair, and now what he's got is a flush draw to go with it.
Yeah, that was confusing. Like, why is Chidwick calling? Is this some crazy float?
Yeah, I thought we had a heroic peel on our hands.
But no, he has second pair.
So disregard that jack of hearts, replace it with the queen of hearts in your mind's eye as Schwen replaces the lead with a check. 440 in the middle. And do we want to just proceed with caution if we're Stevie 34 antes deep?
I don't think he really gets better to fold by betting. I mean, he has a decent amount of equity.
Right.
But, yeah, this check back makes quite a bit of sense from that perspective.
Oh, and this 9 of spades makes quite a lot of dollars. Queen, high, flush. Second nuts.
You know, also on runouts like this, if Tan ends up bluffing, Chidwick, just has it. I feel like check back turn really made the most sense, but it's hard to imagine how he earns any money here unless Tan goes for a wild bluff. Tan's hand doesn't really make the most sense, but Tan is unpredictable.
This we know.
The most sense in terms of blockers to check raise bluff here, like maybe something like 6 ace with the ace of spades would make more sense.
This one is likely over. Although, ill-fated our predictions when Tan Schwen's involved. There's the barrel. 440, full pot. Nowhere to go. Stevie's so steely out there. Rast, this is not a new image, nor some sort of novel assessment. But it really is admirable how composed he is in the face of all manner of situations when he is in the office, so to speak.
444, yeah.
Yeah, certainly.
Even in the company of other elite pros. He's a shining example in that respect. And not to allege, by the way, that those that don't necessarily carry themselves in that exact same manner when they're out there plying their trade are somehow inferior. But the results do speak for themselves in terms of Stevie. He's 7 offsuit.
22.
220, is that the declaration? Yeah. Note the
Gamble,
choice
gamble.
here.
Gamble.
Can't gamble.
No.
No gamble.
Gamble.
Aces?
1 ace shown.
Kings?
No.
Kings,
Ace
good
seven.
guess.
Well, the honest A7 declaration there from Joe Chuen. Ace 10. Now this one draws Tan in.
Just limping again.
Yeah, gear shift. Perhaps he feels like against this crew, post-flop pressure is going to be another point of attack.
Yeah, it's interesting decisions here. Like if you're Ike, you know, yes, Tan's limping a lot, but one consideration is if I start raising these limps light, then will I stop Tan from limping? Right? So Ike's taking this spot, and it's going to work. I don't think Tan is calling this with ace 10, but, you know, if his limps stop working, maybe he starts raising. And if he just starts raising or open jamming, then everybody folds. So, and if you have a lot less chips, I don't know. Personally, I'd like the chip leader to limp. Then I just get more options, especially if you're pretty short.
Yeah, you really do have to wake up top of range to want to dance if you're anywhere
if
midfield.
He's just open jamming, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So it's kind of a curious meta game happening there. Like, do you want to disincentivize him to limp?
Yeah, Zhou Chuan caught in the crossfire there, but it is food for thought, Rasty. What is your preference? And I think quite clearly, Tan limping would be the preferred course of action. But the other thing that you pointed out is that Tan's out there in, you know, flow state, kind of fluid. How's this performing? How's that performing? Let me raise a standard amount. Let me jam, you know. Throws all kinds of different looks at you. And I think he does it with true intention to make himself as difficult as possible to play against.
Yeah, I agree.
He's a handful. And here he is on the button with the king-jack suited. 2 limps in front of Haxton's 10-8 suited. We await his sentiments. He'll limp. Look at Tan. He's trying to figure out if any of these guys are in the weeds, looking to pounce. Does check it back. Ace 8-7. Look at the pair of 8s for Haxton. Second pair on this rainbow board. It's the best of what's around.
Yeah, so many cards being shared there. 3 of the 4 10s are out. Because of that, King-Jack just performing surprisingly well. Tan gets an inkling to bet at this. It could work. I mean, Queen 10 feels like certainly folding, and maybe 10-8 as well, depending on the size.
This is so silly. 135. Somehow, some way, obviously that button range. Checking back. Player still mindful that it does contain a lot of interactivity in the form of 6-9, 7-8.
Yeah, even potentially some hands like ace-6, ace-7, ace-8. I mean, Tan hasn't actually been very aggressive at all things considered, in the last hour, right?
Yeah, early on, you'll remember he was
very
just bludgeoning.
aggressive, but now he's totally changed gears, and he's been not aggressive now, which is really like a curveball considering that he has so many chips.
Well, let's consider pay jump 18,500. Forgive me, 21,500 between 5th and 4th. Maybe we're more toward rung gaps. I mean, Look, I'm grasping at straws here if I'm trying to correlate something that is responsible for it. What about stack dynamics? Could that have something to do with it? Look at the cluster at the bottom. Dvoress, Chidwick,
I think
Joe.
he's just mixing it up to confuse his opponents. I don't know that there's, and I don't know if there's a specific reason, at least not one that I can think of. I mean, the stack sizes are such that it would make sense to put on a lot of pressure right now. Just 3 guys with like 40 antes.
Right. Dvoress, jam and take. He's such a crafty short deck player. Chidwick, nice in all disciplines. Haxton, obviously one of the greater minds in the game. And Joe has been particularly impressive here in Jeju. A lovely little resume he put together at this stop, Brast. Suited one gapper, limping in. 8s do the same. And let's see Chidwick on the button with the jacks. Does he want to juice it?
240K to win in the middle.
It's tempting, but obviously you know that Tan is so capable of putting those jacks into a blender. ICM pressures avoided. Queen 10-9. Middle pair, bad side of the gut shot versus unders and the gut shot. And look at the blockers for Chidwick, which are the best of what's around. Jacks in the open ender.
Yeah, really great flop for Stevie here.
Two checks in front of him. Worth a little barrel here. Feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's got an open ender. He's blocking other people from having the straight or an open ender themselves. You know, pretty strong hand. I mean, we know how powerful open-ended straight draws are in short deck.
$80K.
Yeah.
This is a tricky situation for Tan. He has a hand that looks pretty good, but it can be in pretty bad shape. The 8, an undercard, not so nice. Yes, backdoor hearts, but backdoor flush draws really not worth what they are in Hold'em. So this is curious. So he takes that situation, and where his hand actually weak enough that he doesn't love check calling it, kind of turns it into a bluff by check raising. You know, blocking some 2 pairs and maybe the 8 jack straight, which Stevie can have because he's the button. Pretty curious. I mean, he's obviously folding if Stevie shoves.
Yeah, and that's definitely on the table, isn't it, Rast, in terms of a rebluff from Stevie?
I don't think Stevie's going to fold here.
But if we're not going to fold, are we better served then to try to pick it up here and now rather than get deeper into the streets in the form of a call where we give Tan the betting lead? Obviously, the upshot is we don't step into it when we flat.
I mean, I don't know. This is the problem is the ICM. That's really the problem for Stevie. He might fold because of it, actually. This is part of the reason why this play is powerful. Yeah, and
feels like all options were on the table in your mind.
You know, I do agree that I do agree that all in is better than call. Like when you're in these spots as Chidwick, what you don't want is to call and get bluffed off the hand. You want to just take down the pot right now.
I confess, the 3-bet on any given street is something that we very seldom have seen thus far in the short deck program, but that was one of the occasions. And you could see precisely what it was that led to Chidwick making that choice.
48.
And yeah, I mean, for Chidwick, that play really only makes sense if you think that Tan is going to be check raise bluffing with a decent frequency, right?
Gotcha.
And, you know, I think Chidwick had, you know, knows that Tan is capable of that. Check raise folding there.
I hate to admit it, but I think he just mentally wear me down. He just take us down the rabbit hole and beat me with experience.
So interesting. I don't know whether or not you guys at home were able to catch that. Dvoress said, I hate to admit it, but I think he just wears me down. He takes us down the rabbit hole, and it isn't a good experience.
Who's he talking about?
I'm pretty sure Tan Xuan, if I had to guess, although I don't want to be presumptuous because I didn't catch the subject matter. But wouldn't that seem to be the favorite?
Perhaps. You think he would be talking about that just openly at the table when he's playing him?
I don't think he was intending for it to go beyond he and Ike. So we see King, King 9 come off here, Dvoress. Does have the best hand. Checked over to him. I don't think Tan's got anything crazy cooked up his sleeve.
Tan is really just playing everything. Got the Jack-6 suited from the +1 hole here. I mean, Dvoress probably going to be happy to just show this down. Let's not bet against Tan and get check raised, you would think. Yeah.
And now the 9 turns into queen high. It happens to still be good.
Check, check.
Now it did.
Big nuts. Big nuts high. Six nuts high.
So uneventful post-flop exchange there between Dvoress and Tan.
稳一会儿了，稳一会儿了，半天不收钱。
I found that if it was indeed a conversation about the impact of our guy, Tan, at the table, to be confirmation of sorts of that which we have suspected for some time, is that he is the kind of handful that will wear you down.
Well, Tan just limped and just showed him Jack-6 suited. I wonder at some point if people are going to attack these limps. He's going to show hands like that.
TBD.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like the spot. I mean, I did it before with the ace-8 offsuit. It's nice to be blocking that ace when you do it. Oh, my.
Nuts for Haxton here after checking back the queen 10. And we've seen Tan do a lot of leading into these heads-up pots against the button with the notion that his range is the favorite. And again, you see him reach for chips. These two cards are absolute napkins. And this is a delightful sight for Haxton.
Oh, yes, it is.
He's hoping to get a multi-course meal out of Tan's food truck here.
I mean, if you're Ike, raise doesn't make a ton of sense. You can't have aces, kings, ace, king. I mean, it's like you basically have queen 10. It's really what you have if you raise, or a bluff. So let's just call, and maybe Tan just keeps bluffing in this one.
We've seen him go 3 streets with some pretty dusty ones.
Yeah, this would be dust-tastic because he's got no way to win against anything that called the flop. I mean, he's drawing dead against a jack right now, so.
Does end up checking, however. Ike pondering his options. Paired board, maybe looking to avoid something uncomfortable. He's got a lot of heart, though. You know, Ike doesn't like to leave meat on the bone, but situationally speaking, obviously, he knows that Tan is a tricky one to proceed against.
He might check here.
20.
Okay, he doesn't go for check, but
I felt what you felt.
Pairing the board isn't great for him, right? And, you know, getting check raised is annoying. Plus, maybe you check back. You could rep something like a jack, potentially jack 10, a weak ace that maybe folds the river to a big. Like, you, in other words, you keep all the bluffs in and you let him blast the river with hands that fold to a bet.
Sure.
I'm just saying it's something to consider, and actually that's probably why Ike went into a time bank, considering check versus bet. If I do bet, you know, what size am I picking? You know, this is another thing. So, yeah, Tan is the only one that can have boats, and he's raising. I would guess Ike didn't pick half pot sizing because he's folding to a check raise. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but just look at Tan doing exactly what it was that Haxton didn't want him to do, Rast, because now the problem is, let's say we dig in. We have to be respectful of the prospects that every now and again Tan's hand, when he limps, isn't that jack-6 suited, which showed down moments ago, but it is some of this stuff. When we call, now we arrive at the river. Another 330 into the middle would bring the pot to 1.64. And what do we do with just north of 1 SPR when it all comes sailing in?
Well, first we see, I don't think you just assume if you call here, he's always bluffing river. Call here's pretty strong. Like, what is Ike calling with here? You know, he's going to have boats, straight, maybe 3 kings. It's a pretty strong range to bluff. Yeah. Tan might not bluff this river. Now, if he does put Ike all in on the river, Ike might fold. It's not a comfy spot with a straight. You know, that said, let's see if Tan bluffs the river. He might not.
Oh, look at this double paired board now. What a perfect run out if Tan really wants to take air and make it happen. The thing is, he would have to remove any Jack X or King X. Maybe he could get some Jack X to fold. And what Jack X would have really called that raise on the turn. So if you know what I mean? If we're not here with that, then we just take the King X away.
But that's scary because what if Ike has a hand like King 10 and you think maybe you can get him to fold King 10? Wow.
This is nasty.
I think he's...
Is this too small?
I think he's targeting hands like Ace X and Queen 10.
But is this too small? I mean, it looks very milky. Haxton has 1.7 back.
I think it might be too small. Ike could end up doing one of these things where he's like, I have no idea, but now I'm getting 4.5 to 1 from the pot, and this is Tan Xuan, so I'm just going to call. Like, I'm not beating value, but...
Fold.
Wow, we got, oh my goodness. That's so nasty.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Tan Xuan.
That is so nasty. This guy is just schooling these guys. I mean, what is going on?
You remember what he had, right? It wasn't lost on you, the 2 actual cards that were in his hand. We didn't touch on it for much of that kind of...
Yeah, it was nothing. It was napkins. They had no relevance.
I haven't been looking at the YouTube chat for a minute. But I got to get back in here and see what they're saying about that moment.
Tan is like, these are world-class players, and Tan is kind of taking them to school. Like, he just bluffed.
Did you just say kind of?
He just bluffed Phil Ivey and Isaac Haxton on the river. He got them both off straights. Okay? Like, he just did it to Ike betting. What did he bet? He bet less than 1/3 of the pot. Okay?
This is so just clinical. Dude, he had 9-7. Red 9-7. Unblocked the flush draw.
To be fair to Ike, he is only beating, like, a total napkin that takes that line. That's it. He's not beating a hand. Like, it's, in other words, your opponent has to have napkins, and he's just doing that, which most players don't do that stuff. But Tan is, I mean, what he's doing is pretty special.
He is really such a joy to watch. The guy's just built different. He really is, Rast. I mean, you know.
I'm going to be quite honest and say I don't normally like, I don't play as much short deck, and I don't necessarily like doing it as much as the other games. But when Tan Xuan is on the screen, I mean, he's kind of a joy to watch. Like, he just does gnarly things out there. That was a nasty bluff. That was like...
I mean, look, you're going to look ridiculous sometimes. So we see Tan involved again, this time on the ace-9-9 board, and Zhou Chuan with the gut shot, blocked by the 7s. Yeah, you know, so the point that I'm trying to make is, yes, sometimes you're going to end up at a showdown with people, you know, scratching temples, furrowing brows, really looking at you like, what do you hate, chips kind of thing. A bit embarrassing, almost. He don't give any Fs. This is a stone honey badger.
Yeah.
We got on our hands.
And he's, you know, some of these plays, like in chess, they have a notation for every play a player makes, kind of like how good of it is. And when you start getting into like the excellent and world-class plays, they give exclamation marks, sometimes 1 or sometimes 2. He does some like single and double exclamation mark plays that are just out of left field.
I'm putting my elbow onto that exclamation key and just letting it go when it comes to spots like that. As we see Tan check called and now got counterfeited on this turn. Chuan has picked up the heart draw, which were down full houses. He's doing it, right?
I mean, Kwon is probably going to be able to call here because he has a heart draw, right? So he's drawing to beat, especially against a small size.
Well, let's see, though. Not a given that the size will be small. This
Not
looks
that
reasonable.
Small. Half pot.
Okay. What have we on our minds?
Is he gonna bluff again? I mean, if this is a blank, okay, it's not a blank. He's not gonna be able to bluff Kwon off a flush. So.
Well, you know what's interesting is once we get called on that turn, we know that the heart draws linger.
He doesn't have a heart in his hand.
Right, unblocks. And obviously there's some 9x, 8x. The 9x is the hand that he could target.
Oh, certainly.
And obviously with the button check back, that is very much what Zhou Chuan is supposed to have a decent amount of. But Joe could also be checking back the dustier aces. Look at that shutdown, C-Man. This is what makes the guy so nice.
Yeah, he just shut down against a snap call. Or if he bets less, like a raise. I mean, it's strong what Tan Xuan is doing out there. His feel like he's in the Matrix right now. Like Neo dodging bullets. He just folded at a turn.
He didn't even bet yet?
No, he folded as the guy was grabbing chips.
Dude.
I mean, like, how does he not win this tournament right now? Like, what kind of run of cards is it going to take?
Rast, don't you jinx it. I'm just saying, as much Tan Xuan as we can observe here at this table, that's as much as I'd like to see. And imagine if he was up on Poker Stake, as much of him as you could buy in a short deck event in particular, it would seem you would be well served to do so. And guess what? Our exclusive staking partners don't charge transaction fees or rake, and they guarantee all the winnings. Scan the QR code or head over to pokerstake.com today and buy some action. No more opportunities here from Jeju, but mark your calendars. Keep an eye out for Montenegro opportunities.
Ollie. Ollie.
I love, by the way, as we see Joe shove and take it, that those two hands came in such close succession to one another because they were completely ragged, at least as of the turn, the sevens were. And yet you saw the difference in the way in which Tan evolved and arrived at, you know, what you and I thought might not have been a big enough bet against Ike to get the job done, and yet it did. And then arrived at that check, and immediately you're like, this dude is seeing the computer code out there. We're looking at the GUI interface. He's out there with the DOS prompts. It is a bit scary.
It is. I mean, the way he's navigated these past few hands has been spooky, dude. Just observing from the outside, just shutting it down. Opponent has, I mean, essentially the nuts, rivered the nuts. And the other one, I mean, the play against Ike was wild. That was a wild bluff.
He flourishes in this sort of scenario, too. Very much likes being the shopkeeper. Everyone does, of course. But I feel like with him in particular, the advantages are just magnified.
I mean, the thing about him is after this stop, he's going to get a lot of action in future stops because Ike folds that because he's like, how can he be bluffing here?
Right.
Well, he could just have nothing. That's how. And, you know, in the future.
But how does he have nothing?
But that's the point. In the future, sometimes he's just going to get the wildest calls.
Yeah, sure.
Right? People are going to be like, I don't beat anything except if he just has nothing, and this guy can have nothing.
Right.
So maybe, I'm just saying, it's
insane.
It is pretty insane. It's pretty wild. And it is true. It's because it's not like he's just a maniac, though.
No, not
like
at
that's
all.
the thing. He's picking his spots well. He's giving up sometimes. He's giving up when his opponents have it.
Things get real messy if you characterize Tan Xuan as a simple maniac. But nothing messy about the Queen 8-7 board for Zhou Chuan, who woke up with the aces and spins the wheel, seemingly to great effect for the time being.
Oh.
Top set, no diamond for Tan, and that will do it. A draw dead proposition. Ooh, and the ace needed to roll off.
18.
Well, I don't know that the party's over, Rast. But, you know, somebody might have cut one on the dance floor.
It's interesting too because he really wasn't jamming very much. That was like the first time he's open jammed in a really long time, and he just ran into the buzzsaw, like someone just picked up aces. Like, he'd been doing so much limping, you know, even with the 10-8 suited in a spot where I think everyone else in the world just ships that in when you have half the chips at the table. But
Kids, how much do you have exactly?
$1.445. No.
40个没办法。
4.3, just a 400K advantage over Zhou Chuan, and impacts appear somewhat immediate. A limp with 10-6 suited, though, as Tan continues to want to play pots. Zhou can afford to be there with him. Very nice position for him to be in. And now Dvoress with aces. 35 antes. Full deployment.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of money out there. I don't know how much raising makes sense. Like, do you ever really make it 300K off this stack? Right, he's probably just going to ship it.
All in.
There it is. Haxton's king-queen buckles. Simple folds elsewhere as well. Well, sounds like it's break time. And in an effort to restore some resting heartbeats and catch our breath, maybe it's one that we needed. Annie will be creeping up to 50K, button 100K when we come back from this schedule break. But first, we'll bring you back to the desk as Haxton and Chidwick running down toward the bottom of the order. Ali and Brian standing here in awe of one Tan Xuan, really just the central focus entirely of that particular frame.
Yeah, I'm a little bit breathless. I mean, there's just the bluff against Ike was a pretty wild, incredible hand where he bet less than third pot on the river, and Ike folds, and Ike's only folding because the only hands he were beating was his opponent just having nothing and making that play. And I guess I couldn't really imagine it happening often enough, but that's the thing about him is he just surprises. It's marvelous.
An understandable lack of imagination in terms of Ike arriving at that particular conclusion, which would have been so profitable for him, and no shortage of imagination on Tan Xuan. TBD whether or not when we come back at this new ante level, more of the same will be afoot as Zhou Xuan's double through him with the aces over the jacks obviously leaves the landscape a bit shifted. It's going to be Will Jaffe in for me alongside Rasty. They're going to take you down to a winner here in this 20K short deck. Don't go anywhere. Back in about 10.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. The button opens, small blind calls, actions on you in the big blind. Which of these hands actually prefers to go multi-way rather than just going heads up against the button? King Queen offsuit, 5-5, 9-8 suited, or 10-5 suited? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of betacr.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Yes, sir. Oh, notice that Ike open mucked King Jack of Diamonds first up. Pretty strong hand in short deck. So we can see that one adjustment already. Yeah, curious Tan didn't raise this coming with a limp.
Queen, Jack 8. You see the blocker effects for Davies, an underpair to the Queen and the Jack.
Great flop for Tan. He's probably going to win it.
Ace of clubs working, two-way straight draw. Comes out swinging.
It's pretty much just going to take a double barrel by him. I mean, and he has a hand that rates to double barrel pretty frequently. Ooh.
What do we have here?
Ivy's got some ideas.
This is delightful because it shows that Phil Ivey has been watching some tape and knows that Schwen, with some reasonable frequency, is going to be up to no good here.
See how Tan wants to deal with this. He does have a double gut straight draw, and straights come in quite frequently here. Got the ace of clubs blocker. But Ivy isn't that deep. It's pretty scary. Ivy found a really interesting hand to do this with. Call, so Ivy doesn't. It's going to be hard for Ivy to bluff this. It'll be a really strong bluff on the turn, unless he hits a spade. If he hits a spade, ooh.
Instead, it's a club. Rast may still want to finish your point, but obviously the new one to be made is the fact that Tan has picked up this ace-high flush draw in a 680K pot.
Yeah, Tan might go ahead and bet himself here. I mean, he has no pair and the nut club draw, so he might take the betting lead away from Ivy.
Note, by the way, that Ivy does improve to a two-way straight draw. If the ace were to roll off, that would give him the 9-high straight.
Tan's probably setting this up into a two-street bluff. I don't think Ivy can really even call here, because calling would sort of imply that you think you can bluff some on the river. And if I'm him, I'm worried that either Tan has me almost dead already, or if he's bluffing, okay, this is a really gutsy call. The problem is if Tan is bluffing, he probably bluffs river. But I promise you that if Tan checks river, Ivy's probably bluffing here.
Oh my, on the end, Ivy makes the 9 high straight.
Wow. Well,
oh, wow. Tan just rips.
Yeah, he's bluffing now.
Of course.
Yeah, he wants Ivy to fold. I mean, he's repping a flush. So, but Ivy got this far and only has 745.
And by the way, Tan plays with this kind of pace regardless, so don't trick yourself into thinking that because he's betting at this clip that he's trying to look strong. It doesn't matter. Sometimes he's going to have it and play it exactly the same way. But on this occasion, we can see he doesn't. Just aces. And now for Ivy, it's would 9-10 ever behave in this way?
No.
And if it wouldn't, then is this clubs or not? Is the only question.
I think it's clubs or not.
Some king 10 in there with a club?
Yeah, possibly.
That's a
possibly
problem.
king 10 with a club. But just I think 9-10 probably just raises Ivy back on the flop, I would guess, pretty frequently.
Okay.
So it gets discounted some for that. As well as the fact that it's now it's even weaker than king 10. Like, it's one thing, I mean, if Tan has king 10, he's beating 9-10, which was a straight on the flop. But this is mostly flushes, maybe king 10 with a club. Or a bluff. But the question...
Huh? 9-10.
Me?
Me?
Well, I wonder if Phil's going to make anything of that. Generally speaking, you're not well served to engage Ivy.
Yeah. Let's see if Ivy can figure this out. Ivy has to think, what is he bluffing with? It was an interesting decision that Tan went all in fast on the river. Hands like ace-king with a club, ace-10 with a club are some of his most natural bluffs, and Tan didn't even think about checking it. So that could be slightly confusing. I'm just throwing things out there that might confuse Ivy here. Yeah. Wow. Tan.
No. Yo.
Toji. Chicken theft in progress here at this final table, and one can't necessarily fault Phil. No.
Spend time thinking about that.
And not at all.
I'm just positing, like, maybe Ivy discounted that some. Like, I'm just saying, maybe he thinks, oh, these are some of his natural bluffs that play this way on the flop and turn, and now he just insta-jammed them on the river. Maybe he's less likely to have that and now has more value. I don't know. I'm not in Phil Ivy's head. I'm just trying to posit some of his potential thoughts.
I'll tell you what.
Tan's a beast. That's what.
This is just, you know, I mean, you didn't need me to verbalize it.
Come on, man.
Ivy with just 7:45 left. Shortest stack remaining. Davies, ace-queen suited. This is the one man he covers.
7 full fail.
I mean, what Tan is doing, he's not just doing this to country bumpkins. He just bluffed Phil Ivy off a straight on the river. And Phil Ivy, you know, not only is he maybe the GOAT, very much possibly, probably the GOAT, he's a great short deck player.
Right.
And, you know, Tan Schwan, no joke.
Well, here we are then, as Davies does elect to play his hand as a jam, dominating Phil and Mike.
Hello, and welcome back to the Tan Schwan Show. That's what this is, right?
That's what it is.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
The Triton Super High Roller Series has ended. We're still in Jeju, but it's the Tan Schwan Show on air. I mean, I've been watching from afar. You've been watching up close. I mean, what else is there to say, really?
Not much. He's in there wrecking house, causing a lot of havoc, taking some crazy lines, and I don't know, just the feel he has is really good, man. He pulled a nasty bluff on Ike. A couple hands later, he was in mid-bluffing and then just gave up when his opponent didn't bet river. His opponent river to flush. As his opponent was going to bet, he just mucked out a turn and was like, nice, you got it. So I don't know. It's just his feel right now is a little supernatural.
I got to ask, like,
oh, he bluffed Ivy too, by the way.
Are there solvers
on
for
the
short
river
deck?
In a big, yeah, I'm pretty sure there are, yeah.
I mean, are we watching one in play here? Like, this is just crazy. I mean, he obviously put on a show in the 50K main event that he won. Like,
Yeah.
it wasn't like that was a bad performance, but it almost feels like now he's trying to one-up that in this last event here.
I mean, he is. Listen, he ran into a little bit. He finally, he has half the chips in play. He's not jamming like everybody else would. He's just doing limping. Finally jams a hand. You know, Zhou Shen has aces. So now both those guys are up there around 4 million. So we have a bit of a battle now. He's not the runaway chip leader. It's both of them, and he's out of position. So, you know, this could, you know, dig into the trenches, buckle up out there, get your popcorn. We're in for a treat.
Yeah, we really are. Last event here. Stevie, Ike Haxton, Daniel Dvoress still all alive here, but it almost feels like they're spectators at this point.
A little bit. They're just kind of sitting around and watching the show and, you know, maybe hoping one of the other ones goes out butting heads with our man Tan Xuan.
There you see it up top. The big blinds, the antes don't do it justice. And Zosh still in this. I mean, he just won one of the PLO events here. Both these guys with big victories. But it's anybody's game. Look, these guys aren't that short on antes down there. So buckle up your seatbelts, like Rasty said. Gonna be a ride.
I mean, what he's doing, I'll just say it is making me think a little bit like, what if I just I know this is a good spot to bluff, and I don't necessarily have the right hand. Maybe I just do it, man.
Yeah, you're a button. He was.
You know?
Yeah, isn't that the way poker used to be?
Yeah.
Like you just play the man?
Like, I don't know. I don't need maybe you don't even need blockers. Forget about it.
That 9-7 hand really got your head spinning, huh?
Yeah. Just. I'm getting really gray in the beard now. I could get some of that old man
Yeah, were you
credit.
gray? Were you gray when we started this series?
Yes. I'm just saying I wasn't gray when I started playing poker. Okay, and my reputation was a bit different like 10 plus years ago. But I'm an old man now. I mean, I could get away with some nasty stuff maybe if I pull some Tan Xuan action.
The crazy thing you guys don't realize is Rast is actually only 29 years old. He's just played so much poker. This is what it looks like.
How Ike had a spot. Could have maybe ripped the ace-9, but passes it up. Zhou Shen hasn't been limping as much, playing as many hands as Tan Xuan. I mean, Tan's been limping a bunch. At some point, I'm curious to see if people start attacking that limp.
He's attacking the limpers for now. I mean, Joe does have a great position being on his direct left, although this is the one spot he'll be out of position to him. Why stop now? Just takes down another one.
Tan Xuan, objectively, he's shredding. Just won that pot with 7-6 off. No big deal.
No biggie.
We'll just move on to the next. Like, that's the thing. I know that obviously the 7-9 of hearts, I mean, that's going to make a YouTube clip for sure. But it's more than just that. It's like, what about the Ivy hand? I mean, that might make a YouTube clip as well, by the way. I don't think I told you that one. That was a wild hand because Ivy started out bluffing, made a hand, and then Tan bluffed him off it. Okay, listen to this. Tan lips up front, Ivy lips. I think it's 3-way to the flop. It's Queen Jack 8, 2 clubs. Tan bets. He has Ace 10 with the Ace of clubs. Small. Ivy raises him like 60K, like 230K. Button folds. Tan calls. Ivy has 9-7 of spades. Queen Jack 8, 1 spade, 2 clubs. Turns the 6 of clubs. Tan bets 200K, which is only like a third of the pot. Ivy calls. The river is an ace. So Ivy has the wheel now, right? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Tan just has the ace of clubs blocker. He doesn't think if his ace 10 is good on the river. Within 5 seconds or less, he just puts Ivy all in for like 700K. Ivy tanks, uses a couple time banks, and folds. The wheel straight.
Well, he's at it again here with the 10-7 off. I mean, at some point, like, don't you just have to close your eyes and call him?
Yeah, maybe, but he's going to have it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, by that point.
By that
he's
point.
got the nizzles. Yeah, I mean, this guy's just been putting on an absolute short deck clinic the last couple days. But don't sleep on this man. So Schwen came in on the 25K PLO. Looking for another Triton title before he gets out of here. And look, Isaac Axton, Daniel Dvoress, Stephen Chidwick, 3 of the best players in the world, but they've been relegated to innocent bystanders.
Yeah, yeah, they really have. I mean, is he going to play this? This is bad. Okay. He does have standards. Chidwick has a lot of ICM pressure. I wonder if yeah, he's just shoving any 2.
Wow, great spot for Stevie here. Wakes up with the ladies. And if he doubles, he can really...
This would... I don't know if I could really bear it if Stevie loses this all in here as a 3-1 favorite. He's just been getting decimated in these spots all trip, I feel like. Like, let's just give this one to Stevie. I know it's not, you know, it's only at 20K, but... Oh, that's a double gutter, folks. Look, it's 46%. Oof.
Can Stevie survive this river? Wow, he does. Big double for Stephen Chidwick. Stevie pulls away from Dvoress and Haxton now.
Yeah, and knocks Zhou Shen off the top there. So now it's like a 3-tiered situation where you have Tan up top, Zhou and Stevie, who just played that pot, in the middle, and then Dvoress and Haxton on the bottom. The rich, the middle class, and the poors.
Well said, Rusty. We're on the last night here.
Yeah. Or in, you know. No, I'm gonna avoid that one.
Be strong, Rusty.
I'm strong.
Still plenty of time left to go. And thank you guys for sweating with us in chat. Someone asked if the snipers reg this. The snipers did reg this, but they've all been eliminated. Snipers are going home.
I mean, it's interesting. He's not shoving. Ray's pretty big, though. I mean, he's definitely saying he's going with Dvoress here. But it's curious, like, by making it 475, can Dvoress call?
Yeah, it's not really that appealing for Dvoress to call.
No, certainly not, but it makes it an option. Like, he's definitely not calling all in, right? But
I mean, look, Tan did such a number on one of these snipers, Rene Van Grevelen, came for the short deck events, got third in the main event, didn't even play this or the 100K. I think after what Tan did to him, he just went home.
Yeah, he's just tilt.
Just had enough.
Yeah. Tan will limp this.
Now Zhou Xuan going to put the pressure on.
Wow, what's Ike going to do here? Probably let it go, right?
Yeah, this is pretty gross with ace-jack off.
I mean, Zhou is raising Tan's UTG limp as the next to act. You would think king-queen is probably one of his weakest hands. He could have some ace-x stuff that Ike is beating, right? You know, ace-9 or 10. But, yeah, that fold seems super reasonable. I mean, you'd think Tan is going to fold here, but you just never know for sure.
Yeah, you really don't.
It's a pretty grim spot. Like, 8's out of position. It's a big raise. I mean, it's like a pot-sized raise.
This guy hates folding.
Wow, he's just going for it. I mean, if you're Zhou, do you just bet fold this? I mean, theoretically, this is your flop.
Yeah, you got to continue, I think.
I mean, you have ace-queen, ace-king, aces. Yeah.
I mean, 130 million in lifetime earnings between Dvoress, Stevie, and Ike. And these guys are just shutting them out of pots. They might as well be playing heads up here.
Yeah, but I mean, some of that for sure is self-inflicted because, you know, I mean, these guys would be okay if one of them knocked anyone else out, right?
Oh, absolutely.
As long as they survive. I mean, pretty strong ICM portion of the tournament right here.
绿茶。
I think Ike's just got to ship this. Don't even really think it's that close. 300K in the pot.
Yeah, he's the short stack now.
Just has to get it through 2 guys.
Problem is those 2 guys are folding. Nice little pickup for Ike there. Think Ike knows about that 9-7 hand yet?
I'm not. I would guess no, because I don't think he heard it on the break that just happened. It was too soon. It happened right before then, and I doubt he's just checking his phone all the time while he's playing.
Look at this. I'm gonna limp the ace king of clubs.
Ooh. This could be trouble for Stevie.
We've seen players get very aggressive with the ace-8 off, but Stevie's kind of handcuffed ICM-wise. Feels like he has a lot to shove.
Yeah, but he could make it like 500K. Listen, Ton's been limping some garbage. 6-10 suited. Stevie avoids it.
I just feel like Stevie with his stack with the 2 short stacks.
6 jack suited. Now he limped the 9-7 suited. It's just he's been limping a lot. So sooner or later, someone's probably going to attack the limp. And like you said, people have been getting wild with the ace-8.
Ton has the best hand here. The silverback gorilla versus the human solver. Who you got, Rasty?
I mean, Ton. He has the best hand. He has a lot more chips.
Stevie want to take a stab.
A spade did come, and he has the ace of spades. Does have ace high. Oh, how about a chop?
Great run out for Stevie.
I feel like from Ton's perspective, you probably check. Maybe you can get bluffs from like a hand like 6-9 or 6-8, you know, or 8s that called flop. It's probably more likely than
I was going to say check or block makes sense.
Yeah, block. If you're Stevie, though, right, you're just happy to call the block here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's what else are you going to do?
Steven Chidwick.
See, if I'm Tan there, though, and I've been limping a bunch of garbage, I'm checking so that I'm ensuring that I get to show my ace-king is suited. So I could be like, hey, guys, without saying it, hey, guys, I limp good stuff, too.
Look, I got news for you, Rusty. You're a great player,
Yeah.
3-time 50K championship winner, but you're not Tan.
Well, as of right now, no one's really attacking his limp, but it would be an adjustment. I would think one of these guys who are part of the $140 million club might make. I mean, I'm telling you, I mean, you haven't been in the booth. He limps bad hands that can't take a raise, really. You know, this isn't even really the best example.
Stevie now. He's definitely going to attack.
Tan's liable to call a raise, though. Like, you make it like 500 or 600, he just calls. So, yeah, he's just shipping it, which seems pretty reasonable.
Stevie, 19.4 million in Triton winnings. One title, though. A 10th, a 5th, an 8th here already.
Oh, Stevie the 10-9 suited. Probably just going to jam on these shorties. He's got the pores to his left.
Yeah, this feels like a great jamming hand.
Ooh, but Ike here.
Yeah, I think Ike is going to go with this.
On the button.
He can't wait forever. It's not a great spot, but yeah, it's good enough. Ike is going to gamble.
Gamble, gamble.
Yeah, wow, look how good 10-9 suited is performing against Ace-Jack. I mean, 47-52.
That's why you shove.
Ooh.
And that is a great flop for Stevie. Ike's still ahead and has the ace of spades, but...
Not in equity, he's not.
He's not anymore in terms of hand strength either. Just the 10 now, or he'll be out in 5th. Ace not going to do it.
Yeah, well played by Ike.
Sounds good.
I think you got to call it off there with the Ace-Jack. I agree. Don't see any other course of action.
Isaac Haxton. Still no Triton titles for that man. Plenty of money.
Big time crusher. One of the best to ever play the game of poker.
And then there were 4. Stevie now our chip leader, Brian. Catching some heat after just taking some brutal beats earlier in the series.
Ike had some cashes, but not a great series. It'll be a 6th cash, but they're all pretty small and mostly in the smaller buy-in events, which is kind of bad luck for him.
Joe gonna limp the ace-queen here. Joe's in a pretty weird spot with two bigger stacks and then Daniel being fairly short.
Stevie actually the chip leader now by 300K over Tan.
Thank you for pointing that out, Rusty.
Yeah, you can see it right there.
You could have also heard it when I said it about 30 seconds ago. But
oh, did you?
No.
Sorry, I was busy looking up how Ike did on the stop, and I guess I just my mistake.
You got a beautiful mind, Brian. I'm not going to stop you from doing what you do up there. Stevie going to put that chip lead to use.
I think he's going to take this one down.
Yep. Nice little straight draw. Extends that chip lead. Now the 10-9 of clubs.
Wonder how he plays this. Does he open jam this one?
All in?
Yeah.
Wow, I mean, this hand plays so well against good hands, you can't really blame him.
Please.
Looks like the ante's going up. Dvoress just 16 antes now. Getting into that danger zone.
Oh, this is a dusty one. The chip leader's button. Maybe let it go.
Yeah.
All in.
So Schwein gonna take it down.
There's 4 of them, so with a 60K ante, 5 antes, and there's 300,000 in the pot.
Dvoress gonna be all in here.
Yeah, and Tan's got a decent hand to fight. Jack 10, ace queen. We can see how close the equity is.
Gamble, gamble. Dvoress looking for a double up here. Jack in the window, but followed by a queen. Keeps him out in front. Tan does have the straight draw.
Yeah, a lot of outs over there.
And there it is, straight on the turn. Dvoress can only chop now. That's going to do it.
One of my cards has like a mark on it. I'm not sure which one. It might be the queen, but the back of it is dented.
What?
Daniel Dvoress going to take away 92,000 for his 4th place finish, and Tan Xuan moving back into the chip lead here. Cannot keep a good man
确实
down.
啊，杂花，啊，不可能跟的嘛。
那肯定不能跟啊！我要10几个 BB 可能跟。
嗯。
我要10几个 BB，10个 BB 我可能。
GG。
Pays his respects.
Yeah, notice Zhou Shen came over, gave him a handshake. Very sportsmanlike of him. After Dvoress busted.
Danny Dvoress, another deep run here at Triton. Wasn't his trip, but he'll be back for more.
I mean, it wasn't a bad trip for Danny. I mean, cash for 850,000 going into this.
Fired at least 3 bullets in the 50K short deck from what I saw.
Yeah, okay, but then you add this in, so he almost cashed for $1 million on the trip. It couldn't have been.
Couldn't have been that bad.
No. I mean, always depends how many bullets you go in the main and the 100, 150K, but I mean, if he only did 1 bullet in each of those, he probably won. Stevie with the respectful limp here, ace-9 off versus Tan. Could have taken a more aggressive line. Ace-9 is the kind of hand that put the pressure on. They're going to go post-flop. These guys are very brave going post-flop with Tan Xuan. That's all I have to say about that. I mean, I know it's Stephen F. and Chidwick, but like Tan Xuan is showing people another level here post-flop and short deck, in my opinion. I mean, don't you think so?
Yeah, I mean, Stevie, though, he's not afraid. He's going to give him a spin.
Yeah. This could be a fun one here. Stevie's got a really great bluffing candidate, no pair with a double gutter. And Tan has top pair, but it's pretty vulnerable. See how they play it. Yeah, check, check. Tan, careful on the flop. Can't blame him. It's not really the best card for Stevie. The 7 there rates to be a better card for Tan. Not sure, like, if Stevie bets now, what's he hoping to fold out? An 8?
Yeah, I was going to say, I expect him to just check, try to get the showdown, maybe make that straight.
Yeah. I think his hand is robust enough to call a bet here as well.
Yeah, should be good some of the time.
Yeah. As played, I feel like Tan is going to call a bet here. And Stevie might actually bluff. Now, with the king coming, ace-high just doesn't seem to have a ton of showdown value. It's close, though. Like, if Tan somehow has worse than ace-high, like, maybe he bluffs.
Pretty daunting task trying to bluff that man, though.
Does Tan want a value bet here? Seems like a pretty reasonable spot to value bet. Yeah, I like this. You know, maybe Stevie has an 8. Maybe he has ace-high. Those hands all might call.
Ton really doesn't leave much meat on the bone, does he?
No. I mean, also, if you're going to run bluffs like Ton, you can't miss thin value bets, I feel like. But Stevie finds a nice fold there.
I will say again, like, we've been here, what, less than 3 weeks? How many hands live poker have we really seen? Stevie, from everyone I've seen, plays the closest to perfectly.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with that in long deck.
In no limit, right? But
Yeah.
just as an overall kind of assessment of him, he plays short deck and PLO very well as well.
Yeah, he's a great all-around player. I actually think, and I feel I'm one of the most qualified people in the world to make the statement I'm about to make. Stevie's a person who I think has a decent chance to win the 50K PPC. Like, he's one of the guys who...
Well, you think because you win it 3 times, that makes you qualified to predict the winner?
I played in Bobby's room. I think I have a good idea who can win that tournament. And I feel like, you know, you don't generally think of Stevie as a mixed game player, but he's pretty good in a lot of the games. And then obviously in like No Limit and PLO, he's one of the best players in the tournament in those 2 games.
Does he play a lot of mixed games in Vegas? Like, I know he doesn't really play cash, but does he play like the 10K deuce to 7? I would assume he plays a lot of those events.
He does play some of the mixed game tournaments, sure. And historically, I think historically, he played a little bit more mix, maybe, like way back in the day. I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but I think I don't know if it's in a Run It Once video or something, or just thinking like triple draw, or I'm not 100% sure, but he has played some mix. He plays some of the mixed game tournaments.
Are you out here grinding Run It Once videos, man?
I mean, I definitely wouldn't say I grind them.
Who loves it more?
But
Rasty's got the crypto sheet up. Got a little Galfond on before he goes to sleep. That sweet, soothing voice.
Listen,
I know
bro.
you've fallen asleep to Galfond's sweet, soothing voice.
I've obviously, like, Chidwick has made like a small handful of Run It Once videos. It's been a long time, but, you know, years ago I watched them. Why wouldn't you? Steven Chidwick talking about poker.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean.
So you game select Run It Once is what you're saying.
Yeah. Like another guy whose videos I used to watch some, Ben Sulsky. Sauce. He always made great videos.
I remember when Fedor made his first video. He was like 20 or something. Had a deep run in the scoop, and I knew then he was going to be one of the greats.
After watching his video, it was that good?
Yeah, it was that good. He gave away a lot of secrets.
Here we go. These guys both have no pair. Flop went check, check. Ton limped in the hijack. Chidwick checked back. This is, I mean, Chidwick really only has an 8 as a clean out. But you can see, I mean, in short deck, gut shots are much more powerful. Maybe he floats here. Yeah. I mean, you think whoever bets at this is going to win, but it feels like Ton's going to keep telling a story after betting turn. This seems like a spot where you size up a little bit. You want to put pressure on. Stevie's going to have hands like 10x, 7-8, 7-9, you know, 6-8. Those are the hands you want to bluff out. You're not bluffing out 3 aces. And so you want to size up like you're repping 3 aces or better here, I think. So he's going to go at least pot, probably.
Yeah, he's going to overbet.
Yeah.
Bets 800.
What a boss. And I just, you're Stevie. What can you do? You have jack high. You literally have the nut low. So
you've watched enough Tan now. Your solver's starting to calibrate to him. You might need to get out there, Rasty. You've seen a lot of tape at this point,
bro. Listen. There's a reason why I, won the 50K.
Three times.
There's also a reason why I'm in the booth. I get to watch guys like Tan and back solve like what they're doing and figure out their thought process.
There's also a reason you should check out GTO Wizard. Check out the new ebook, Daily Dose of GTO. Ras has read it about 18 times. The free interactive ebook is full of quizzes and short lessons to help you master GTO concepts in just 5 minutes per day. Check it out at dailydoseofgto.com. Things have slowed down with Dvoress going out in 4th and Ike in 5th.
But yeah, not just Tan. I mean, you're in here watching a lot of the best players in the world. And, even more than short deck, the no limit in the PLO streets. I love just back solving for what's going on, what these guys are doing. It's one of the best ways to learn, actually, I think. And, I also like spending time with you, Will.
Really?
Yeah.
Look at that. You heard it first, the Hall of Famer, Brian Rast. This guy's going to go to another flop. Stevie now with the range advantage.
Yeah, Tan's going to have a tough hand to bluff out, given that he checked back the button. It's going to take multiple bullets, that's for sure. Stevie doesn't really seem to have a hand that's going to want to do it.
Yeah, I was going to say, this hand just doesn't seem to have the properties that one would want to start barreling.
This flop couldn't have really missed Stevie harder.
I'm going to check it back, and Stevie now picks up a gutter and didn't really have much on the flop, but I wonder if this will maybe get him to start barreling.
It would be nice to bet a 6 out. Pretty hard for a 6 to continue here. Maybe even like Jack X, especially without a gutter, something like Jack 9 or worse. Probably can't bet a king out. So yeah, he's picking a size that really targets a 6 or queen high, I feel like. This might not get a jack to fold, but actually seems like a pretty interesting size from Stevie, since 6 or queen highs are a decent amount of hands. We can forget about the jack for now.
And part of the reason you bet 100 versus 200 or 300, right, is that ace or king isn't folding to those sizings anyway. So here you kind of let yourself off cheap.
Yeah.
And Tan, again, kind of unpredictable, is going to raise with the ace-8.
And this is a really kind of interesting, cool play, which is when your opponent out of position bets really small and now is kind of like for value repping a lot of weak hands that you're beating. It's actually a thing to kind of raise versus that. So now Stevie could easily have a king here or like queen jack or something, and he's betting super small like this. So now we can raise a lot thinner. So, I mean, that's a value raise, ladies and gentlemen. Tan Xuan.
The best short deck player in the world. I'll just say it. Looking for his second title in as many days.
Listen, Jason Koon might have something to say about that. Best short deck player in the world.
I don't want no trouble. I don't want no trouble with that guy either. So.
He's a pretty damn good short deck player. They do have different approaches, but
yeah, look, I mean, Koon was at the last two big final tables, 50K to 100K, right in there.
Yeah. I mean, pretty strong, right? Just deep run. I mean, how many of his Triton titles are short deck?
420.
That's a good question. Pull up the app and take a little gander here. Don't have to go too far. London won the short deck main event there last year.
I typed in how many Koon Triton titles short deck. The generative AI is experimental. Jason Koon has won 4 of his 9, so I don't know what his last one was. Poker Triton titles playing short deck. Koon is known as, quote, the king of short deck, unquote.
This is just AI giving you this answer?
Yeah, AI is telling me this. I don't know. It might be from a website somewhere. So what was his last title in, Jason Koon?
The last one he won?
Yeah.
I believe it was the 25K PLO Turbo in Monte Carlo.
Okay, so then it's 4 of his 10 titles are in short deck.
Stevie now with a straight draw. Tan with top pair, and this pot's already big. Stevie raised, and Tan called from the cutoff. How does Chidwick want to play it?
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Stevie with the gutter. Not the best flop, but I mean, when you have ace-9, you're going to get a lot of flops like this. Gut shots. Oh, my goodness.
Wow. Stevie just going to pile.
妈的，害怕打过程，简单粗暴。
And the human solver puts Tan to the test here.
Pretty tough spot with King Jack.
And I kind of love this from Stevie because if there's one thing that Tan doesn't like doing, he likes to see flops. He likes to be in there. He doesn't like to call off for all his chips. He wants to be the one doing the pressuring.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty gross spot for him, too, because really with Stevie's the raiser, so, like, on a board like that with some draws, he's going to do that with queens, kings, aces.
Absolutely.
You know, and then some straight draw hands.
Yeah.
And you're not really doing that well against that range there as Tan. He's probably not really doing it with worse value hands than King Jack.
No.
And, yeah, like, he might have, like, Queen 10, or we could see Ace 9. I mean, these hands all have 7 outs. 10-9 has 8 outs.
Now Zhou with ace-8 of spades. And he's significantly shorter than these guys. But he's just going to call, which leaves the door open for Stevie to rip if he wants to.
Very curious he didn't, like, do it himself with ace-8 suited. Seems like a hand that guys really love ripping there for, you know, like 40 annies. Just.
Oh.
Yeah, and this is why you like ripping. You can rip and take it down and also have equity when called, but you can't really call a rip.
Yeah.
Although Zhou is very unpredictable.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like the hand you trap with, right? The 8's just so low.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, he's going to fold. Ooh, you might get a Chidwick Tan battle. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, it feels like it's inching closer to that.
Yeah, I mean, they have way more chips. But yeah, Zhou's, you know, I don't know about that limp fold with the ace-8 suited there. Maybe he's getting a little shook right now. He needs to wake up, get some encouragement from Team Jacket over on the rail. remember, man, you're the wolf in the hen house, okay? I mean, I know you're up here against Stephen Chidwick, you know, handlebar mustache in the Mario in the hood, doing nasty solver-related things along with Tan Xuan, the man who needs no introduction in short deck.
Yeah, and Stevie's figured out his strategy. He's just going to put these guys to the test.
Yeah.
Enough. Enough's enough. No more funny stuff. You can't bluff me on the river when I rip it in your face.
Yeah, and that's sort of what Tan doesn't want in a way. Tan wants to go post-flop with these guys.
That's
and
what I
just
was saying. That's why I
annihilate them.
love Stevie's shove
Yeah.
with ace-9, is if there's one thing Tan doesn't like doing, he doesn't like calling off for all his chips.
A 打 A 勾有多少兄弟啊？ A 打 A 勾。
A 勾啊？
啊。
A 打 A 勾啊？妈的，这个10几吧？
啊？
没有10几吧？那很惨的。
Let's just go ahead and open rip again. Why not?
Oh.
We just did 2 hands in a row. Third hand, we have it.
Easy game. All in, all in, all in, all in, all in.
Post flop, too scary.
There's some honesty to this.
He's inching closer to passing Tan right now. They're only off by like 2 annies. I don't know, Tan. Maybe let this one go.
It's been a while since he's seen a flop.
Yeah.
You know he wants to get in there.
This one feels a little bit like the stench of desperation.
7.
Oh, wow.
He's had enough.
He needs to win a pot. 700K though.
And look at this. He's not the only one who needs to win a pot. These guys are sick of Stevie shoving it down their face. They're going to go heads up. A lot of money in.
This is kind of a sick call by Joe Swan right here.
A lot of money in the middle already, and 2 very suspect
Here's
hands.
the thing, though. If Joe Swan has a, like, ace, king, ace, queen, whatever, he's ripping it over the open. That ace is a terrible card for him. So Tan has dust, like nothing, no pair, no draw. But I think he's going to try to bluff.
I would have to agree.
Yes, because it's like, how can he have an ace here?
No. Does Joe want to take a stand with his pair of 10s?
I mean, if he calls here, though, like, what does Tan do on the turn?
Crucial pot for both these players.
Ooh, sip of tea, mid-hand. We're cool.
An 18-wheeler entirely fueled by green tea.
Oh, he's
had enough. You can see he's going for the chips.
Oh, it's just a countdown.
Just the count, okay. Unreal.
But that's just, he knows his man doesn't
he knows
have
his
an
man.
ace there.
Yeah, that's just, I mean, he just plays the man. Forget about the cards. He might as well be blind. Just an absolute masterclass in short deck. Good luck trying to emulate it, though.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
It's one thing to watch and admire. It's another thing to try to
do this.
I would not advise doing this at home.
Yeah.
Tom with a comfortable chip lead now, over 6 million. Stevie's still lurking, but Zoe actually now down to 20 annies, so he's getting very short.
I mean, yeah, the nasty thing about it is, I mean, I've been sitting here watching him all day, and I did the other. Like, everything makes sense. Really. Like, when you think about it, everything he's doing really makes sense.
I think that's the hardest part about it is it's still really hard for him to get to these decisions.
Yeah.
But when he does, it's never like, oh, what's he doing?
Yeah.
It's always like, I get it. Just a crazy performance from Tan Xuan. But Stevie still very much in the mix for this title.
500, so he's got to go with Zhou Shen, but not with Tan. And this is a spot where Tan, we actually saw him with this exact hand put the pressure on and 3-bet RVK, but he never shipped it. It was always a 3-bet where he could fold.
Yep.
But he did it twice with RVK within an hour or something. Does he make it like 1.5 here? Fold to a jam? Does he just rip it himself, or does he let it go? I'll tell you, I don't think he's calling. I say that, and then he calls in a second. But
dangerous game you're playing here, Rasty.
I don't think he's calling. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. 1.5, baby. He loves the ace-10 off. He takes it to him. Stevie's going to bin it.
Yeah, no choice. And we saw this from Tan versus Rene Van Krevelen. Sent the sniper home. Now uses it on Stevie. Just putting on an absolute short deck clinic.
Okay.
He does like the 9-7 off, too.
Well, now he's got a big chip lead, so he's going to start playing a bunch of hands. Ooh.
Pocket rockets for Stevie.
Oh, okay.
They're pretty deep. I guess it's not that deep anymore. It's only like 50 some odd antes. You gotta think Stevie's just gonna raise it. Maybe not go all in. You know, make it like,
he's not going to want to lose Tan.
what do you,
Maybe like 480, something like that.
no, more than that. I mean, you want him to be able to 3-bet.
You want to
It's
give
like
him rope, is the thing.
660.
750. That's a healthy raise.
Yeah, and you want him to pay. Tan has shown a propensity to call some big raises, but that was too much for 9-7 off there, I think. Maybe if he was a little stronger, but...
And the battle rages on. Final event here at Triton Super High Roller Series in Jeju. It's been a doozy.
All in?
Stevie just going to pile. Tan going to take a sip of green tea.
不跟你赌运气，慢慢跟你玩。嗯。
Stevie going to take it down. The shoves continue to work for him. Another good hand for Stevie.
Okay, ace queen off. Does he just rip again?
It's going to be tempting.
This one a little tougher, just at least with, I mean, he doesn't care about Zhou Shen. Zhou can call him later. Yeah, the issue is, I guess, Tan with ace queen, what's calling him. Yeah, Tan's never calling this. I don't even think he calls jacks here, to be honest. But that's the issue with ace queen. Tan might call queens plus. He calls ace king.
So he gets tens to fold and gets called by king queen suited, and he's going to be in a great spot to knock off Zhou and go heads up with Tan here.
Wow.
Great flop for Stevie, still way ahead.
Ooh, big card for Zhou Shen here. Picks up a gutter and spades.
A lot of outs.
Nope.
That's not one, though. Zhou Shen is going to be our third place finisher. Another good run. Take home $122,000.
GG。call 的话就提前结束。我1对10，不想跟他赌这种运气。
Zhou Shen won the 25K PLO here a few days ago. Another deep run. Couldn't close the deal here, but I mean, put up a good fight. Falls to Stephen Chidwick in third place, and we are heads up now.
Yeah, man, he closed out this series strong. Just cashed 4 of these last 5 for the 3 final tables.
Look at this. The silverback gorilla Tan Xuan with a slight lead over the human solver Stephen Chidwick. Both looking for another Triton title in this final event here. I mean, just really a crazy tournament.
Yeah, I mean, well, listen, it's always fun when Tan Xuan makes it to the final table. I mean, that much. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you're out there watching Short Deck, you maybe got to get the popcorn every time his name arrives at the final table because it's fire.
I mean, I don't think there should be Short Deck tournaments if Tan Xuan isn't playing. he should be a requirement. You need him in these tournaments. I mean, he just puts on such a show, and it's like you're learning, but you're also just in awe of what he's doing. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, learning. As you said, his style is one of these you might not want to try this at home, right? Because you're going to start trying to make plays like him, and I don't know, man. Some of his plays are going to be really tough to execute. You're like, try to do that 9-7 play, and just he could come off looking pretty funny. You're going to bet the river. This guy just calls you in your home game. He's got like Jack 8. You know, I mean, and he rivers the jacks full, and you're like, oh, you're supposed to fold that on the turn. And he's like, yeah, so?
In the main...
You have nothing, man. You had no outs on the, you know.
In the Short Deck main, we saw him just really destroy Rene van Krevelen, who did not adjust quickly enough. Stevie has made a great adjustment here.
Yeah.
He's figured out if there is a weak point in his game, and I wouldn't even call it a weak point. It's just he doesn't like to call all-ins. He likes to play. He likes to see flops.
Yeah. He's not the guy to, like, open into when you both have mounds of chips because Tan's going to make it tough. He'll 3-bet you and do all kinds of nasty, aggressive stuff in position. So, you know, Stevie's some limping, a lot of just jamming. And, yeah, I mean, to be fair, RVK, they were much deeper in terms of number of antes in his spot. So just ripping into, like, 5 people wasn't as much of an option.
No,
But
he
yeah.
didn't have that option. But regardless, Stevie, incredible job. Should be a great heads-up match. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Heads Up.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series final event, Jeju Shinhwa World, where Tan Chuan has been seizing the wonder, Rasty. And
Oh, yeah.
we've just been witnessing. I mean, that's what's happened. His best opponent, his biggest foe, is not Martin Nielsen, the sniper from Denmark. It is Steven Chidwick here. His final task.
Listen, they're even, man. I mean, this is exciting, guys. Steven Chidwick, one of the greats, playing against Tan Chuan, not as well known outside of these circles, but playing short deck like a beast. Listen, Chidwick is pretty aggro. Like, he gets after it. So, and so does Tan Xuan. So, anyways, this is going to be a fun heads-up match. There's liable to be some big pots. And even though, right, they're 80 antes deep or whatever right now, it might not take too long because these guys are both aggro and they both can get after it.
I think that's a good point because it sometimes goes overlooked. Stevie is like very controlled at the table. He's got the perfect mustache. He's insanely aggressive.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like it's kind of sneaky almost.
Yeah.
He figured out with Don, no more flops. We're going all in, buddy. You wanna play, you gotta play for it all. And yeah, I mean, look, this heads-up match could go on for hours. It could also be over in a hand.
Listen, I wouldn't be surprised if Stevie, like, he's okay. Let's respect Ton's post-flop game. When I'm in position, I won't necessarily be super aggro. We'll see. But I wouldn't be surprised if Stevie does some pretty aggro stuff out of position, right, in order to get the SPR small so that there won't be these really tough multi-street, you know, what is Ton doing and I'm OOP to him type of deal. Let's see. Steven Chidwick, obviously one of the best. He's going to be thinking, how should I approach this heads-up match? And by the way, so will Ton. But it seems like Ton, just in general, likes going post-flop with everybody, and I don't think that's changing for Steven Chidwick. That's just my feeling.
I mean, Ton started off the final table bluffing Phil Ivey, then just put an absolutely nasty bluff on Ike Haxton. Now he's heads up, trying to take this down against Steven Chidwick. It won't be easy.
So Ton limping, no surprise. Let's see. Stevie's in position, a hand that most people wouldn't raise here. So yeah, in position, content just to play. Ooh. Great flop for Ton.
Yeah.
Open ender's just massive. And interesting, he doesn't lead at it.
Part of the reason Ton likes to play post-flop so much is he's the most unpredictable player I've ever seen. It's just impossible to get a beat on what he's doing.
No, he's super balanced. You know, checking here. Maybe he wants to get a feel for his opponent's range. Check back, he knows it's of a certain type. So now we have an open-ended straight draw. We have queen high. Let's attack it. Start off with a bet. Try to get a 7 to fold immediately. King high.
Would expect the aggression to start coming now from Ton.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna blow my mind a little bit if he checks here. Yeah, a check would have just shocked me. Yeah, 175. I mean, this is borderline impossible for a hand like Chidwick's to call, in my opinion. Maybe 7-8 or 7-9 could surely continue, but or 7 queen, 7 king, anything with a gutter, but 7-6. So what are you looking for?
Ton going to take down the first hand, heads up here. Ton now looking for his third Triton trophy. Stevie looking for his second. Just running on green tea at this point.
Stevie out of position. Let's see, but if my theorizing is correct, he's going to come in for a raise rather than limp. Lower the SPR when he's out of position to Ton. Nope.
Does just limp. How does Tom want to play this queen 7?
We have seen once in a while he makes big raises when with these really garbage hands in position, but passes up this time. It definitely would not have worked. I could not imagine Chidwick folding the king jack suited.
There's the king right on the flop for Stevie.
It just feels so much harder to play these one pair hands in short deck than in long deck hold'em.
Stevie gonna give Ton some rope.
Ton catches his best card.
Yeah, and one of the things I like about Stevie's check on the flop is it's deceptive, but this probably isn't a hand we're going for 3 streets with anyway.
Yeah.
So why not, you know what I mean? Just start there.
It's really hard to get 3 streets in short deck with one pair, right?
Yeah, let alone with like not even a nut kicker.
Yeah, just in general.
And Stevie's going to continue to tell the story here, and this is like the balance and discipline. A lot of people will be tempted here. Showed weakness on the flop, continuing with that story, and I think he may get Ton to bite now.
I mean, Ton's hand has a lot of incentive to bluff, right? He has queen high, which certainly isn't winning at showdown. He doesn't bite, though.
He's untrappable, Brian.
Does Stevie check again, like go for a check raise? You could check raise this for value.
For sure. I think Stevie will probably bet it now.
I don't know.
How often is Ton going to stab after checking twice?
Well, it might not just be that. Like maybe Ton checked back a 9 twice. Now might value bet it. And Stevie's hand is good enough to check raise, like for sure, right? I mean, Ton, okay, so he's betting it himself. Ton can't fold. I mean, sorry, he can't call this. Yeah, which, I mean, if Ton had a 9 or 8, he probably calls there, so makes a lot of sense.
Stephen Chidwick